Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on behalf of World Crypto Forum, welcome to the first ever Crypto World Conference. My name is Anurad Pansali, and I'm your host for Hall number 1 today. I would also like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our guests and speakers joining us from all across the globe. The next 6 hours are packed with incisive sessions and live panel discussions that will provide new perspectives on Web 3.0, blockchain, crypto, and metaverse. So, without waiting any further, let's begin this conference we all have been looking forward to. Oh, yes, just one more thing. We have a very cool surprise for all our audience members. During the conference, you will be asked to enter your crypto wallet address, and the first 20 to do so will grab CWC NFTs that are a limited edition pass to all invite only CWC physical events in the future. So be ready for our exclusive CWC NFTs to draw. All right, with that announcement out of our way, let's get started. For our inaugural session, join me in welcoming Mr. Abhinav Jain, founder and partner at World Crypto Forum. Mr. Jain is the CEO and co founder of Almond Solutions, one of India's leading channel engagement and experiences company. Mr. Jain, welcome to Crypto World Conference.
Hi, Anurat. Thank you so much. And I would like to welcome everyone out here on this amazing evening that we have planned for months. So, without taking much time, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abhinav Jain. I'm one of the co founders of Almond Solutions. And I'm also fortunate to be the founder member of World Crypto Forum. And I'm honored to welcome you all for the first ever Crypto World Conference. Dear advisors, speakers, moderators, and the audience from all across the globe, thank you for joining us today. We are immensely grateful for your presence. World Crypto Forum, as you might have been thinking about, is a autonomous, not-for-profit body of registered companies, institutions, and professional operating within the Web 3.0, crypto, blockchain, NFTs, metaverse, and digital ecosystems in form of digital assets globally. It's the only body of its kind. World Crypto Forum seeks to bring together the leading cryptocurrencies, exchanges, blockchain tech companies, and governments on a single platform. The forum also aims to engage the foremost political, business, and other society leaders to shape global, regional, and industry agendas related to Web 3.0 technologies. Today is a momentous day as under the aegis of World Crypto Forum, the first ever Crypto World Conference is being held virtually. And this is a small yet significant start for the Crypto World Conference journey as the event plans to physically travel across the world starting 2023. And so that you know, Crypto World Conference is not just an event, it's a learning experience. It's where we aim to discover ideas, we shape visions, fears, and possibilities of a future that will be shaped by truly revolutionary technologies. It is said that we fear what we don't know. So today at Crypto World Conference, we want to make sure that everyone attending the event goes back with a comprehensive understanding of the subject and be able to pass on the knowledge to their network across the globe. So without further ado, let me start the event by inviting our advisors, and these are visionary individuals who are not just thought leaders, but also are action-packed leaders, and I want to highlight action-packed leaders in the industry, which is pushing the cause of crypto, blockchain, and metaverse awareness and action in their respective fields. So let's do this, right? So please join hands together and allow me to welcome our first advisor, the crypto man, and I would rather call it the blockchain man of the country, Mr. Raj Kapoor. Can we have Mr. Raj Kapoor with me joining today? Thank you. Thank you so much for joining, Mr. Kapoor. Can we, I think your mic is on mute.
You're right. I saw mute.
That's the
So
shagun for the event, right?
I said you made a lot of noise, so I said I'll make a little less noise now. So hi there, hi everybody. Good to be here. In fact, being in the very first edition, I think this can be an NFT moment for all of us. First time,
So
first
true.
time being on the CWC program. First time, all of us. You're giving out NFTs. I think, but more important, let's collect these NFTs. These are going to be more valuable over the years. They will be part of our gallery in the future. So I think this would be a great thing. Anyway, the great thing you guys have started. I'm very happy to be a part of the advisory. I'll be speaking later, yes, but more happy to actually address the larger picture of blockchain instead of just the silos which are there. But yes, blockchain, NFTs, the metaverse, Web3, lots of buzzwords, but all under the common platform of blockchain. So I love that. The blockchain is what, in my report, the bigger picture. And I'm glad I'm here today. Thanks for having me
Great.
here, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. And I must tell the audience that since the day we saw the dream of building something called Crypto Forum or Crypto World Conference, Mr. Kapoor was extremely instrumental in making sure that we find out the right people and connect the communities. Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor. I don't have better words than saying that this wouldn't have been possible without you, where we stand today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Great. So, without further ado, let me also call someone who has been seeing this dream together of building a community, not just with technology, but also enabling it into the most required field in the health tech. Let's welcome with a warm round of applause Mr. Saugat Chatterjee on the stage, please. Mr. Chatterjee, can we have you on the stage?
Hi, Abhinav.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining, Mr. Chatterjee. And for those who know Mr. Chatterjee, he has been an ex-CEO and he is also called by various media companies in the country as a health tech father of the nation. So thank you for joining us. And I know that you definitely wanted to share insights and will be leading a session as well today. Mr. Chatterjee, any small thoughts about this event today?
Well, I guess first of all, a big round of applause and kudos to the team for putting up this together. And this isn't just a forum, And as we say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And this step, which we are taking today under this banner of World Crypto Forum, and the first venture of the Crypto World Conference of 2022. This is going to be a big pathway for many, many revolutions in multidimensional fields in the times to come, not only with health, as Mr. Kapoor mentioned, in blockchain, in NFTs. It's going to transform the world in many, many different ways. And we're going to talk about health in the upcoming sessions. But then, as of now and for this moment, I welcome all of y'all, and I thank each and everyone for putting up this tremendous effort in bringing this show together. And I think everyone who is registered here, and also the people who will be of the time kind of listening to this forum and the forum various sessions, I think they would be immensely benefited, and we look forward for traveling around the world with this forum, and hope all of us can make it there in the next at least the next 5 to 6 years in various parts of the world. So kudos and a big
Thank
round of
you.
applause to all of y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. It means a lot to us. And I know that health tech is something which is tremendously going to be powerful with Web3, especially with blockchain, because securing data, securing all the assets that we bring on the platform is absolutely important. And when we talk about securing, I don't think so that we can have a better person than Colonel Inderjeet Singh, who is known as the security or cyber security thought leader of the country. There we have. Can we have Mr. Colonel Inderjeet Singh with us? There you go.
Yeah.
Colonel, welcome to the forum.
Thank you very much. Really wonderful and pleasure to be part of a fantastic platform which you have created. And practically kudos to the complete team. I think without them, this forum would not have been possible. The way you worked relentlessly to bring it to this particular day, and the plethora of speakers which we have, and you brought them all under a single umbrella, one platform, is really very phenomenal. It's very kind of appreciable to get them all together and talk on all the technologies which you think of, and whether it's a DeFi, metaverse, cybersecurity, blockchain, and you got it all. And it's really a pleasure to be part of it and have greater discussions into it, and not just stop here. And we are going to go much further with this particular platform world over. What we have already envisaged, that's what we are looking in for. And all the best. We are looking in for very great, interesting discussions all around the next 2 odd days. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Pleasure to be
Thank you,
part of it.
Colonel. Thank you, Colonel Singh. And I know that you will also be talking in detail in a couple of sessions today. So we look forward
Yes.
to that. And
Yes.
what brings joy to me here, that while India has been seen as a crypto devalued country, that they don't recognize crypto, they don't like crypto and all, I think what we are going to see today is very different. We have a different perspective, and that perspective is very powerful. And the world should see what India's perspective of crypto is. In fact, we have some amazing speakers lined up today, and we will hear them. But before that, one of the very important thing which is actually changing the way how crypto is shaping the country is how educational sector is thinking about crypto, and how education institutes are bringing crypto to the mainstream. And I don't think so that I could be more happy in inviting Mr. Manoj Agrawal from IIT Jammu to join us online. And there you go. Hi, Dr. Agrawal, how are you?
I'm fine, and really a very pleasant evening to all of you. And I'm really very excited about this whole thing, because I see this whole opportunity unleashed by the blockchain, its applications, and crypto, in many other things, security in uh, fields related to metaverse and XR. I think the kind of opportunities it is unleashing are humongous. And that's where this kind of knowledge sharing platforms build a huge lot of value. At IIT Jammu, we are particularly focused on nurturing. I also am actively trying to build the startup ecosystem here at IIT Jammu and a couple of other places. And we see a tremendous scope for very many exciting applications, businesses, social impact stories coming out of this whole revolution, and we feel very excited about it. And to that extent, this whole knowledge sharing is of immense value. And I really thank you all for this, and all the experts who will be making time. In fact, many of our startups or wannabe startups would be joining the sessions in part or in whole as it interests them. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Agrawal. And I know you have been instrumental. I still remember our meeting, about a couple of months ago at PhD Chamber of Commerce. And as
Yeah.
we talk about PhD Chamber of Commerce, when we started thinking about building a community like this, I reached out to Mr. Naveen Seth, who is also one of the Assistant Director General at PhD, and talked about that who could be a better industry partner than PhD Chamber of Commerce. And they immediately, gave their approval and signed a clear approval and agreement to make sure that we do it together. So on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce, we have a senior secretary of PhD Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Mayank Chadwal, joining us. Can we have Mr. Mayank Chadwal on the stage?
Yeah, hi all. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, all the distinguished guests who are there. And I would like to also welcome all the dignitaries who are joining us from world over for this particular Congress. There is nothing, I mean, this is the inaugural edition of the Crypto World Forum, and we can see the kind of excitements that eludes everybody. The number of registration which has taken place has outspoken the concept very well. So we need not discuss that in detail, but yes, the idea is pretty good. I remember when we had a discussion with Abhinav long time back, we were quite sure of the fact that with the kind of growing popularity of the cryptocurrency across the globe, this is going to be a great affair to be with. And being at PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, we always welcome new ideas to disrupt the market. And I think this is the forum to talk about. So let's take this further, Bhairav. And thank you so much. And I really welcome all the dignitaries and the guests present today.
Thank you, Mr. Chetwal. Thank you so much for joining, and our warm welcome to the entire fraternity of PhD Chamber of Commerce, with thousands and thousands of companies who are part of it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for lending your big heart with us, and allowing us
Pleasure's
to
all
be.
mine.
Thank you. Now, finally, as we talk about crypto, metaverse, blockchain, and everything, it boils down to one big industry, which is gaming, because this is how it all started. Whether we talk about creators economy, the content monetization, or 3D experiences, gaming is where it all started, as we believe. And I am extremely delighted to invite someone who has been the disrupting force of gaming industry in the country, particularly in B2B space. Can we have Apur Modi, the co-founder of A Technos and Go Games, India's leading B2B gaming platform? Apur, welcome to the
Hey,
forum.
hey, thank you, Abhinav, and thank you everyone for inviting me here. I'll just say a few words while hearing this name, Crypto World Conference. So, while hearing on this name, we think, okay, it's all about the cryptocurrency. We are going to talk about the NFT kind of world. But here, one of the big industry which is growing with this, that is the gaming industry. Now people are playing games and everything with the crypto. Now they are enjoying the crypto liberty with the gaming industry around the planet. So this is the one of the best platform to share all these thoughts. And thank you for inviting me on this platform, and thank you everyone to join us on this platform. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Modi. And thanks to all of you for joining us today. While we all are here, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the rest of our advisors who has been contributing in the metaverse so far in various ways to make it happen. Mr. Naveen Seth from PSG Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much, Mr. Seth. Mr. Sunil Seth from KPMG, thank you so much, Mr. Seth. Mr. Josh Bailo, who is a very well known in the MarTech industry in the Western countries, particularly in US. Thank you, Mr. Bailo. Mr. Abhimukh Dar, who is a leading name in legal assistance in the country. So thank you so much, Mr. Jar. Dr. Swati Jain, who is one of the renowned top 50 women in the analytics in the country. Thank you, thank you, Ms. Swati Jain, for supporting us. Mr. Varun Kapoor, who is the CEO of RPXG, which is a gaming token platform, one of the leading disruptive platform as we are seeing it. And Mr. Ravi Chamaria, CEO of Zeev. And Zeev, as you might know, recently came across in various media forums for their recent innovation in blockchain as an infrastructure space. It gives me an immense pleasure to have this prolific group of people come on board in World Crypto Forum as advisors and joining us here today to kickstart the first ever Crypto World Conference. So let me start with asking all of our guests one question that has been on everyone's mind lately. What is the future of blockchain and cryptocurrency? Let me start with the blockchain father of the country, Mr. Raj Kapoor. Sir, what are your thoughts on this? You're on mute, Mr. Kapoor.
Good habit, but bad not to put on. Yes. Yeah. Thanks for calling me father. I mean, a lot of people used to call me grandfather, so I'm happier that I've become younger
You're getting
now.
younger. You're getting younger as you go into the technology.
Yeah, well, I've crossed 60, so I'm good. No problem. I just, anyways, you asked about the future of blockchain. I say, I mean, I was talking to somebody this afternoon over lunch, and he was convinced that the way the recession is hitting the world all over, the way things are moving, economies are going to have a paradigm shift very soon from traditional to the crypto space right now. It's just a question of time. It's not a question of will it, it's only a question of time when. Now, that's one part of it, crypto. Crypto is a small use case of blockchain, and I always believe that. Great use case, yes. In fact, because of crypto, we know blockchain. A lot of people know blockchain only because of crypto. Otherwise, they were really averse to it. I mean, 12 years back when I started my journey in this crypto space, and 12 years back is a really long time. I was a crypto miner, thankfully not in India at that time. And that really set me off on a technology. And I studied the algorithms, I studied the technology. And even that time I said it'll do really well. I tried to bring it to India in 2013, 14, failed very miserably. Brought it, tried again in 16, 17, failed again miserably. But 2018, I said, forget, I'm not depending on anybody else. Let's do it together. And today, the future, I say, why is the future? It's the present. We are living a blockchain life. I work with more than 200 universities across the country now. It's the progressive universities which make a lot of sense. And 200 wouldn't be possible if they didn't believe in the technology called blockchain. I'm on the advisory board of more than 50 companies, all blockchain, metaverse, NFTs. That wouldn't have been possible if that wasn't the present. The present is a great stepping stone for the future. While we talk about the future, it's the present. Talking in numbers, simple numbers. We had Gartner saying very simply, it's going to be a $3 trillion business economy by 2030. I don't say 2030. I say by 2025 we will cross that number. It's just, again, a matter of time. And with a lot of people really getting into it, the more people I meet every day, more people are aware. 3 years back, everybody asked me about Bitcoin. Today, they ask me about blockchain, Web3, metaverse, NFT. The lexicon has changed, and it's changed
True.
today for the future.
Thank you. I think I couldn't have asked for a better definition of what is present and what is future. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. And that clearly shows why people call you father or grandfather of the blockchain in the
Hey, by
country.
the way, it's changed now. Somebody, all the Americans call me Godfather. That's a better name.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me take the same question to Colonel Indrajit Singh, actually, because you have been with United Nations and you have been with various global associations. Particularly security is one thing that everyone is looking at when it comes to blockchain. In fact, one of the key reason for adopting blockchains is security. What do you think, Colonel?
Yeah, so we are in a very interesting time, and I think we are seeing the technology shift right now in front of us. Last 2 years, and the blockchain being the base of all. We've been talking about the changing of the internet from Web 2 to Web 3, the way we do the internet, the way we have the complete ERP system, the SAP system on the blockchain. That's the way forward, right? We are going to have the metaverse, which is coming up. We are having the AI, which is already in place, and we are starting to see that impetus onto the AI. And by what Raj also brought it out, by 25, 30, we are anticipating. Everybody said 30. Now everybody is telescoping it to 27, 25. Bringing it back closer to our figures of 2022 to 2025. Things are changing. Things are really moving very fast. This was not anticipated. This is the kind of shift what we are seeing today, and top of it, the cybersecurity, because everything which is coming up, it's coming up with a pinch of salt. We are going to have the crimes which are going up pretty fast. What we are seeing, the cyber cops, we are going to be seeing meta cops, we are seeing meta laws which are going to come up. Things are going to be very interesting space. Next 5 to 7 years is where we're going to see the complete game change, and then it will primarily kind of settle down and then move to the next phase of the next security and the technology shifts will happen.
Completely agree. I think we are at the 1995 of internet, where
Yep.
people were saying that why would I use internet to drop email when I can just go and put a postal card out there, right?
Sure.
And that's how it
the
has-
way we're going to browse is all going to change. Just
True.
imagine another
True.
5-7
True.
years, the protocols are going to change everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree. I think one of the industry which is particularly, very interestingly using metaverses for education, using, other blockchain security for storing information and all of that is healthcare. And who could be a better person than Mr. Chatterjee to add more into what and where they think that blockchain-based security or metaverse-based 3D experience education could change the way how, the future seems like. Mr. Chatterjee, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure, Abhinav. And before I come to the healthcare part, just to kind of touch upon to what Mr. Kapoor said, about the present and the future, and this is the present. But then the journey of the present had been today. We have seen transformations from if you talk about crypto, from the barter system to the trading system to the give and take system to the currency denomination system, and then today the world is talking about the crypto for the future. So that's the evolution which is on the cards, and that's going to happen for sure. Additionally, healthcare, particularly with respect to collaborative surgeries, with respect to skill development, training, essentially, right? With respect to process management in terms of digital record management, all of this are significantly important. And for those kind of countries which can have, countries like India with a 1.4 odd billion population, where social impact of health is severely large, and where skill, I would say, enablement to bring across to a particular standardization is always a challenge. This transformation through blockchain and metaverse is going to kind of totally revolutionize healthcare. And in fact, I look forward to my session later in the day when you're going to talk more on this. But then the future definitely is hanging with healthcare and with metaverse in totality.
Fantastic. I completely agree with you. Another thing that I would also like to probably ask, Mr. Agrawal, particularly in the education space, because they have been already educating kids about, when I say kids, probably the brightest future of the country, the upcoming CEOs of the world, about how blockchain should be seen, how cryptocurrency should be seen. Any thoughts about the future, Mr. Agarwal?
Well, education, unfortunately, has been a little slow to join on the blockchain bandwagon. So it's hardly part of formal education really in the country as of now. But obviously, informal education is bringing up here and there. But in research, it has started stepping in. We are already working on certain research projects with blockchain in area of security and in area of access control. More importantly, with my background in government, I see the application of blockchains in public policy, in welfare, in direct benefit transfer, in many related to public records management. In fact, the applications in that area, the scope for them is so much larger that actually no progressive government can afford to miss it. Every new technology gets debated, and the way public policy debates go on in many society, more so in ours, that we spend a lot of time debating about it rather than start small experimentation with it. And that shift has started happening, thankfully. Already one is seeing early trends. I already see certain grants coming out of PST, etc., which are looking at these technologies, and I think that's a very, very good start. And if it starts from there, then it will filter into education, mainstream education pretty soon.
Great, great. I think these are very insightful thoughts. From industry side, Mr. Chedwal, if you would like to add any small comments about how industry is seeing it all together. And of course, PhD is the largest industry forum in the country, one of the largest. Any thoughts from your side?
Definitely, Abhinav. This is quite an interesting mix of people we have today with us because as we represent industry, there is so much to do for it. So we have one with the security part, we have one with the development part, and we have one from the industry part as well. So the idea is pretty open and acceptable to everybody in the market, to be honest, because the kind of response that we have received in terms of holding such a conference clearly shows the mammoth opportunity available for everybody. That is one, and I'll give a small disclaimer that whatever information that we as PhD share is a secondary information which comes through the research that we do. So based on that, as per the recent reports, there was around 7.3% of Indians who are actually owning cryptocurrency, which has just started off, which is a good number to be at, I believe. And of course, the number must have increased because it's more of a real-time game now, and every moment there is an increment to it. Apart from that, we have to be appreciable of the fact that digitization has been the major role player in India when we had the COVID situation with us in last 2 years. So that has really pushed things forward in terms of implementing the digitization part of it too. So let's be very positive on those fronts, I believe. And of course, what is missing as of now from an industrial perspective is the regulatory framework. And I think that will gradually come as and when we adopt. There can't be a bigger market than India, which I think Mr. Kapoor will also agree to, than India, because we are a cryptocurrency, as Abhinav also discussed with me sometime back when he was at my office, that a cryptocurrency has its valuation based on its usage. And there can't be a bigger market than India when it comes to using a particular virtual currency as such.
Completely agree. No, I think those are...
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I was just saying, I think those are very valid points. And from the industry thought perspective, it's getting in alignment with it. Finally, I would like to quickly ask Apoor, Apoor, what are your thoughts in terms of how blockchain, crypto, and gaming, all of these things are coming together? If you'd like to share some insights, you're on mute, Apoor. Apoor, yeah.
Yeah, if I'll say altogether, gaming industry in current scenario, it's a $220 billion industry, right? And all industry is basically working on towards the Web 3.0 and now Web 4.0 also, where security is the major churn, right? Everyone is looking, if I have a currency which I can play with the gameplay, and then it can be hacked. So all these kind of things are coming, and this is the thing which we can talk about. And this industry is purely depend on the Web 3.0 technology now. So it's
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like a Web 3.0 cryptocurrency and gamification as well as gaming industry. They are running parallelly with the track, means same track of the one train. So that is the thing which is happening in the industry of the gaming, especially terms of the CWC. As per the
Well,
Mr. Raj also, it's a kind of NFT session which is happening in the gaming industry also, because gaming industry especially, it's learning how to use cryptocurrency in the gaming. So that is the space which is growing like a one of the tremendous place
thank you.
space.
Thank you. I think that's very insightful of you. And thank you, all of you, for sharing your insights. I know that we are running on time, but I would like to definitely give some insights about, overall activities that we are planning to do today. Is we have someone from US's Congress Committee, particularly advisor on the crypto technical committee, joining us. And we will look forward to hear from them. We have Chief Analytics Officer from Invest India also joining us, sharing about CBDC, the central's digital currency that is coming out. And we also have some leading crypto funds who are also joining, along with investors and analysts from various media houses, some CEOs of crypto companies and exchanges, some leaders from companies like WazirX, etc. And I think that today what we are doing is absolutely the NFT of what a session could be. So with that, thank you so much everyone for joining, and we look forward to the amazing next couple of hours to learn about where the industry is heading and what all can be done. So with that, Anurad, over to you. And Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Chatterjee, Colonel Singh, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Chatwal, and Mr. Apur Modi, thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to connect again in various other sessions today.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Abhinav.
Sure.
Pleasure.
Thank you and all
Thank
the
you.
best.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jain, and all our esteemed advisors. To our audience joining us from all over the world, I hope you're all warmed up with this fantastic inaugural session, because we are just getting started. This is going to be unlike anything you've ever seen or heard. So, for our very first keynote, please welcome again with a big round of applause Mr. Raj Kapoor, founder and CEO of India Blockchain Alliance, the largest Indian emerging technology think tank. Mr. Kapoor is also an advisory board member at 20 blockchain companies. He's a global blockchain, cryptocurrency, and fintech educator, certified Bitcoin professional, blockchain solution architect, and friend of disruptive ideas, pro tem chairman for Organization of Blockchain Technology Users. He'll be speaking on the topic of building the future of Web 3.0, new tools and features. Mr. Kapoor, we are honored and delighted to have you at Crypto World Conference.
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy to be here. Actually, when the very first time I was approached by Aman Kalra from Aman, he was the first to approach me. So I really have to make a special mention. I felt that he had the foresight. And when I met the rest of the team, I met Apurva, I met Ade, I said, well, that's the right people to align with. Because, there are a lot of people which come to us and say, can we do this? Can we do this? A lot of it is all talk. Now I see it turning into reality. Really exciting. Right. So we can start kicking off the show right away. I've got to go to the airport, so this is a great time for me to talk, So let me do one thing. We talk today about, as you said, the tools for Web 3.0. I want to show a small presentation, but before that, 2 words to speak. We all talk about Web 2, Web 3, all sorts of words, but how many of us really know what goes into Web 3? I say not even 99% of the world really knows what is Web3. We talk about it, yes. We have general knowledge about it. I'll try and take you a couple of layers down without being technical, but being more practical. To understand Web3, we need to understand everything in the blockchain domain. And if you don't do that, there is no Web3. So let me take a step back, show you a small presentation over the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And then I'm off to the airport, but the Web3 journey is just beginning. So sit back, relax. Let's kick off our first session right now. I'm going to share my... Oh, guys, I can't share anything, is it? I can present. Yes, it's working. Great. I'm going to upload the file. So while the file starts getting uploaded, this is difficult. Can anybody access my file? I had uploaded it some time back. Hey, folks, I had uploaded my file. Is it visible there? Because I can't see it. All right, I'm going to share my screen instead then. Fair enough. I'll share my screen from here. Right, folks, here's my little presentation. And it's going to be interesting because we are going to talk about something which a lot of us talk about, but don't really do too much or, figure out. All right, here we go. Here is the presentation. And this tool is giving me a little trouble. All right, just let me know if my screen is visible, folks. It is? Yes, all right, thank you. That's all the acknowledgement I needed. And I'm going to start my presentation now. All right. So a lot of us today, we live in Web 2.0 and we know that. What do we know about Web 2.0? Nothing much really, excepting that we are using it without really knowing what is the technology really running behind it. Some of us know. But anyway, today the topic is not Web 2. Let's go straight to Web 3. I'm going to talk to you all about Web 3. What's happening? It's automatically going in and out, in and out. All right, let me just stop my share. Sorry, I'll start my share again because there was a tech glitch happening continuously. I really don't know why, but here we go again. This shine, it should work. Right, now it's working well. All right, so here we go. We talk about building the future web. So here I'm going to talk to you about the different tools we'll need to build this web. We talk about a little bit about the stack. And anybody who's hearing this and wanting to get into the Web3 space, listen really carefully, because if you know a little bit, that's a dangerous knowledge. If you know too much of it, that's not too much. We're still learning. Every day is a learning experience. So I'm going to talk first on. I first call this the next information exchange revolution. Web3, my friends, is the next information revolution. Yeah, I didn't make this wording. Somebody actually made it for me and gave it to me, so I'm using it, right? I speak a lot of things. This is just one of the things. Somebody found it very fascinating, put it in for me. All right, cool. The next information exchange revolution. What was the first information exchange revolution? That's right, the internet. This is the next. As we had our guest speaking in the beginning, 1995 was a watershed year when the internet came, and that was a new revolution in the information exchange. This is the next one. Yes, folks, Web3, powered by blockchain, is the next information exchange revolution. But I won't be very greedy. I'll also speak. One of my friends, she's a very good friend of mine. The Web3 is a back-end revolution. That says Sherman Washington. She's the Director Research Institute of Cryptocurrencies at the Vienna University of Economics. And she talks a lot about money, but modern money. And she says the Web3 is a back-end revolution. A back-end revolution? Absolutely, because everything runs in the back-end. The decentralization, the security features, everything is in the back-end. In the front end, we enjoy the net like we do right now, but this is going to be in the back-end revolution. It's going to change the way the entire economies work around now. So that's a lovely thing. I like what she says. And I love what he says as well. Reed Hastings, he's the CEO of Netflix, and what he says, Web 2 is broadband and Web 3 is 10 gigabytes per second. That's a revolution. That's also an evolution. That's an evolution from absolute Web 2 to absolute Web 3. We are the ground floor right now. There's a lot to be done. There's a lot of work in progress. Let's not assume that everybody's into Web 3 and we're going to have the next couple of years, we're going to be real kings in Web 3. Oh no, it's going to take a long time. But the change has begun, and the change has begun right now. So I'm going to talk to you very quickly about, I've put together about 8-10 tools which are really cool in the Web3 space. But after that, I'm also going to talk about the tech stack, because what are tools? They are part of your technology stack. So I like these tools. I've used them a lot. In fact, I'm an advisor with some of them as well. Let's examine them today. Chain Stack, that's one of the lovely tools which provides faster and seamless access to Web3 infrastructure. That's important. Infrastructure is very important. Building the Web3 infrastructure, bringing it seamless, integrated, that's important. Chain Stack is doing a really good, I like Chain Stack. It's beautiful. We have Watch Data. It's an API for Web3 as it gives support in creating and running blockchain applications. Those of you who are into the programming side or the development side will understand what I'm saying. And those who don't also should know that we need these tools. We need tools to build even a chair for that matter. We need different tools. You just don't need a hammer. We need a saw. We need nails. We need so many other things. Then only then we can do it. Web3 is no different. The third, and we all know this, is Solidity. It is a high-level contract programming language on Ethereum blockchain. We call them smart contracts, etc. Well, we need this. This is, in my opinion, the most powerful tool we have right now. Let's have a look at some more. We got EtherSpot, multi-chain SDK, a blockchain development framework. It builds basically for EVM compatible chains. And there are two types of chains. There are EVM compatible and none. I'll speak about that a little later. Another one of my favorites is Hardhat. Again, an environment that helps in testing, compiling, deploying, debugging, basically making sure whatever you've taken care, you've made a dApp or anything else, a platform solution, it's really working well. It's Hardhat. I like that. I like the logo as well. Foundry, really fast and portable development toolkit for Ethereum dApps. dApps, as we all know, are decentralized applications. And decentralized applications is what we're going to be talking about in the future when we talk about Web3. All right. We have another three. We have Ethmil. It's one of the core requirements in Web3 technology because of its abilities as an open source block explorer for private chains. I can go on and on about them, but I don't really want to talk about too much details, just to give you a very quick overview. Because these names, these brands which you see here right from the beginning, ChainStack, Watch Data, Solidity, EtherSpot, Hardhat, Foundry, these are all going to be part of our lexicon over the next few years, next 5 to 7 years, just like we talk about so many, like we talk about Java, we talk about Node.js, DB Mongo, we talk about a lot of things right now. We will be talking about those, but we'll also be adding these to our lexicon. And who doesn't know MetaMask? Everybody knows MetaMask. Anybody in the crypto space today knows the MetaMask. It's using the services of dApps within the Ethereum ecosystem. They can link their apps and spend coins, games, wallets. Everybody knows MetaMask now. WAGMI, a lot of people would know probably WAGMI also. It's an assortment of hooks which have everything you require for interacting and working on the Ethereum environment. And finally, the 10th one is the NFT storage, long-term service storage designed to facilitate off-chain NFT data storage. Bottom line, guys, for those who say, well, I don't understand too much of it, don't you worry. Well, a lot of us didn't understand this 6 months back or 8 months back or a year back. But we've upped the ante. We've learned these tools. We've learned these tools to the extent that not only these, we know the alternatives, we know that we are also developing better tools or tools that will supplement and complement what we have out here. Now, just to add, what tools, where do they go? Web3 is so easy or is so difficult, complicated, or let's have a look. This is an ecosystem. I won't talk about the ecosystem. I'll let it soak into you. Have a look at this. Look at the way it's moving. It's a decentralized ecosystem, maturing technology, research, specifications, open source classifications. This entire thing is nothing but exactly how things are going to converge to a Web3 going into the future. Everything is going to be part of the ecosystem. Miners, DAOs, researchers, non-profits, dApps, enterprise, core developers. Then on the other side, you have wallets, storage providers, exchanges, tools, VCs, layer 2 projects. All these are part of the Web3 ecosystem. And the Web3 ecosystem, it is really essential for us to know. So what's the stack? When we talk about this huge ecosystem, it's actually a very simplified ecosystem as compared to what we have right now. Right now, it's a pretty messy one, but still it works well. This will work, in my opinion, better. So what is the stack? Very quickly, I'll take you through a stack. We have the apps. There's different layers, 6 or 7 layers. But everybody has different versions of it, of the metaverse and the Web3 stack. This is my version from my experience of working on about 11 metaverses right now, working on about three really fantastic Web3 programs which are going to revolutionize the way we look at things. One being launched in November itself, November 15th, which is going to be a global launch. It's already been accepted and adopted by the US Navy and the US Army. And it's also we're in talks with some of the real big guys, big boys across the globe. And we'll, of course, talk in India as well once we've launched it outside. But from my experience, these layers are really critical, and this has helped us through our Web3 journey. We made our mistakes. We've seen good, bad, and the ugly side of it, but we really zoned in, and this is what I'd like to share with all of you there. These are the layers of technology, and that also gives us what all we need to know Web3. To get to know Web3 is like dating a girl maybe 30 times or 40 times before you really come to know what she is, and then you can decide whether you want to spend the rest of your life with her. I want to spend the rest of the life with Web3. So start with the wallet and browsers. We have different types of wallets, browsers, Phantom, Coinbase, MetaMask. Everybody knows MetaMask. So there are plenty of them. And there are on-ramp ones like MoonPay, Wire. We won't go into each one of them. Try and understand one thing only. There are so many. And when there are so many applications, means there are so many opportunities, and there's so much work happening in Web3. And work in Web3 or any other space won't happen if there is no future. These are the stepping stones of the future. These are future lexicons. These are what we should be speaking the language in our universities and our colleges every day. If we have to be ready to be a blockchain world. When we started in 2018, I wanted India to become the Nalanda of blockchain. And guys, I don't know about everybody else. I make sure it becomes before I'm no longer here. So that's one of the things I'm trying to teach you. Wallet, browsers. Then we have aggregators. We have the DApp Radar. We have Rabbit Hole. And we have DeFi specific aggregators like Zapper, Zerion. There are many more. I've just taken one or two and put them up here. We've used these, worked with them, done that. Web 2, as we all know today, is the Discord, Reddit, and Twitter. Their redundancy is going to be just a matter of time. The use case layer, the gaming, Axie, Illuvium, Decentraland, well, there's plenty of them. These are just a few. Content, social, we have context. We have the NFTs, the OpenSeas, Mintspace, Rarible, plenty of them. Financial services, Matcha, Uniswap. This is the use case layer. So what is the first layer? The access layer. Then we have the use case layer. Then we have the services and optional components, which also form a very integral part of Web 3.0. We got data feeds, you got off-chain computing, DAOs and governance, state channels, multi-sigs, oracles, wallets, digital assets, smart contracts, and digital IDs. All these things, all what you see on this screen here are going to be the biggest, most powerful layer of Web 3.0. And that's just the option. There are more. This is the 10 most powerful ones. Then we have a presentation layer, the Web3 native libraries, developer environments, and the file storage. You can see a lot of us would be familiar with Ether.js, Alchemy. A lot of us are definitely familiar with Truthful, Brownie, Hardhat. I will show you that. File storage with Arweave, Firebase, IPFS. All these are now again part of our ecosystem, the Web3 ecosystem. Then the blockchain interaction layer. You have the data access, which is done through the supernodes, build, monitor, notify, APIs, NFT APIs. All these are the data access layers. Then you have the self-hosted nodes, which are going to be there, and the block explorers like Etherscan, Snowtrace, Polygon Scan, plenty of others. Just a quick overview today, guys. I can speak my whole life on this, but right now, very, very quick overview. And then you have the use case layers like source, analyze. I mean, can you govern identity? They have so many of them. I won't go into more detail of them, but bottom line, every space for the sourcing, the analyzing, the communicating, the governance, the identity, all of them have a big role to play. The transact part is Curve, Uniswap, borrowed and lending is Aave, Compound, staking. Now, a lot of us must be thinking, sounds Greek to me, guys. This is all, I really can't understand what this guy is saying. Well, you don't need to really understand what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is only one thing. This is a lot. And when people tell me that I know Web3, we know Web3, I keep looking at them well, listen, it's taken me so many years to myself to try and figure it out. And if you can figure it out in 3 months and 6 months, well, God bless you. But my bottom line is, this has to be ingrained into our ecosystem right from our education. Our education is going to play a major role in the future if we have to become anywhere near a blockchain superpower, and we have the potential. And I'm going to leverage that for sure. And I'm sure a lot of us are going to work together to make that us a Web3 capital of the world. We should, we can, and we will. We have so many things to go, but we have miles to go before we sleep. We have also this network layer. We know about Ethereum's, Polygon, Avalanche. A lot of them, people start working now and say, yes, we know these EVM blockchains. And these are non-EVM blockchains, Flow, Solana, Terra. There are many more in either side. But bottom line, when we talk about layers and we talk about tools, we also have to talk about one very important thing: education, awareness, clean and clear direction, governance, very important governance, which is a very gray area. I think Mr. Chatwal mentioned about governance, and I completely agree there. Governance is going to be the key of adoption. Governance, compliance, frameworks, standards, compliances, all these words are going to be equally important and equally a part of our education ecosystem. We need to embed them in an ecosystem if we have to be a superpower in this space. The space is burgeoning, the space is growing. Web 2 will move to Web 3. As I said, it's just a matter of time. It is not will it, but it is when will it. That's it. That's the big difference. And Web 3 is changing our world. I used to say, let's changing our world one block at a time. Well, now we're changing the world. Web 2 to Web 3, Web 2 to Web 5, one block again at a time. So with that, I want to wind up. I have to actually go to the airport, but I really didn't want to miss this out today. So thank you for having me here, my friends. And I hope I've managed to make a small little bit of information repository in our minds for the future, for Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is our future. It's our present also, but the future beckons. And I see all our talent moving towards that. God bless everyone. Thank you guys for having me here. Thank you, folks. Anuvrat, you're on mute. Hanji, now you're good.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you for the session. As a crypto and blockchain enthusiast myself, this address has got me really excited, and I hope all our audience members are excited too. So thank you so much, and we hope you have a safe flight, and we hope to see you again. When we do this thing the next time. Thank you again. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you for all of you, Raman. Thank you, all you guys. You put in some real hard work. Thanks, guys. I'll see you. Hasta la vista. Till we meet again. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Now it's time to proceed further. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for our very first panel, Ms. Akina Ho, Global Head of Business Consultancy and Lead Ambassador All Stars Women DAO. Her expertise includes strategizing and executing change management via digital transformation and innovation for operations and new business ventures in metaverse, NFT, retail, prop tech, and others. She has a startup experiences in Silicon Valley and Hong Kong with track record of building a unicorn valued at $1 billion USD in Hong Kong. Ms. Akina will be moderating the panel on how play to earn games changing the gaming industry and Web3 development. Ms. Akina, welcome to Crypto World Conference.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to start. So should I bring all the speaker up?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. So let's have our speaker join us. And right. So just to let everybody know, today we have 3 amazing speakers, right? And I would love for each of them to introduce themselves and then share a little bit about their name, their title, the company they work, and one important thing that they love the most about the job and why. So can we have Um, can we have Apru Madi introduce yourself?
Hey,
Apur?
hi, Akina. How are
Yes,
you?
pretty
Thank,
good.
yeah, thank you for inviting me here for this session. So, hi, I'm Apurva Modi, co-founder and CEO of the GoGames.run, which is one of the most loving website around all the brands who's running gamification kind of solution. The USP of our company is like that we have a 500 plus games which can be integrated or implemented with any kind of reward engine. So that is the one of the USP. And as I tell you, I am from the gaming industry, so most of the things which I love about that is the games from childhood to now. So even I play games right now, but that is developed my own company. So that is the thing about us.
Okay, that's great. So the next person we'd like to bring on is Chang Lebazon. Uh, Chang, are you there? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, I'm Chanley Bazone, and I work with New Moon Accelerator and the New Foundation. I'm the Chief Astronaut Officer of the Metaverse ecosystem, and we love working with Web 2, Web 3 startups who really understand the power of the creator economy, who want to really leverage blockchain technology, as was discussed in the prior discussion before. And the one thing I really love about being with New Moon Accelerator is watching and working with all of our startups and when they collaborate and build together. That's like my favorite thing.
Okay, that sounds fun to have to do. And the
Yes.
next person we would like is Varun Kapoor.
Hi, Akina.
Hi.
Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Varun Kapoor. I am primarily in the manufacturing and patenting space, particularly in smartware infrastructure and now the blockchain space. I'm the founder and CEO of RPX, which is a gamer centric token platform where both established as well as growing gamers can create their own collectibles and digital tokens. What I love about the space is it takes me back to me being a kid. I was one of those kids who would fake a sports injury so I could run home and play my favorite video game. And I would always think, if only I could get paid for just doing this. And I guess I manifested that. So.
That does sound fun. Okay. So, okay, great. Now we kind of get to know a little bit about each other. And let's talk about the topic of the today. Play to earn games has changed the gaming industry, and we know that. And also the way Web3 has been developed. I'm a gamer. I'm not sure you guys know that, but I play games like 2 3 days, 2 to 3 hours a day. So, and I spend thousands of dollars on playing games, but I never thought one day that I'll get to earn while playing game. So, Poor, you have a company called Go Games. Can you share a little bit about what Go Game does and what does that do and add to the whole play to earn concept? Poor? Is he? Oops. Did we lose him? Oh, there you go. You're on
Yeah,
mute. There
I'm
you
sure.
go.
I'm sure. So somehow I have missed it. I have missed the last question which you have asked.
Oh, okay. No worries. I was talking about the whole play to earn, concept and how getting paid while you're playing a game is something new. I know you have a company called Go Games. Can you share a
Right.
little about what Go Game does and what value does it do to the whole play to earn concept?
Sure. So if I tell you pay to earn, it's one of the concept which is growing in the industry to engage the user, to build the brand value, to earn the money, to engage with the lifestyle of the gaming life. So what's happening? I'll tell you in current scenario, everyone has the limited of the time. In same time, they wanted to earn money. They wanted to entertain themselves, and they also wanted to engage with the brand and new upcoming activity. And another side, we have a companies like a brands like Coca-Cola, Unilever, Nestle, Reckitt Benckiser. What they want users should come to us They engage with our brand, they should learn about our brand and beauty of our brand, and then also remember it. So if you will say in these kind of industry, play to earn concept is growing. If I'll say in very easy concept, gamification. So instead of the play to earn or the gamification, if I'll put anything on that, so everyone will think, okay, I'll entertain myself, I'll engage myself, as well as I'll earn money throughout of that. So let's go with that. So this is one industry which is increasing like anything for the brand awareness, brand building, and the engage the user. Second industry on the play to earn, like where people are really fantasy about the gaming, right? They wanted to play, they wanted to participate, compete with the each other and earn money. So that is the another industry on the Web 3.0 world which is growing like anything. So as a Go Games is targeting in both the way. One side we are also working with the brands to provide the gamification and play to earn or gaming engagement kind of solutions. Another side we have a concepts like Tambola, Ludo, chess, these kind of games where user will come, they'll compete with each other and they earn money. So this industry is altogether growing like anything, and as a Go Games, we are just participating in it.
So are you trying to create something close to like what Roblox is like for with the brands?
Sorry.
Are you creating something similar to Roblox? How the brands are interacting within Roblox?
Of
Is
course,
it
of
something like
course,
that?
of course, we can.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, okay, awesome. That sounds interesting. So, Apor. So, I know, like, thanks for sharing with that, Vareen. From your perspective, who do you think benefits the most in the play to earn world?
Play to earn world, if I'll say benefit for the most, there are again two answers. Actually, I'll go with both the answers. One answer, there is one of the best benefit for the brand is the engagement, and
Mm,
for the user it's the rewards and the entertainment.
okay,
So it's all together, it's like a three USP services which is running in the market. One USP is the
right.
engagement, another USP with the brand awareness, and third USP is the earn money all together. So
Okay,
three things happening with the most important part of the play to earn industry.
okay. And Rarun, what about you? Who do you think benefits most from the pay to earn?
Um, in terms of the play to earn industry, I would say the biggest benefiters would be people from developing countries, because they would be able to earn, number one, there's strength in numbers, in pure population numbers. What happens is this would be a way of passive income. It's kind of like outsourcing. Um, like most manufacturing is also outsourced to a lot of factories within Asia. This would be like outsourcing the manufacturing of digital items to um, developing countries. And what would be interesting is that in terms of strength of numbers and just sheer skills, Playton is this unique dynamic where someone does not have to even know anything else except how to play this game to make any of this. So, um, definitely developing countries who have a lot of population which is a little lower on the education spectrum. So
Okay,
it's a different world. It creates a different world. It creates a very unique world of, especially with the fact that this is available to them, at like this ability to create is available to them even if they go somewhere in the beach.
right.
So it's hard to say exactly who would benefit, but on a broad scale of things, it would definitely be a developing demographic.
That's an interesting concept. I assume uh, Axie Infinity, I'm sure you heard of them before, prove a very big case, but their business model was not correct. So no,
Yeah.
so that differs a little bit. So for you, uh, how do brand come into the play to earn how can the brand enter that? What do you think is the best way for them to enter that?
There's a couple of ways. The easiest way would be that brands already have loyal customers who buy their items. What could happen is this could engage. They could have engaged play to earn with their current audience. Another way brands could enter this would be play to earn. Where they could redeem any of these NFTs as a discount or like a gift voucher. What could happen is anybody else could play it and then sell those NFT vouchers to fans of those brands.
Okay.
So it's a variety of ways. What is also very cool is this is a very it's a way which could be completely replicated depending on different brands. So I could definitely see McDonald's and Ferrari using the same play to earn
Mm-hmm.
model. So it's hard to say exactly which will be the right strategy. It's like predicting how could brands enter the internet. Nobody could have thought that Instagram would be the best way for brands to
Right.
capitalize on the internet, like maybe in 2002. So it's hard to predict exactly how, but it would definitely be in the play to earn space. We'll see how they actually do it. Like who's the Instagram of play to earn?
And that's a good example. Like we never thought like Instagram would exist or TikTok, right? So yeah, and then Web3 is just the beginning. So that really kind of explain where we are in terms of that. So we there's also a big concern right now. A lot of brands and companies are entering the gaming industry without knowing the demographic, how it will affect their entry into the market, in the market, in the play to earn, world. So Chan, I know you have studied this. Can you share who plays games and
Yeah,
what
for
gender
sure.
the breakdown is and things like that?
Yeah, I can also speak also to Varun's point as well. So like we have something at New Coin. The reason why we have the accelerator on New Moon is because we had a great use case with New Life, which is like a Tumblr meets Instagram for fashion creators, 40,000 creators since 2017. So it is already happening. And these clouds are happening. Gucci has jumped into it probably the most aggressively and done really great with it. Fortnite did a drop with Balenciaga and it sold really quickly, like I think within an hour. Artifact was bought by Nike. So there's a lot already happening in the space. The demographic generally, contrary to popular belief, is 60% of gamers are women. But the avatars and the digital identity, they don't show their gender because of harassment and other issues. So a lot of women actually are playing games. As you had spoken earlier, you said you play games a lot, so you know what I'm talking about. I play also with my daughter. It's a place that's safe. A lot of exploratory things you can do, a lot of potential. Alien Worlds is the most popular blockchain game. It's on Wax, which has like I think over 42% of all blockchain games are on Wax, and it has more activity than
What
Binance
is
Smart
that?
Chain. It's a blockchain for
It's a
games
blockchain.
specifically,
Okay. Wow.
and
Okay.
it's got more activity than Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum, and Avalanche combined.
Wow.
It is the
And no one.
most
And this is the first time I'm hearing this.
yeah. So it's
Isn't
not
that
no, but
interesting?
gaming and one other industry has always been ahead when it comes to tech. They're the one industry to watch, and so it's not a mistake that gaming has taken blockchain by storm because it's always been 3D e-commerce.
Yeah.
Gaming was the first. So
Right.
back to your point, though, mostly it's women. I would say the 18 to 30 has been probably the ones have been venturing into the play to earn, play to own. On
Okay.
the creator side, there are families that are creating together. If you look at Nifty Blocks, which is a marketplace that works with gaming, you can take the gaming asset, the NFT, and you can blend and create with it and combine like 4 or 5 of them. One artist, and his name is Byron Rempel. You can find him on Twitter. He and his entire family, his kids,
Wow.
they all create these little zombies out of
Right.
pickles, and they're
Okay.
reused in Alien Worlds. They're brought
Nice.
back into the game. So there's a lot of potential. Very interesting space right now.
It is. I mean, and from your perspective, why is it important for us to understand the value of a creator and the social graph for play to earn?
I think back to the point I brought up about like the creators are already in the space, taking the NFTs, doing a lot with it, and you're able to authenticate leveraging blockchain technology in a creator value graph to see who here are the other creators, to work with them, to confirm that it is their art. And so you can obviously for fraud and a lot of the issues that you have seen in blockchain, some of the issues that are quite negative, the value graph is quite valuable, and obviously Facebook did a great job with it. And so having it decentralized, it makes it even more valuable because you will avoid your data being sold, and you have that ownership. So play to own, I think, is also a really big part of gaming that's starting
Yeah.
to evolve more than just the play to earn.
Yep, I totally agree. So, Apor, based on what, excuse me, based on what Raveen and Chang has just shared, what do you think pay to earn would be treated as a separate industry, or will it be part of gaming forever, or just it's just a function of the gaming world? Apor?
Are you able to hear me now? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if I'll tell you, as a overall gaming industry, it's somewhere around $220 billion industry, right? Where play to earn industry in current scenario, this is the $22 billion market, and in by 2030, right, the industry is trying to cover somewhere around 120 $25 billion market, which is the half of the gaming industry. So if I'll say as a game play to earn, of course, not now, but in the current scenario, in the later on stage, it would be treated as a separate industry where user will play a game to earn as well as engage them. And gaming industry, there is like a PS3, PS4 kind of industry, or the high gaming industry that would be treated as a separate industry. So of course that is my own the personal thought, but the way play to earn industry is growing, it's really different compared to other industry.
Okay. And then what do you think, Raveen?
So, in my opinion, the world is changing the same way with gaming, the way music changed in, like, I would say, the late 2010s. Um, Rather, like, after decades of actually owning a video cassette or a CD of your favorite artist to listen to, like if you wanted to hear any music of theirs. The world changed suddenly from torrents immediately to streaming, immediately to the the landscape of music as we see it right now, all in a span of about 3 or 4 years. With gaming, it's the same thing. Right now, every time I have played a game, it's normally been a game I've bought either in the form of a CD. Now it's become suddenly digital, where I can just on my PlayStation, I can just put in my credit card details and get download the game directly. I don't have to buy the physical version. The future then is going to be where everything is play to earn, and most revenue will actually come from the in-game revenue rather than people buying the game. So I feel that is the transition which will happen. And looking back, the same way we can't even fathom actually owning music rather
Mm-hmm.
than we have the entire library of music at our disposal. I think looking back in a few years, we'll just look at how we could own just a few games, and now we have every game possible, available to us for free.
True. Right. So, Chan, so what do you think is the biggest barrier for creators to get into the Web3 space, especially for the pay to earn sector?
I would say the biggest, well, obviously everyone wants mass adoption. So I think it's the tools are very difficult right now to create a wallet. For example, smart contracts are very painful. To hire a smart contract dev is very expensive. So there are solutions out there, like Newcoin has standardized smart contracts. So you can get a token of DAO. All you need is a JavaScript developer and you use their SDK. You have Icon has something called ORID, which is a single sign on you could use and tie to your game. So users don't even need really a wallet. It's held like non-custodial wallet on there. They just sign it with Instagram or Facebook or Gmail, which everyone is familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So I think really making those things that are really great from Web 2 be part of Web 3, building that bridge is going to be the next phase for those in this space. And I gave you 2 examples of companies that are already doing that.
Oh, yeah, I'm totally agree because I'm a Web 2 person, right? That's where I grew up. So and wallets and stuff is still very difficult for me.
Yes, well, you should look at ORID and Ucoin because they really are understanding that because it is painful and it shouldn't be so difficult. But we're getting there.
Yeah, new coin, right? You said okay. I'll check that out.
Right.
Okay, so last question. So since we're with you, Chang, in 1 minute, if you're going to give advice for creators or whoever wants to enter the play to earn scene, what is your word of wisdom?
Look at the community. If you are really into a game, really, really reach out to the community. The really good ones will take care of you, and the really shady ones you'll know right away. And with that, you definitely have education. So read, do your research. Yeah.
Awesome, great. And Varun, what is yours?
One would like I think Trang really hit it on the head with looking at communities. Most play to earn is completely community first, so that's definitely something everyone should look at. The other one would be I would say just try to get used to creating content as well in a different way than what is. I understand creating content is a very new concept relatively, but it's only been around for about 10 years. But looking to create content around the play to earn, around the NFTs and around the communities as well would be something someone can look at.
Okay, awesome. Okay, Abhor, what about you?
Yeah. So play to earn as an industry now it's moving on the web 3.0. Of course, you are from the web 2.0 industry, as you have said, but now everything is upgrading to 3.0, and I'm 3.0 industry guy moving on the 4.0 industry. And the and the blockchain, if I'll say the blockchain and the NFT kind of activities, which is enabling gaming industry as a play to earn to the entertainment industry and the reward generation industry, that is really changing the market. So I just wish everyone, including myself as a Go Games co-founder, I also wanted to wish to move on these 5G along with the Web 4.0 and increase the more engagement related content, which will really convert as a play to earn user.
Well, you're moving a little bit too fast for us. We're still focused on Web3. Web3. So, but,
Right.
thank you so much, everybody. It was a great chat. I learned a lot, and thank you so much. And I hope to see you guys on the Pay to Earn games one day.
Yes. Thank you, Akina. Thank you for moderating. You did a great job.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Sakina Ho and our esteemed panelists. This has been an insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying and learning from all these amazing speakers. And a lot of your question, doubts, and queries are getting answered. And if they aren't, they will be. So let's move ahead. Let's welcome our next prolific keynote speaker, Dr. Martha Buchenfeld. She's a partner and the dean of the Metaverse Academy, holds several advisory mandates, including Gen 2 Asset Rush. She's also an ambassador for All Stars Women NFT Club and a Metaverse Women network of founders, entrepreneurs, and investors. And Beyond Gender Agenda, which seeks to improve the long term international competitiveness of the German economy by integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion into the DNA of listed and medium sized companies. Dr. Martha Bogenfeld has extensive experience in the platform economy, dynamic ecosystems, digital business, digital transformation, the metaverse, and customer experience. Dr. Martha's keynote today will focus on the newest trends in Web 3.0, NFTs, and metaverse. Dr. Martha, it's our privilege to welcome you to Crypto World Conference.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. So I hope the technique works, and I have already. Yeah, so you can see my slides already. Can you see it?
Not yet, not yet. We can't see your slides, but just I think it's just coming up.
Because I have already basically put on sharing. Can you check that, please, for me?
Yeah, they just no, we cannot see your slides. I think you'll have to share them again.
Okay, I stopped sharing. Let's see if that works. Give me a second. Share screen. Is it sharing now?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you. Yes. So the stage is all yours.
Okay, wonderful. So I had the opportunity also to listen to some of the discussions we had before. And I'm extremely excited now, hopefully, to pull it all together. And when we say, where are we now, or what are the latest trends, then I would say you need to have this kind of update every minute, every second, as the metaverse never sleeps. So let me perhaps start with why we care about the metaverse and why we should dive into this. And as we all know, there are a lot of estimates of how big the metaverse is. And one of the estimates is it's between 10 or 30 trillion until 2030. So whilst these numbers are very big and no one really knows exactly where this will lead us to, it's very clear that this will lead us to big growth. And for us, obviously, the business opportunities. And also the big question is, how can we improve people's life with the metaverse? What are the opportunities we have there? So it's not only about the money, but it's also about what can the metaverse do for us? What are the kind of use cases? Then obviously the first question will always be, what is a metaverse? And you can ask many questions, including myself. I wouldn't call myself an expert, because I believe that no one is a real expert for now, as there is so much not clear and so much in the making. So it's the same as if you would have asked her at the beginning of the internet, what is the internet? No one could really tell you. So it's something where we are on a journey, and it's very exciting because we are all part of this journey. And the sooner we realize all the opportunities we have, the more we can also shape it. So I am very inspired by one guru, I would say, of the metaverse. He's Matthew Ball, who I'm sure a lot of you know. And this is the definition partially taken from him. It's definitely the future of the internet. We all agree with that. It's massively scaled persistent, which means that it's still there when we are not there. It's interactive, interoperable, real-time platform. And what is very important for me, it's interconnected, the virtual worlds and also the real worlds. We have already heard a couple of examples, like Nike has done this very well, and others, and I will show you some also here. The most important part is, what can you do in the metaverse? And that's really socialize, work, transact, play, and create. So where do we start? So I would always start with someone I also admire, which is Steve Jobs. So I wouldn't start so much. We have talked about before about blockchain and crypto and how it all comes together. But for customers, as we also the previous panel very rightly said, it's a MetaMask, so, and how to download it. And the experience is not yet there, but there are experiences which are already quite beautiful. So you have to start really with the customer experience, and then you have to think about, how do I now get to this brilliant customer experience, where Steve Jobs was obviously the master of it. And I had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago to speak to his previous, he was also on a big, you can say, panel, Steve Wozniak here in Switzerland. And he said it was very clear that Steve Jobs had zero clue about technology. Stephen Wozniak did everything, but he was absolutely amazing in what users want, and even go beyond that, because the smartphone is something we all use today very naturally, but at the time no one was thinking about it. And also what we have to acknowledge, 10 years earlier the smartphone would have been meaningless, because obviously whilst we work backwards to technology, we need to also acknowledge that technology is a very important factor. So let's look at some of the customer experience in the metaverse. It all started actually not with Meta, but with a non-fungible token. And some of you might know it. This is the Everyday's first 5,000 days picture. And when I say picture, it's similar value like a Picasso had in the past, 69 million increases, and that had really a lot of waves because this is the first, you can say, visible non-fungible token of digital art. All of a sudden, also creators like Beepo is the artist name, could really sell and express themselves in a completely different way. And it's very beautiful because it's 5,000 days, every day is a little picture and pixel itself. What happened then was starts with art, and also Sotheby's went into the Sothebyverse, so they created their own verse, and you can see they even had a CryptoPunk, where you can now enter this Sotheby's verse. They have regular exhibitions there. You can walk around, you can see things. You can even see things which are not NFT, which is also an option. You can just put anything you want in the galleries. So apart from that, the big question is, where do you socialize? So where do you go? What are the use cases? And one of the biggest use case right now, and has a very big aspect, which was mentioned before, which is community, is Bored Apes. So what are the wonders of Bored Apes, and what's the fascination about it? Because you will see also there's also obviously there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of hype, but there's not only a lot of hype. What I want to show you a little bit of deep dive into the Bored Ape story. So it all started with these 4 guys in Miami. They created this Bored Ape. They wanted to create a whole new world, and you can see from them from the pictures, they're relatively young, but they also wanted to do something different. And in some certain senses, also the Bored Apes, they are an expression of themselves. So they say that this is my Web3 me. So it's a little bit like their feel. So it's really an expression, a very, very creative way of saying who they are, and at the same time creating this kind of community that there are now Bored Apes instead of natural human being, but very close to basically also what they wanted to do. So Yuga Labs is a company they created, and they created 10,000 unique Bored Apes. So huge scarcity in that, and obviously that also led to some of the pricing. Some of it even was sold at 1.5 million. What's the exciting thing about it is not the Bored Apes itself or the 10,000 which were sold, but you had commercial rights to use it. So what some would do, they would use it for a pop-up store. Some would use it for T-shirts. So there is a huge derivative all of a sudden arising from all of these rights you have, the ownership and the commercial rights you get when you get these NFTs. Mars even had a limited edition M&M recently, also only for a couple of weeks. Adidas went into a partnership with them also to promote Bored Apes. So it goes far beyond this 10,000. You have a reach of millions of people, and they had lots of influencers as well. So this all doesn't come by mistake. What they really were doing is created a whole roadmap. It's not only the Bored Apes you will see from here, and that was only recently disclosed, it's from 2021, but you see there was an Ape Fest, that was a real physical meeting with all the ape owners in New York, in Hong Kong. They had a dog even. The story of the dog was very nice because for the Bored Ape holders, you get special benefits. So you can basically from that a little Bored Ape, you derive to something like a very big new ecosystem and universe. So it's bigger than what it started with, and that's on purpose. So it's not really by mistake, even though obviously the founders say we couldn't imagine the success we had, because after 3 days they were already sold out. That success you cannot imagine. But also what they did here, we talk a lot about virtual worlds. They created their own virtual world a couple of months ago, which is the other side, where you also have smart contract and NFTs and can buy parts of the virtual world. In addition to that, which is like, oh my God, what are they doing now? For people like me who come from a strong banking financial services background, they even have their own ape coin. And now you can think, okay, what does that mean? And if you see this other side, even the virtual land, so you can buy NFTs, sell NFTs are there in terms of virtual land and other things. And again, what is important here, what was mentioned before in the panel, is the gaming side. So it's not just a virtual reality, but what can you do there? You can game. and you can game with your bored apes. And now everything in the other side is still a bit mystic because things are developing and it's surprises, and it's a bit like treasury hunts, which we know from our childhood. So a lot of the things are very interactive within the community, and they have created a massive big community which goes far beyond the 10,000. Our original board games they have. They even bought the CryptoPunks, which we have seen in the Sotheby's world. And with that crypto, what happened there, everyone who had a CryptoPunk, they partnered with Tiffany. So there are also crossovers possible in that ecosystem. And there were around 250 only crypto pendants produced, and they cost $50,000. So quite a lot of money for having this pendant of your crypto. But it goes on and goes on and goes on. Once you have created this ecosystem, it's basically unlimited possibilities what you can do with it. The ape coin are already in play, which means that companies like Gucci accept it. What they do with it, I'm not entirely sure, but it's pretty big. And if you now look at this ecosystem map, so it's basically bored apes are everywhere. So it's in fashion brands, music was mentioned before, beverage, everything you can do, because this NFT gives you certain rights and everyone can use it who has the NFT, and it goes far beyond. That means that you can also reach this millions and millions of people, and you can use it as a brand, you can use it as an avatar. Even on a Swiss watch, which is called Tag Heuer watch, is a very famous brand here. And the valuation is accordingly is $4.5 billion. And you see here I marked again the ape coin, but one of the biggest investors, Andreessen Horowitz, he also invested in it, and he invested in a whole universe of metaverse and NFTs, which I will show you in a second. So, but however, also we have seen the crypto winter, we have seen also high volatility, and definitely the same happened to bored apes. Despite the fact that they created all of this, the bored apes itself are highly volatile. Yet to be seen. You see it's August 20th, it goes up and down, so expectation it goes up again. And it's even now you have the possibility to put it on a credit card with that's another fintech, so it's massive. So it goes, what I wanted to show you here, it goes not only from a normal NFT and kind of art and creative, it goes through the whole society, you can almost say, because it goes in banking, music, fashion, it goes everywhere. So there's a complete value chain developed, which is far beyond the original NFT. And this path we have seen here, a lot of other companies are following, but not yet in this entire depth. The other amazing thing is that it's a no brand. Bored Apes was a no brand, and from nothing they created this. So with this, our partnership, they will reach 90 million globally, 90 million people globally. A big question is still regulatory. We have to really watch out for this. So our NFT securities is now the big question in the US. So there's a very pushy headline here. The Feds think Bored Ape Yacht Club was up to some monkey business. So the Bored Ape founders have also communicated. They were in interviews and were very open about it, said, yeah, we are so happy, we will talk to the regulator for sure. So everyone wants to sort this out, because this will have huge consequences. If this is the case, it would completely change the ball game. So I'm pretty sure that this will be a big milestone in this direction, depending on where it goes. And it's not an easy decision, according to the tests which are relevant to value securities. So that is beyond Bored Ape, will have huge implications. So we talked about before gaming as a platform. So the starting point was, where are the experiences? So we have looked at Bored Ape, a little bit of a case study also, where everything comes together, even gaming was in there. And gaming is usually the entry point, you can almost say, for metaverse experiences. The metaverse itself, the vision I showed you at the beginning, means that everything is connected, everything is interoperable. This is not yet the case. That's why it's a vision. So also the gaming, we talk about walled garden. Some of them are not on blockchain, like Fortnite and also like Roblox. So therefore, you cannot take assets from one to the other. which is not really what the metaverse is about. So which experiences you have? This is a Fortnite experience, which is pretty amazing because it was an event. So gaming goes far beyond the gaming part. It goes in chatting, as we know from people who are in gaming. They go on Reddit, in particular the younger generation. They communicate, they discuss, and they go to events. Events like this, Ariana Grande, 40 million viewers, Travis Scott also around that number, and Gucci came into gaming. So gaming as a platform, 20 million viewers. Since then, they have established this Gucci Garden permanently in Roblox. Roblox is very widely used to create your own experiences. You can create your own games even, whilst Fortnite is one game. But it's interesting to see how they use gaming as a platform really to enter these kind of metaverse experiences and virtual worlds. So Gucci handbag sold for 4,500. This is not an NFT even, and is only virtual. That was for everyone quite astonishing, but it also shows you that these are not kids, as we have mentioned before. Also non-kids, I would say a lot of adults and a lot of women are in the gaming part. The last, which was in gaming, which was just a week ago, was Walmart Land. Even Walmart now enters the gaming space, does their own game. So for fashions, this is a great test bed to attract new customers, to engage with them. The engagement factor, the community building is very important here. Play to earn was mentioned. The biggest one is definitely called Axie. And I wanted to show you this because it shows you, we also talked about adoption before, that young and old, it doesn't matter. And you can ask them, do you know about blockchain or crypto? And they will say no, because they don't need to know what is blockchain or what is crypto. They just need to play. So, and for them, it was really, really essential in the crisis in COVID to have this play to earn possibility, because they would make really their whole family income from this game. When you see that it doesn't matter, it's really basically ageless. And these are the kind of experiences we have to look at to see how is it done, so that we understand what do we need to do that also our customers, no matter in which industry, understand how it all works. The video games are a very good example for how this all interacts with each other. So you play, certainly, but you also socialize, you participate, you create, you spend, you watch, and you create what we call a flywheel in platform business, which is very typical, that you have a lot of interconnectivity between the different parts, which is really the value creation for the user, but obviously also the value creation for the one who runs those systems. We have 3 billion gamers. We talked about it before, and our income is very, very high. So 175 billion in annual revenue. That's much more than music and movie boxes. So are there a lot, and it's not surprising. A lot of them are in Middle East and Africa. But second is already with 408 million, even Europe. Yeah, we know that also in the US there is a lot of gaming here. But Asia Pacific with 55% is beating everything, because also historically, I lived in Hong Kong for a number of years. I know that people in Asia Pacific love gaming. Yeah, so everyone who knows Hong Kong knows Macau. There's a big gaming place, but you don't need to go to the casino anymore there, because everything is virtual. Gaming has been growing also very strongly since 2018. The biggest part of gaming which is growing is really esports. That is also, a lot of people look at this, play there from young to old. It doesn't really matter. And if you look at the entry point to the metaverse, you see that the video games are really an excellent entry point for everything, and everything is connected: esports, sports, work, social media, user-generated content, VR, and even connected with life experiences. Yeah? So that is very nice in terms of describing the way how gaming is the entry point, the gateway to the metaverse. So let's have a look. Other people also realize that Microsoft bought a gaming company for 69 billion. Netflix also bought some games, and the famous Andreessen Horowitz venture capitalist even created a fund with 600 million, a venture fund for games. And if you look at this, then you see what Andreessen Horowitz, what they are up to. They have a whole portfolio investing in NFTs, metaverse, you name it, infrastructure. So the whole Web3 layer is what they invest in. They themselves have around 8 to 9 billion, but the whole VC investments, according to McKinsey, are estimated to be at 120 billion in the metaverse. So that's quite a lot, and it's 50% more than the year before. That are numbers from 2021. So where do you work would be the other question. Where would you work? So this was a part more where you socialize, also where you can perhaps earn money. Where do you work? That is our daily life determining. Yeah. So Accenture has already tested the metaverse for the last 2 years with a so-called ninth floor. They have 150,000 new hires. That was also a couple of weeks ago when they really communicated that with headsets. They're using a Microsoft Mesh. Every onboarding happens there now, so it's quite a big workforce now, which is entertained there. 150,000 overall schemes is not much, but given that this is was the starting point, is no longer. I will show you more. Also, KPMG has collaboration hubs in the metaverse, and this is really big. This came, you see, October 11th. I just put it in last minute. Microsoft and Meta partner to deliver immersive experience for the future of work. This is big. You know how many people have Microsoft Teams. So just imagine now here you can use Meta Horizon experiences, and this is exactly what is happening here. Yeah. So for Meta, this is amazing because you have hundreds of millions of people using Microsoft Teams, and now you can offer this technology to them as well. And you don't need goggles. You can also do that without. The other really amazing thing is that 345 million users use MS Office 365, and that's also to be connected with Meta. So you see that it's a kind of augmented reality view, not with an avatar, which will benefit from that. So that's Microsoft in VR. This is the idea also which is behind it. So the next 2-3 years, we will see a major change there. Same for users of Xbox now, plus 100 million users. Xbox cloud games will be on Quest. That's another big thing for Meta. So really driving higher adoption here. Again, if you look at this, it's Fortnite is one of the games. So it also gaming is connected to the Quest, which means to the headset. We know that there is now a new one, but from that point of view, very, very big adoption, driving very big adoption. And obviously, there are also times when you have to go to see your doctor. And the latest there is that there are also now hospitals catering to medical tourism even, so that people can come to UAE or virtually. There were the first consulting sessions happening. And for doctors, one of the real important things is the applications in medical training. So doctors can train surgery, they can try and fail basically in the metaverse, not in the real world, when they test on patients. And what has really amazed me is one is this with augmented reality. So there you see this company called Beyond XR Technology. There are already a lot of companies in healthcare which will make our life better. And this is what I really love, is that there was an operation of conjoined twins. And what happened, the doctors in Brazil and in London, they worked very closely together, and they used virtual reality to test and try what would work. So they created basically digital twins of the conjoined twins to figure out how to best separate them. And look at this. I mean, they now separated them, and it's absolutely beautiful to see what we can do with virtual reality. So it's not all about the fun factor. It's also about really improving our lives. Metaverse and healthcare, for me, that's the most important part right now. Is also the new area is already here. I would say it's not even coming. And Another part of this is not only healthcare. We see digital twins. You can create your own digital twin. Now you can just test it on MetaHuman. Comes from the Epic Games. So again, gaming is very far advanced in creating. Unreal Engine is another engine where you can create real worlds in virtual reality. So lots of options. And this is the second part next to healthcare, which is one of my favorites. This comes from NVIDIA. So there's an Earth digital twin in the Omniverse, as they call it, where you can test climate changes, where you can see extreme weather predictions. With all the data we have available, you will be able also to prevent tsunamis like we had disasters in the past. And you will also see climate change, what does it do? And I would also assume that more experiences we can create in the metaverse in terms of what happens if we do this and we have really bad impact on climate, that this will help education. Education is another big part which is so important, where you not only for doctors but for every one of us, you will be educated much differently. And it's a proven fact that once you are, even with no glasses, but in particular with glasses and goggles on in this virtual world, it feels so real. So if you do things or you spread plastic or something and you train that people please don't do that, then they will feel it. Even though they don't feel it physically, they feel it like it's physical. Same with diversity inclusion. You can do a lot of things there to educate people to be more inclusive and at the end to create a better life for all of us. Another application of the metaverse is the industrial metaverse. Just a short glimpse here. Siemens, BMW, and others are using this for their factories. So if you want to look on YouTube, a lot of nice videos of how NVIDIA does this. So process optimization, 1.7 billion a year. And also some of the very dangerous parts you can test before when you deploy certain technology in the factory. How does it work if there are explosions or something in the metaverse, in the virtual world? It definitely, you can change things much better as if they happen in the real world. Everything is connected, is one, but everything is also affected, you can say, positively and negatively. So we have to also make sure that we have a very positive effect for all those parts. We have to all together shape it, all the players, the government, the companies, we as society ourselves, we as members of societies. And everything I showed you is just glimpses of different parts. You have obviously tourism, you have virtual cities. Dubai is very strong right now. So you have all this entire universe basically reshaped by virtual worlds. Why does it happen now? That's a question I get asked a lot. Is it not like we had before Second Life? No, it's not like Second Life. First, it wasn't on blockchain. And secondly, we have something very different. We have the digital acceptance in the population is much higher, and the converging of tech innovation. So if you look at this, this shows you again the interconnection on interactivity between all those different tech developments, digital wallets, blockchain, and for our health living therapies, robotics, genome sequences, everything comes together and is at a very, very high state of development. And everything which happens exponential, which means that we cannot really figure this out with our brain. We have to calculate it because we think linear, but exponential growth is something we cannot comprehend. So it's very often underestimated how fast this all comes together. Just think about the smartphone and the explosion of internet after a couple of years. And what we see here with the virtual worlds is even much, much faster than everything we have seen before. So also the people, I heard some of you are also from Web2 area, and you could basically look, see, and watch. But here you have to be in it to really understand it. And not everyone has to spend hours in it, but I do think it's smart to get to know more and to experience it and to try it and to really learn about it. First step into the metaverse are usually NFTs. And NFTs, you have seen is a Bored Ape, you have seen the beautiful picture from, I almost wanted to say painting, from Beeple, but the NFTs have really a vast variety of applications. So this is also a lot of the things I'm telling you today are in my daily posts. I posted a couple of days ago, and a lot of people found this very helpful because this first time shows you really the universe of NFTs, which are much, much more. These are tokens, so these are non-fungible tokens. You cannot, like Bitcoin, you have fungible tokens because you can exchange it, one Bitcoin against the other Bitcoin. But here it's connected partially to digital art, but for example, also to real estate, to real estate, not only to virtual, to collectibles, so ticketing, loyalty programs. There are a lot of possibilities what is happening in this space. And this is only, again, is a glimpse and is much, much more, it's much, much bigger than what we see here. So the real estate also in the metaverse is one of the biggest applications you can say right now. In Decentraland, for example, or in Sandbox are the most famous one. And one virtual plot even sold for 4.3 million. You have a big growth there, but you also have to be careful because you see here high volatility, like we have seen also with Bored Apes and other art NFTs. There's someone even commenting, freaking metaverse housing bubble just popped. Who would have thought? So a lot of people predicted that. Why is there anyway a value? Is really about the experiences. And when we talk about adoption, is again about the experiences. As soon as we create more experiences for adults, we have also a higher adoption. So the only way the metaverse becomes interesting if there are really things to do and places to go when you get there. This is from one of the biggest investors, or one of the big investors in virtual real estate, which is Every Realm. The CEO made this quote. In banking, you always say follow the money. So what happens? We have seen with the Ape coin, but there is much, much more. Digital wallets are definitely the entry point also for traditional banking. It's no longer there because cash, you don't pay cash, you don't pay credit card, you don't really pay debit card. What you do, and we can see that here from e-commerce, you pay with a digital wallet. And that is quite impactful when we see it later, what you can do with a digital wallet. We have already heard you can buy NFTs, but how you do that. Bitcoin also has last year higher volumes of transactions than Visa. And in terms of the real value driver of digital wallet, you see that Meta has already spotted this because they have also now a digital wallet. Some of you might know they have tried digital currency, which is the Libra, which didn't work. But digital wallet means you can put all your NFTs in the digital wallet. You can have even a digital identity there. So this is huge. And this, from the experts, I would say, rightly so, got a lot of criticism because people are so ignorant of data gathering by Meta, also in terms of your digital wallet. So it's not like the MetaMask where you own the digital wallet, but MetaMask doesn't really have the data, all the data. But here, when you are on Instagram and you are on Meta and you have NFTs and you have all this data, there is a lot of data gathering going on, which yet has to be supervised. Again, there is no real regulatory, I would say, scrutiny of that part, which is just developing. Also, wallets are coming in fintechs like Robinhood. We have seen also that Robinhood even has the first stable coins. Apple is one of the biggest applications. They now work with MetaMask. We have also MasterCard. MasterCard is huge. They have registered a lot of trademarks. You can even buy with your MasterCard. So with your credit card, you can buy NFTs, again, increasing adoption. Bank of New York Mellon has also now announced partnership with Bitcoin. And this is very, very big. MasterCard taps Paxos to launch crypto trading for banks, which means banks have been very hesitant so far, and it's yet to be seen what happens through this pact, you can say, with Paxos they have, because this allows banks very easily to offer crypto also to retail customers. If that is good or bad, I wouldn't comment, but I think it's they claim MasterCard and Paxos, obviously they do then all the security and the privacy data and so on and so forth, which I think from a credit card perspective is MasterCard knows how to do it. There are a couple of other companies also who do this, but my estimate would be that a number of banks will go into partnerships, like we have seen other big banks having partnership, Coinbase, FTX, all those. And this is another one which is very big in Latin America. Mercado Libre now has their own coin. Mercado Libre, for those maybe who are not living in Latin America, it's like Amazon or any other big e-commerce platform. So a lot of things are happening, and they're happening first. So you almost have every day some news. A lot of the stuff you see here has happened in the last 2 weeks even, yeah, and it is continuing. So the NFT FI ecosystem is big, and you see that there are no banks involved. They're all separate companies, a whole ecosystem again developing. And if on top of that you look at decentralized finance is even bigger, but I just choose the NFT FI ecosystem just for you to have a look that there are marketplaces you can lend against. Also a Bored Ape, or there were already loans given, or CryptoPunk. So you can basically do a lot with NFTs, and there are a lot of different players involved in this entire ecosystem. Decentralized finance, financial revolution, so another big thing. So the question also always arising, is the metaverse only a hype? And I would look at emerging trends and emerging tech. What happens here is basically an analysis and a forecast from Gartner, which I find personally very helpful. And you see here, the metaverse is probably not yet even in a hype, even though we always say it's in a hype. But from a technical point of view, we just started the innovation. So usually the hype starts with an innovation. You go through a peak of inflated expectation, and then you are very disappointed, you can almost say, and only after that you come into productivity. So metaverse will take, or also that's nice about the Gartner forecast, another 10 years, the vision at least, even though we have a lot of virtual worlds available, which have separate avatars, which are like separate countries where you need separate registration. Some are now getting a little bit of interconnectivity. Some avatars you can use in different places, like Ready Player Me is partnering with a lot of different places. And we have also Web3, we have NFTs here on the top, decentralized identity. So a lot of things are happening, maybe even faster. So everything comes together, but at a different speed. But having said that, as we saw before, everything is interconnected and already quite far advanced. And also the assumption is that like augmented reality will come even more fast, because we use it already nearly everywhere in every application. So JP Morgan is one of the banks who also put out a quite good report. The quote I loved the most about it: so should you go into the metaverse, the asymmetrical risk of being left behind is worth the incremental investment needed to get started and to explore this new digital landscape yourself. So it doesn't mean that you should jump into the metaverse. It's actually the opposite, but you should get busy with it, I would say, and talk to people like me, hopefully, or who are very much every day in this space. What we do at the Metaverse Academy is that we train people, we provide experiences. We also go beyond that. We are very fortunate because the same team who trains people is also building. So we have Web3 developers, we have gamers. And that's how we try to help brands to develop what is the right place for them, because don't do just go into Decentraland because everyone is there, or into Sandbox or into Roblox. You really have to find out for your use case what is the right use case and where to go and what to do. Is it NFT or something else? Thank you very much. If you love to hear more from me, then obviously you can follow me. I put the QR code here, and I'm very, very happy now to get your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bockenfeld. Just one question that's come from the audience is, according to you, what is the biggest upside, and if there is one downside of the metaverse adoption in the society, what, in your opinion, is that?
So the biggest upside is to think about how it can improve our lives. So that's what I was trying to show also with the healthcare, for example, is a good example. Education is another example. The biggest downside is what we have seen in Ready Player One in the video. If everyone is only in a virtual world, which was called Oasis in that movie, so I recommend everyone to really view it. It's the horror, you can say, because everyone is just escaping. So if we don't care anymore about what happens in the real world and just say everything is destroyed here, we go somewhere else. This is not really how it should be. We should use the metaverse to not replace our world, but to really make our experiences better.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bogenfeld. Thank you for your time today. I think we've had an absolutely smashing and wow inspiring session.
Thank you.
And we look forward to meeting you again in the next Crypto World Conference. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot, Anwar. Thank you. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So I've just heard from our backend team, that we now have more than 1,000 audience members who've joined us from across the globe. Right. I guess for the next time we'll need a full stadium when we do Crypto World Conference in a physical setup. Right. But I'll let the organizing team take care of that. Okay. Let's move on for our next panel discussion on the topic of, and something that Dr. Buchenfeld also mentioned, is Web3 really in hype or an inevitable reality? So for this, please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause, Mr. Ravi Chamriya, co-founder and CEO of Zeev. Zeev is an enterprise-grade, no-code blockchain infrastructure automation platform that enables easy deployment, monitoring, and management of blockchain nodes and networks. At Zeev, he aims to radically simplify the entire blockchain DevOps through automation and plug-and-play services. Within only 1 year of its operations, Zeev is catering to 10,000 plus enterprises, blockchain startups, blockchain consulting companies, and Web3 developers. Mr. Chamriya, it's a pleasure to have you join us today. Mr. Chamriya, I think there's some issue with the internet at your end. We cannot see your video. Yes, your video is visible, but I think we now can't hear you. All right, I think I'm going to just wait for another minute before Mr. Chamriya gets online. Can I request Mr. Aman from the organizing team to join us here? Technical glitch. Sorry and for the inconvenience. Can I request Mr. Aman from the organizing team to join us? All right, we have Mr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Welcome,
hi.
sir.
Yes, I think this is definitely better now.
Yes, it is. It is. And thank you again for joining us today. A bit of a glitch, but we're happy that you're here. So the stage is all yours to get started. You
Okay.
can, if you would like, you can put your phone in landscape mode. It'll gives a much better view.
Yeah, is it better now?
Yeah, like in a horizontal view, if you can just turn your phone in the landscape view. Yes, yes. This is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, so the stage is all yours. We would like you to start the session.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ravi. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Z, a Web3 infrastructure as a service startup. First of all, I would like to congratulate CWC for organizing such a fabulous event. And I'm very excited to be part of this panel discussion. We have some great panelists today on the show. So the topic for today is Web3. Web3 has been the buzzword, especially in last 1 year. Blockchain has been, playing a key role as far as Web3, the new version of internet people are talking about. But at the same time, there are a lot of buzz. Some of the buzz is supported by real implementations happening. Some of the buzz is just, empty buzzes. So the idea of this panel discussion was to bring in some of the seasoned Web3 startups in the space from India. And through that, try to learn what is hype, what is reality, how these Web3 startups are playing a humongous role in Web3 adoption in India and elsewhere. So welcome everyone to this panel discussion. I hope you'll enjoy this. So first of all, I would like to quickly give the names of the panelists, and then I would request the panelists to give a brief introduction about themselves, including what they are doing in the Web3 space. So we have, first of all, I would like to, my partner, co-founder, Ghan, who is the co-founder, CTO of Z. He's on the panel. And then, we have Srishti. Srishti is leading from the tech side, a startup called Unicus. They are into Web3 as a service, providing NFT as a service and various other pieces within the NFT and Web3 space. Then we have Kuntal. Kuntal started A Technoledger, and I'll ask Kuntal to talk about more about A Technoledger, how they are redefining the NFT space or sorting out the or creating standardization in the digital asset space. Then we have Rahul Kaushik. Rahul Kaushik has created a big name in the metaverse space, and we'll learn from Rahul about what they are doing in the metaverse, what MetaVale is all about. And then we have Suman. So Suman has been leading the blockchain practice at LTI, and it would be great to hear from the consulting side as to how the things are moving in the Web3 space. So again, once again, welcome all the panelists. Now I would request each of the panelists to, give an introduction about you, how you started this journey, what your startup is into. So idea is to, let's spend about a minute or two on each of the startup that we have. And then, we can talk about Web3 in general. Yeah, so Ghan, I think we can start with you.
Hey everyone. So my name is Ghan, and I've got about 15 years of experience into the industry. I started my career with telecom, moved into defense and aerospace, did some crazy aerospace techs as well, and then I moved into media and broadcasting. And being into multiple industries kind of created a different version of me in these years. And then when blockchain kind of struck me, I saw a different version of infrastructure, different version of networking happening around us, and I could actually relate how blockchain could change things. But not until when I started Zeev along with Ravi and our team, where we started building tools and weapons for blockchain adoption, which makes DevOps, development, access, delivery easier. So Zeev is a infrastructure automation platform for all sort of blockchain deployment, configuration, monitoring, analytic kind of requirements, where developers come in, platforms integrate, and they get easy access to how they do blockchain. So they can deploy networks, they can configure their nodes, they can set up their endpoints, they can create decentralized storages, they can monitor all of it in under one umbrella, which is Zeev. So this is a quick on Zeev. I think I'll pass on to Srishti now.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. I'm Shrishti Singh, and I started my journey in Web3, which has been like 4 years now, as a blockchain developer. And during this phase, I got to see that there's a lot of hype or buzz as we're talking about being created around it. But the supply of good developers who are into Web3 is there's a shortage of that. So we started building Unicus One along with my co-founder Tashish Raisinghani, and Unicus One is a Web3 as a service platform, which is similar to the SaaS thing which we have heard of. And we have a bouquet of solutions like SDKs, APIs to transform a Web2 application into a Web3 application within 15 minutes. Also, we have seen the hype around NFTs, how we tokenize artwork and collectible. So there's a misconception amongst most of the audience that it's restricted to artwork only. So we are focusing on real world asset tokenization as well, and we are planning to put some real use case into this Web3 thing. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Srishti. Rahul, over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rahul Kaushik. I'm the founder for MetaVale World. Eventually, I started off my career as a US IT recruitment consultant, hired for topmost developers all over North America. But in the year 2017, got to know more about blockchain and eventually got fascinated and just thought like how I can contribute it up. So since before that, I had a very keen interest to learn more about the technical analysis. So I started off my journey as a future trader. Did massive trading, high leverage things for around 3 years, and after that, I realized that trading is not the only thing that is. That is the possibility that we people I can personally do. But eventually, I formed up a community which is much more onto the blockchain space, developing good products and helping out the community at the end. So that's how we started MetaVale World, which is a dedicated NFT marketplace for to the metaverse, which is multi-chain into the nature. So as of now, we have integrated Ethereum, Polygon, as well as the Binance Smart Chain into it, but possibly looking out for more blockchain partners to getting integrated, and likewise building up the entire ecosystem into Journal. Whereas NFT marketplace for to the metaverse is one of the product which we have already launched. The another product would be the blockchain based decentralized gaming. And likewise, as we are a bootstrap startup, looking forward to getting connected with more partnerships who are specifically into the blockchain space. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rahul. Now, Kuntal, we would like to know about you, know about a bit about A Technology.
Yes, thank you, Ravi. And it's been pleasure that you guys are hosting this event. Well, as introduced by Ravi, I'm Kuntal Ganguly. So I'm one of the co-founder of a product company known as Acknowledger, as well as I am one of the co-founder for a Web3 consulting company as well, which is Coiny Consulting. Well, I've been there in the Web2 domain since now over a decade. So I worked with various giants like IBM, HP, VMware, against the development of applications to delivery of mission critical applications to building data centers and so on. So my journey in this blockchain space has been started since 2016. I have been into this space. I started understanding the DLT and the blockchain architecture all together, and that's how I got a visionary aspects towards the Acknowledger, which we guys are building right moment of time. Prior to this Acknowledger, I've been into strategic investments as well as advisories of Web3 companies, basically, and also helping Web2 businesses to transit to Web3. And coming back to the introduction of Acknowledger, Acknowledger is a 3 years old organization, the brainchild of three co-founders, me, Yash, and Abhishek. So there's a lot of noise currently when you could see into the metaverse space and the digital asset space. So we have visualized that going forward, these digital assets are not only going to be collectible, as Srishti has rightly mentioned, there is going to be a lot of utilities as well as attributes associated with this digital assets. And currently, the major lack in this ecosystem is there is no proper discovery platform. If you today, Rahul or Bhan would probably like to buy an NFT, however you guys are pro in this space, is imagine a consumer who is looking forward to own a digital assets. There is no proper discovery platform they might fall for the influencer spaces or a Twitter influencer or a YouTube influencer, buy this on speculative hype and across that they bought those and minted it on the open sea and just wait for the growth of those digital assets. But what about something which is having a lot of attributes associated with digital assets? So Acknowledger here brings the solutions for streamlining this digital assets and metaverse space. So we are a global consortium where we are working for mapping these digital assets, and not only mapping, we work for M2D model, which stands for mapping, monetizing and distribution of these digital assets. So imagine it as an amalgamation of a solutions similarly to a coin market cap and a 1 inch aggregator. I might say that we're going to be visionary towards being the Google of this Web 2 to Web 3 transition phase. So these digital assets are to be discovered, and our platform, we have developed a unique search engine mechanism where you can fire complex queries to understand the digital assets, not only in terms of pricing or the social proofs, but apart from that, digital assets may have a certain attributes like maybe a rental yield, lending borrowing mechanism associated with it, arbitrage opportunity going forward. So that's what the indexing tool does for Acknowledger. And apart from mapping and indexing those attributes, the next thing we would probably like our consumers as well as our business holders to monetize those digital assets. Now we have building a top of the discovery mechanism. There is a monetization layer. Imagine something you own, or Suman sir or Ravi sir, you hold an assets. Maybe it's an in-game assets like a racing car or something. You probably not playing the game. You would probably like to lend or borrow it or rent it away to other players for a span of 7 days. So we have a DeFi integration in places where you guys could come and rent your digital assets. So that's how we are building a monetization aspects, ranging from your collaborative platforms to DeFi integrations to other aspects of arbitrage and one-click buy and all those stuffs we are going to integrate into our monetization layer. We are coming up with something known as NSO, which is pretty similar to your search engine optimization, which we could see. So there could be a lot of NFT search engine optimization mechanism that can be deployed on our DBs, and we can run analytics on top of it. So going forward, when we say that we do mapping, we help these assets to monetize, and then we are working on something known as UCNS, which will help in distribution of these assets. Now, what we could see the future is the assets, the digital assets are going to be interoperable. It's going to be multi-chain. It's going to be multi-metaverse, and the metaverse integrations are pretty important. So development of a protocol and a certain centralized standards are required for adoption of this interoperable functionality going forward. So there we have introduced something which is pretty interesting aspects of Acknowledger, which is known as UCNS. UCNS stands for Unique Content Numbering Scheme. So imagine, or giving you a closest analogy, something which we could see for ISBN is similar to doing to all the books. It's a unique identifier for the book worldwide. So we are going to standardize the digital assets going forward by building a repository out of it. So that's how we're building with Acknowledger. We were fortunate enough to launch our native token last year. We've been supported by 30 plus tier 1 VCs and a lot of global QLs, and the thought leaders are backing us. So fortunate enough. So that's a short introduction. Maybe we can go ahead with the other discussions as well.
Yeah, thanks, Kuntal. It was very interesting to hear about Acknowledger and the interesting things that you are doing. Now coming to Suman, a brief introduction about you and what you are doing in the Web3 and blockchain space.
Yeah, good evening. Firstly, I hope I'm audible there. And
yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Co-panelists, and first of all, thanks for Crypto World Conference to get us going. And just hearing through all of you, I would say that's how I'm poised. In the sense, presently I'm with LTI, and I'm heading the Web3 practice. And where I come from is a blockchain space. I've been the association started somewhere in 19 with when I was in ISB and with a capstone. From there on, there were a couple of startups I've been associated with. The last one is known for the blockchain in supply chain. And in fact, we closely got related, or I would say associated, with UN Innovation Fund to understand the digital public good. And my last one of the flagship products there is a DPG. There lies the essence of how I see, or we are, in fact, the vision matches with what the LTI leadership has, which is let's solve the problems through which we look at. And what are they? And therefore, here we are incubating Web3, already having a blockchain practice, because that's how we're evolving. Because as we see, that Web3 represents a larger ecosystem of innovations which are underpinned by blockchain. I'm just quoting even what Gartner in his own hype cycle has represented. So that is where we are at LTI, providing and looking at providing services to our customers, some old, some new, in the space of Web3. And towards that, we're incubating. And as of now, like I'm sitting in this esteemed guests who are all from specific startups, we are looking to how we can actually leapfrog, if not pole vault, with this technology and get to the next killer app. So that is how we are poised at LTI, where I head the practice. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Suman. Yeah, so I think we have heard brief about all the startups that we have on the panel today. Now, moving on to understanding. So, one way to understand how the adoption is happening, what kind of applications are being implemented, and what is the kind of usage that we see in the market. So, the best way is to see, what kind of user adoption we have, or the community around the different Web3 projects that we have. So first, starting with Srishti. So in Unicus, you have built quite a few tools like, if somebody wants to convert their business from Web2 to Web3, or, so they can use some of the ready services, Web3 as a service that you provide. So what kind of adoption you are seeing in terms of partners, customers, community?
So if we talk about the adoption, Web 2, which we are not competing against Web 2. It's a misconception in the market that Web 3 is against Web 2. It's Web 3 versus Web 2. But we are here to complement each other. So we have already seen the internet progress. We have seen Web 1, we have seen Web 2, and now we are progressing towards Web 3. So Web 2 phase, which is said to be, around, have started around 2006. The adoption took its time. Cut to this day, Web 2 is a part and parcel of our life. We all use Web 2 applications. So similarly, the adoption rate actually of Web 3 has, the path for that has been paved by Web 2, because the user experience of Web 2 and Web 3 will be very similar. We are still gonna post something on the internet, we are still going to browse the internet, we are still going to play games. So the adaptation would be quite faster. And we all, as at an individual level, we emphasize on the term decentralization a lot. But if you get to know that the value it adds to the user experience of a internet user, we are going to embrace it. So Web3 takes care that the actions which we have on the internet, we are the sole owner of that. We have the ownership of whatever execution takes on our behalf. And this use cases, these use cases are getting validated. Web2 companies are migrating towards Web3. Investors are believing it and putting in their funds. So even at Unicurs, we have been seeing people coming up to us with lots of requirement who are already into Web 2, and now they want to shift to Web 3. So the adoption rate has been quite good, as expected for a nascent technology which has not seen a lot. It's quite good to see the adoption rate.
Yeah. So, Kuntal, a follow-up question with you. Since you are defining some standards in the NFT space, and we have seen that in last 1.5 years, NFT space, especially on the collectibles art side, boomed a lot, and the overall number of wallet holders for different NFTs have seen an exponential growth. Things, yes, have been toned down in the last few months, but overall there has been a wider adoption. In fact, many people got into Web3 either buying tokens or buying NFTs. So, what kind of adoption you are seeing in terms of standardization? Like how you have been able to see the partner ecosystem growing or the users growing in the ecosystem?
Perfect. Yeah. So the NFTs, when we call NFTs, as I said that apart from the JPEGs and the collectibles, it's already getting a lot of momentum from the enterprises segments as well. If you see, the auto industry ranging from Mahindras to MGs to Hyundais, they have also starting adopting the NFTs and its related utilities associated with it. So when the enterprise class segments are trusting the technology, it's the industry shift is already has started, which I do believe. As per the understanding of the ecosystem which Acknowledger is focusing on, so we proudly say that we are a collaborative platform. We are not a competitive platform. And the beauty of our platform which we are creating is that we can onboard as many as businesses into our platform, so that our users can visualize. We have already have more than 200 kind of ecosystem partners ranging from Polygon, Engine, a wide range of DeFi market segments onboarding us, a lot of NFT marketplaces who are coming to us, a lot of layer 2 solutions we have already been talking to and integrating. So the overall growth of the ecosystem has been superficial, and we nearly target to tap each and every projects or startups or infrastructure who's are coming up with the digital solutions. Okay, in short, we are trying to streamline this space, and it is pretty necessary so that the end user, the end consumer who are adopting the digital assets altogether understand that why it is an asset that they would probably like to acquire apart from the collections. Again, coming back to the part, for example, what I visualize going forward is that everything would be collaborated under a single piece of umbrella. The metaverse is the digital assets. I was talking to one of the gentlemen in past where he was quite interested to understand what's the real world adoptions that's going to kick in, how you can integrate all the businesses, the inline business, the line of businesses are going to integrate with the web3 or the NFT spaces, right? So I gave him an example stating that imagine that you would probably like to meet a friend for a coffee, and you're sitting in your house, and you would probably wear a 3D headset. Maybe today you have got guys AI Oculus on those ground. You would be probably coming to a different world. That's the metaverse, okay? And you will probably go down to your house, and you will probably drive a car to a mall. Maybe it could be an any mall or metaverse mall. So the car which you are driving would be associated as an digital assets, as an NFT to your decentralized wallet, right? When you go, you want to experience something, you would probably like to buy something, maybe a Zara or a the Villa Fashion Group stores. You would might go and you bought a shirt, a formal shirt. You would be probably paying it with Color Plus tokens or a Peter England tokens. That's the token association which you got. And imagine that Flipkart or any other delivery purposes are delivering you the shirts over there in your house. You go and order and sits in a pub or a Starbucks. You order a coffee and you get a coffee paying by a Starbucks token. So that's how the revolutionary and adoptions which will be kicking in into the real world businesses. And the ecosystem over here is not only coming from the end user or the consumer's perspective. The enterprise class segments and businesses are also looking forward for entering into this on a massive ground. So that's what I could visualize going forward. So
Right.
that's what I feel. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And Rahul, extending this further, Kuntal briefly talked about the experience in metaverse, and we have been seeing that quite a few users initially join one or the other metaverses, but right now the number of active users are very less. And as we understand that the necessary tools or the ecosystem components are being built right now to get more and more immersive experience. You have the concept of NFT museum in the metaverse. So tell us brief about how the adoption is happening, how you are seeing user traction or brands traction into the metaverse.
Correct. So as Kuntal have wisely mentioned about one point that there are so many Web 2.0 companies who are planning to come into Web 3.0, and probably let's just quickly understand with this kind of example, and that will quickly elaborate our logic behind our NFT museum, which is there in the metaverse. Like tomorrow, if Starbucks wanted to open up their particular store in the metaverse and probably wanted to sell their coffees into the Star tokens only. So for us people, it technically took us 11 months scratching our hands to build what we people are sitting at this particular moment. So now we can enable any business who is currently into Web 2.0 and planning to come into Web 3.0, specifically into the metaverse space via NFT tokenization, we can probably get them onboarded within a week's time. So that has been possible. While talking about the adoption, as on today, a lot of people are able to see metaverse or the digital avatars as in the cartoon, and not very much dedicated serious towards the same. But into the near future, what we people can expect is the digital identity authentication out of it. You have your own digital avatar, which have the ability to drive you to your workplace, can get your coffee. If you are wanted to buy out, everything will be in the mode of NFTs. Likewise, if a lot of people will exchange their value into the NFTs, whereas the other people who might be interested in playing up the blockchain based games can be onboarded also with MetaVale World and can start off their journey right away. And moreover, there are so many new blockchains which are being coming up, specifically being aligned for their own specific domains. Likewise, there is not any NFT marketplace which is dedicatedly for to the metaverse space. As I've mentioned earlier, as on today we are only integrated with 3 blockchains, but planning to get more blockchains on with our product, so that the adoption will be onto a mass level and people will actually understand the true gravity of what are the possibilities that we people can do into the metaverse space, as well as with the NFTs.
Got it. Thanks, Rahul. Yeah, now coming to Web3 infrastructure. So Web3 infrastructure as a space is expanding in last couple of years. We are seeing, and the good thing is there are quite a few Indian startups who are entering into this space. There are startups who are getting into forensics, startups who are building analytics tools, and there are startups like Unmarshall who are building ledger data APIs. So question to you, Ghan, as to what do you see, what kind of role startups like Zeev play in the adoption of Web3, and what kind of adoption you are seeing from developers, investors who are using the staking nodes, or different partners who are coming up with the L1 and L2 blockchains.
Right. So, we talked about Web 2 to Web 3 transformation. We talked about, making things ready for, easier adoption and all. So where Zeev actually, stands, in terms of, where it positions itself to make all this happen is in between. So it's a bridge from, Web 2 to Web 3 in one sense, because when you actually transition from Web 2 to Web 3, you have to, you have to set up networks, you have to deploy nodes. Now, if it is about permissioned blockchains, I think someone can connect well there. It's about setting up complex supply chain networks, complex trade finance networks, and at the back you were running or you are running maybe R3 Coda, maybe Hyperledger Fabric, and so many complex topologies like that. So Zeev simply makes it easier for you in the sense that you can come in. It's a no-code platform, click go kind of approach, where even these complex technologies are easy to set up. So it means that the leap is very short. You simply come in, and from a Web 2 environment, if you're coming in, for you, it's it's pretty much, if you can operate Facebook, you can operate blockchain networks, and then you can start developing web applications, mobile applications, user-facing applications, I primarily mean. And on the public blockchain side, when most of the developers, like Kuntal, Srishti, they mentioned already, that a lot of developers are coming in and they're trying to build NFT applications, DeFi applications, and whatnot. So they require easy access to blockchain networks to do transactions, to deploy smart contracts, to execute everything they need to do to achieve the outcomes from their applications. So these actually allow you to set up nodes if you require dedicated nodes for a specific purpose, applications. If you would require RPC plug and play endpoints, we can set it up in no time. And then again, stretching it further to the stakeholders as well, who participate in the ecosystem. Because when we build apps, we do transactions, but then there are validators who validate those transactions, packed inside a block. They're called stakers, or validator nodes. We've also provide one-click validator nodes. Now, this is very important for the validator node ecosystem, because most of the validators are run by investors and similar parties who do not possess technology knowledge like we guys do. So they require an easy approach or easy interface to set up their nodes, start staking, start contributing back to the Web3 economy. So this is a whole suite of application, or you can say infrastructure enablement we do at Zeev to further propel it.
Great, thanks, Gan. So Ghan briefly mentioned about permission protocols and public protocols. And earlier, 2 years back, the divide was very clear. There were public protocols like Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, etc. And most of the public use cases where you wanted to have, permissionless kind of network, anybody can join in, more transparency on the data, etc. We're using public protocols. And then on the other side, enterprises typically were using Fabric or R3 Coda like protocols where they can define or they can onboard permissioned actors on the network, and there's a closed network with proper access controls, etc., and privacy. So, but now we are seeing that the things are bridging now. So there are quite a few public protocols, especially starting with Polkadot and Lisk, to now if you talk about Polygon supernets or Avalanche subnets and substrate parachains. Now you can create different flavors of blockchain. So you can have a public blockchain. It can be running as a spoke to the hub like Polkadot or Avalanche. And at the same time, you can keep it segregated as an independent blockchain or as a private blockchain. So a lot of flavors are coming in. So coming on the enterprise side, enterprise adoption was typically very slow in the initial few years. But in last 2 years, we are seeing some real implementations happening, whether it be supply chain, whether it be financial services like remittances, etc., trade finance, and then in the capital market. So what kind of use cases you are seeing a larger adoption across industries, Suman?
Hi, thanks again. In fact, very pointed question, and thanks for giving it to me. Because even at LTI, what we are doing is actually exploring and evaluating this Web3 services with our present clientele. When I say that present clientele, most of them are from the BFS sector. So when I now looking at Web3 and where it can take us is primarily on the fact that how DeFi, like you mentioned again, comes into the foray. DeFi, we already are seeing these use cases there. But with the cross-border payments, I think this is where it is also poised to be reached, if not already been done, because we are looking at how DeFi is taking center stage. The other use cases are what even Rahul mentioned or Srishti mentioned, is about the Web3 community getting the incentive back of their own data, which is the NFT, NFTification, if that is the word, or NFTified, where through tokenization, this is the second use case which we are already seeing. We have seen how the likes of Starbucks are using the Odyssey, which is a beautiful concept of not only having a CAC, but looking at the customer as a lifetime value. What are the loyalty points and how you maintain the lifetime value of the customers? And this is where, even at LTI, we're looking at to build up the capabilities and the assets. But ultimately, the market is aligning to a service through these products in which you're actually sort of doing this incentive-based mechanism, giving that data back through DAOs, through a DeFi, and like I said, through NFT. So top 3 use cases, according to me, as I see it, will be based out of these 3 verticals. How we give back power to people through DAOs, the DeFi, which is already there because we are moving towards having loan systems and the collaterals based on NFTs. So all this is where, and this is exactly, if we even look at the hype cycle of Gartner, and we look at the plateau productivity, and the DeFi, the wallets, as well as the cryptocurrencies are nearing the plateau of productivity. I'm talking about the hype cycle, which Dr. Martha was explaining just a while back. So that is the top 3 use cases, I would say, as per if you look at where the Web3 industry is poised.
Yeah, I guess he's having audio issues again. But now I think at this juncture, we might we might want to pull in a few questions from audience if there are.
Yes. So thank you, Gan. Thank you, Gan, for this thing. Mr. Ravi has questions from the audience. But if you have any other questions that you would like to ask the panelists, I think we have a couple of minutes left. I think we would request you to ask those questions, and then we can wrap up, please. Thank you.
Right. Right. So from the enterprise space specifically, where someone was speaking about how and what are the use cases we are targeting now, as an industry ecosystem to make it better. Now I think I'll maybe take it back to Shrishti again, in the sense that because she's been into web public ecosystem a lot. Now, how do you actually think that the transition or the integration of hybrid blockchain ecosystem would actually come in play on top of all these solutions which are built and already are in market? How do they transition into a hybrid blockchain upgrade? I would say is a better word for that.
Mhm. So, see, when we talk about Web3 as an ecosystem, we are pointing towards enterprise as well, because that is where the blockchain as a technology has lots of perks to offer to the enterprise as well. And we have seen the DeFi hype, we have seen the NFT hype. I guess the next, after this beer, the crypto winter passes on, the next hype would be on the enterprise side. So that is something which we need to be prepared for. And talking about enterprise, not all the industries want their data to be public. It's something which which is their choice. If they want to go with the public stuff, they can go with the public blockchain. They sometimes want a permission blockchain as well. So also we can come up with a hybrid kind of solution to that. Depends on the use case and the demand what they have. And I see a lot of I see a lot of things coming in the enterprise side. And I guess public permission as well as a hybrid thing, according to the industry use case, is something which, as a I would say, as a first movers advantage, we understand the industry, we understand what to offer to a newcomer. If someone comes us to us with a requirement, we know what to offer. So we should come up and tell what is the best fit for them.
Right. I think Dr. Ravi is back, so I'll hand it over to him.
Yeah. So thanks, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we are wrapping up. Just one last question. I was mentioning that there are quite a few protocols which have come up in the market. Some are general purpose blockchain protocols. Some are application specific protocols. So just as a binary response, each one of you, what do you think? Are we going to see consolidation, or are we going to see a multi-chain future? Srishti, starting with you.
Multi-chain for sure, because each and every chain which comes up with a new ideology or something, a purpose to solve. So together, it's like a puzzle. We fit each other, and according to use case which the problem statement requires, we can go with the chain which is required. So definitely multi-chain.
Ghan, what do you think?
I would say it has already begun. Look at Polkadot, look at Algorand, look at Binance, look at Polygon. Everybody has got a sidechain concept coming in. Cross-chain, interop hybrid solutions are coming in. So I would say it has begun. So let's prepare for that.
Rahul, what do you think?
Obviously a multi-chain platform, because everybody have their own specific use cases. Somebody specifically wanted to focus onto the security side, whereas the other people, some of them wanted to maybe focus onto the scalability, and that's how actually the blockchain trilemma is actually at the end of the day. So let the customers, the community members, or the company should decide which blockchain they wanted to enter in, but ultimately the ecosystem should be enabling a multi-chain platform for everybody.
I think Kuntal, you can take the question next.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes, Mr. Kumar.
or should I take it next? Yeah. Go ahead, Kuntal.
Yeah, so for all the layer ones, I'll try to give you a different perspective over here. For all the layer one and layer two, they have a set of different offerings, right? And it's all about the ecosystem adoptions, the DApps, those are built on those layer one or layer two solutions. The thing upon why it should be multi-chain is that if you restrict an ecosystem or a DApp to a certain infrastructure, the expansion faces a problematic future altogether. So the future has to be multi-chain, and the consumer should be, free to adopt or migrate from one chain to other change depending upon the best experiences they would probably like to have. Certainly, there should be a lot of good infrastructure bridges that has to be at the place to make this adoption possible. The protocols has to be further strengthening up coming into the downline of the future. So that's one of the segment which the industry is lacking right moment of time, which I do feel. But as we move ahead, multi-chain for sure, and that's how we will be growing and looking forward the future. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and I think taking a cue out of what you said, Kuntal, but a different and assembling it together. At layer one, I see a consolidation in the sense I see in the sense when I say that, looking at Ethereum merge and how it's and what all it's bringing in, the fact about the green chain. So there will be consolidation at the layer one, but all of you are absolutely correct, and I totally echo when it's layer two with the likes of Polygon or layer zero at Cosmos. We are seeing multi-chain, side chains, all of them bringing it up. Because ultimately, I would also always leave it at the level of what Aristotle said, that whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And that is where we are poised, that we'll look at an entity of a blockchain, which is a consortium of sorts, with consolidation maybe at layer one, but layer two and layer zero, through the side chains, you will need to have multi-chains. That is how I see this happening.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I think it was an excellent discussion today. I hope everyone who has joined this panel discussion enjoyed it. So I would just add my final remarks. We are very excited to be part of the Web3 ecosystem, and we are seeing massive adoption of Web3. A lot of startups coming from India, and you're playing a role at the global level. So that's very.
I think it would be fair to say, I think we are at the end of the session. So first of all, this has been a fantastic panel discussion. Thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to Mr. Chamria. Thank you, Gan, also for taking the responsibility of jumping in between. I really appreciate it. So that's where we come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you, everyone, and have a rest of a great day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and special thanks to the
Thanks
audience.
for the opportunity, and
Bye-bye.
lovely hearing all of you. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you. All right. Okay. So our next panel discussion focuses on NFTs and future of metaverse. And moderating this panel is Mr. Brennan Williams, founder and CEO of Synaptic Black Limited, creators of the Infinity Metaverse. For the past 28 years, Brennan has worked around the globe as a contract software engineer, chief technical officer, and consultant technical advisor to companies such as Microsoft, Motorola, Nokia, eBay, and PayPal, as well as smaller design and user experience focused agencies, both in London and New York. Brennan is a twice published author of technical books and has received several MVP awards from Microsoft for his service to the industry, as well as the globally recognized most valuable professional of the year in the year 2012-2013. Let's welcome Mr. Williams with a big round of applause. Mr. Williams, welcome to CWC. We are immensely excited beyond words to experience this discussion. The stage is all yours. You are on mute, Mr. Williams. I think we're all making this mistake today. So the first mistake is for
wrong. Yeah, I keep pressing the wrong button. That's no problem. We get all of that.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
No problems. Okay. Hello and welcome to everyone on this session, which is the NFTs and the future of the metaverse. My name is Brennan Williams. I'm the founder and CEO of Infinity Metaverse, and I'll be moderating today's conversation, in which we have three fantastic guest speakers lined up to share with us their knowledge and their thinking. So first up, we're going to hear from Mr. Kazim Rizvi. I hope I haven't I've pronounced your name correctly. And we'll discuss the state of the metaverse in India and if it's ready for it. and as well as learn about some of the legal challenges that currently exist or may need to be considered moving forward. Following that by a discussion with Mr. Lokesh Rao about his views on the future of NFTs, both generally and specific within the field of avatars. And then we're ready to have a conversation with Mr. Dale Perkins, and he'll be bringing a sort of broad view about the programmable tokens and NFTs, and indeed what is required in the metaverse. Okay, so let's get this party started. We've got about, I think, about 25 minutes allocated to this session. Without further ado, first up we have Mr. Kazim Rizvi. Kazim is a lawyer by training from Christ College, Bangalore, while leading a team of researchers on a broad range of pressing public policy issues. He has emerged as one of the most important voices in India's public policy space today. Kazim founded the leading think tank called The Dialogue, which today works closely with government and legislators to shape and drive policy change. Along with his work in the British High Commission, Kazim is a widely published columnist, as well as frequently speaking on television. And given that most organizations involved in the Web3 space are startups, he has particular insight into the ecosystem in India with his work establishing regulatory sandboxes that allow and encourage both innovation and tech entrepreneurship. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Kazim. How are you? Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Brennan. That was too kind.
No problem. So, Kazim, having such a wonderful history and broad involvement in the tech space from a policy perspective, I'd like to start today just by getting your take on how India's, is thinking about the metaverse, and indeed if you think that it is ready for it.
Thanks a lot, Brennan, for that question. So, when I was sort of thinking about this topic, and I was like, we were talking about while our policy will improve, that's where the policy. I think the rate, like the last 20 years, we've seen India emerge as a very important hub for growth. 8 billion. Second highest number of in the world. So we are going to be the center of, Web3 when it takes off in a big. But are we ready for it from a policy standpoint? So I think at this stage, when it comes to regulation, when we regulate, we regulate it because if there's a market failure or there is a need to protect consumer interest, industry interest, etc. The IT Act 2000 is sufficient enough at this stage when it comes to protecting business interests, when it comes to protecting consumers. But it's not able to respond to the need of people when it comes to data protection. And privacy is a fundamental right in India, and we are working on a data protection law. Hopefully, it will come soon. We are also working on a new IT Act, which will also be implemented very soon. And we are also looking at a raft of different laws to protect user. When it comes to metaverse, I think on the hardware side, yeah, push the boundary. We launched 5. Going to be a key role, making sure that you have high speed connectivity time to be able to sort of use and benefit from metaverse and our applications. So right now, there's a lot of around the scope of
Kazim, I think it's breaking up just a little bit there. I'm sorry about that. So I didn't quite get the other end of that, but I really did want to ask you that given, that we see so much volatility in governments today with respect to policies and potential regulatory change happening, what would you say is the key legal and regulatory challenges facing the metaverse in India?
So I don't think there is, but at the same time, there is no regulatory or a policy push as well. So at this stage, it's an open space. Businesses can invest in it. Businesses can create applications. You can buy AR/VR devices and explore those opportunities. I think when it comes to access, definitely there is not enough access, but I think that will grow as the cost of hardware devices starts going down. You'll see an increase in access, and definitely there will be greater demand for such devices. So at this stage, the only challenge which I see within the metaverse is also that generally also is the lack of standards, right? And there are no defined standards of behavior. There are no defined standards of user safety. There are no defined standards for privacy and data protection. So the governments want to future-proof their regulation, and we are coming up with new laws, hopefully very soon by the next year, where we will be looking at regulating emerging technologies like the metaverse, including AI, etc. And I think there'll be a lot of focus on making sure that as this sector grows, as people start using it more and more with the rise of Web 3.0, how can user, how can safer, how can protect their data? Because more height, movement, you have age, you have different type of brain as well going on. How do you protect that? Cognizant of those may come
Sorry,
up with.
yeah, it's sort of breaking up a whole heap there. But the parts that I did get from you there, Kazima, really, really fascinating. Obviously, how things are progressing and the rate they're progressing in India. What I'm going to ask you is if you can just hang around at the end there. We're going to sort of all come back together and have a chat generally about a few questions. But next up, actually, I did want to introduce Mr. Lokesh Rao, and I do hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, Lokesh. Nice. And Lokesh is the CEO and co-founder of Trace Network Labs. And Lokesh has over a decade of working with global fashion companies, acquiring and implementing technologies around the world. And for several of those years, he's been involved with DLT or distributed ledger technologies and blockchain. So I'd like to please welcome Mr. Lokesh Rao. It's a pleasure to have you today. How are you?
Thank you so much, Brennan. I'm good. How are you?
I'm getting there. I think everything's holding together in terms of our connections, so that's not too bad. Lokesh, I want just to sort of run through some questions with you, and kind of specific to the areas that you're working in. It's a fascinating area, and I'd say that I've been following along with your progress on the Buddy avatar solution. And for those who don't know, you announced a few months back the ability to mint avatars with clothing and animations. Is that correct?
That's right. So
Excellent.
yeah, we launched this product like in April. So that's right. It's pretty recent. But yes, we worked on this technology for like for almost like 6-7 months, and that's when it came into existence. And it started with like when we realized that none of the existing metaverses are having a possibility wherein a person can be represented by his true self, his digital twin. And this the second biggest problem like which we realized, like and today we are facing the challenge that most of the metaverses, hardly the people are going over there, and there are very less repetitive footfalls which is going over there. And those where there is some footfall, it's because primarily because of some kind of engagement wherein people are interested in building technology or in some kind of creativity, or maybe some kind of incentives. That's it. But otherwise, the true usage of metaverse, it has yet not been explored for various challenges. So the first challenge which we saw is like, unless a person is recognizable in that environment, it cannot be really used for any possible usages like social collaboration, or maybe for enterprise level usage wherein maybe businesses start adopting it. So and so like first was like to give a face to a person's avatar, and then the second most important thing is like now everyone is having a pretty good understanding that there are hundreds of metaverse getting created. So like it should be one single metaverse world wherein it's easy to move in and jump on from one metaverse to other metaverse. And this is one of the most valuable asset which in my knowledge, like which everyone would want to carry, since it carries your unique identity. And that's where the concept of buddy avatar came in existence, that we have to have a web3 native avatar which is agnostic to multiple metaverses on different chains, and one can hold it as NFT in their wallet, so it is their their own identity on which they own on chain. And when it comes like metaverses, it's just an extension of real world. Besides gaming, I think that's how metaverses are being very well perceived, that anything which happens in the real world can happen in the metaverses. Yes, it does not follow the laws of gravity, but in a true sense, that's how we can anticipate adoption, wherein whatever habits we have in the real world can be fulfilled in that virtual world as well. And for sure, like if we are going over there, we will be equally interested like how we carry our lifestyles over there, so which also includes like what appropriate style statement we are bringing over there, what kind of dresses we are wearing in depending on what event and concert we are going to attend. So that's how we kind of evaluated and brought this whole concept into existence, and brought solutions on this.
Nice one. And so I guess the question there to ask you is what type of NFTs do you think are going to be most valuable in future?
Well, this is a very I mean, it cannot be one single word answer, but like there could be like as we saw the evolution, it started with the collectibles, and as it started it created a popularity, okay, and adoption came in place wherein people started contributing in various kind of they started going into events and concerts, buying ticket NFTs, and then started buying land parcels. And then fashion brands came in existence. So like we have evolved a lot. So phase one, which is like wherein people the knowledge about this whole technology and the ownership proof existence came. So like everyone from the individual to institutions, they understood like what exactly NFTs can be used for. And now the second phase is wherein the NFTs once the interoperability will come into existence. So the first and most valuable NFT is like identity NFTs, which could be the most valuable. I feel so. Wherein any information related to your identity, whether your own avatar or any personal information, any kind of data, which used to be valuable even in Web 2, it will be valuable even in Web 3, like your own data. But here you will be the owner of that data. So basically, it is going to carry a lot of value because here you can monetize on it, and that's what I feel like it's going to be the most valuable NFT which could exist.
Okay, that's interesting interesting take there, interesting viewpoint. And thanks Lokesh for sharing your views in future, and you're going to stick around as well, I hope, for in a little bit when we get everyone talking at the same time. Okay, so fantastic. So lastly, and by no means least, We're going to hear from a very dear friend of mine, and he's also one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer of Infinity Metaverse, and that's Mr. Dale Perkins McCook. Dale has an extensive history with crypto, DLTs, NFTs, blockchains, and he's spoken in places like Singapore, Dubai, several European countries, the UK, as well as China. And he's also an active member of the UK government's Digital Street Initiative, working with His Majesty's Land Registry to explore the impacts and the benefits of blockchain in real estate. And of course, working together daily with myself on our open metaverse network at Infinity Metaverse. So he joins us currently from his holiday in Jamaica. So thanks, Dale, for jumping on with this. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the introduction and happy to be here. Hi, everybody.
Nice one. So, you know, given that we've been speaking today about NFTs, metaverse in the context of India, I thought it'd be interesting to contrast some of that with what you've been seeing in other regions around the world. So, you know, just sort of quickly, what would you see as the reason behind the hype of NFTs?
Well, I think part of the reason is it's this concept of being able to program an asset, which just hasn't been there before. We've had these legacy industries like art. I'm not sure if my connection is still there. Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you in and out. You're all good.
Hello?
Keep going, Dale. Keep going. Dale's in Jamaica, as I said, so he might drop back in a minute, and we can continue having some of those questions that I wanted to ask him specifically as well. I guess Kazim and Lokesh, if I can sort of pose a question to you both, and I think all of us that are sort of involved in the industry, have thought about this, I'm sure, over time and as we progress. And I wanted to get your sort of thoughts on it. I'll go around the table and sort of ask you one at a time, if I can, what do you think are some of the challenges that Web3 and indeed the metaverse will need to overcome in order to gain, some level of mass adoption? I think, Kazim, if we can start with yourself.
Okay, I can go first. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Doug.
Okay, yeah, I think when it comes to challenges of the metaverse and NFTs, the first things we have to consider is ease of use. It's huge importance. There's so many of us that are still in this space that are still finding problems with wallets, problems with verification, being able to swap into certain tokens, coming in of tokens, out of tokens. It's just too complex. It just needs to be simplified, very ease of use for the user. And of course, the second one is the added value. What will the world and the mass adoption give to people? How will it make their life easier? How are we going to improve some of our processes? These are key things we need to think of, especially as technologists, because we get so engulfed in this space. We believe everybody's going to understand what a private key is, how to back up their key, how to download a JSON file. These may be simple things to us, but to the average user, it's just way too complex. So the moment we start seeing things like e-commerce being used in the metaverse, where people expect to be able to use augmented reality to buy an asset, and people understand the use of this, they can quickly pull up their phone, use augmented reality inside a space, understand what it's going to look like, and purchase it easily with crypto or fiat. That's when we start to see mass adoption.
Okay, so and Kazim, we'll come back to you in a minute on that question. Now that we've got Dale on a stable connection, I guess I'll ask you one last question there, Dale. With sort of the vast amount of media focus, on Web3, specifically on NFTs and crypto blockchain, in your view, do you think that crypto and NFTs are a requirement to interact or to get started in the metaverse?
Yeah, that's a good question. So a lot of people, as we've heard, are entering the metaverse buying parcels of land, and they still don't understand why they're buying the land or how they're going to use the land. So this misconception of you need to buy land to enter into the metaverse, you're going to need to use crypto, is just creating another barrier for adoption. Now, one thing we've been working at Infinity Metaverse, we are pro crypto, but we understand children and the age community are not going to be blockchain savvy or even technology savvy enough to use this. So we believe it's very important that we still have some of the basic structures that we use, like fiat. Yes, we can have fiat, we can have stable tokens, we can have digital assets all being used in the same environment. This barrier of us constantly going, you're going to need to mint an avatar, you're going to need to buy land, you're going to need to have a wallet to transact, just switches people off. The moment we can use fiat alongside crypto, as we've seen with other organizations that started to come out, they bolted the crypto next to the fiat. So there was no barrier. So those that were savvy enough that wanted really small process verification, SPVs with their transactions, so they're literally paying nothing for their transactions, can take that option and use crypto. But some people are happy paying 1%. Some people are happy paying 5% on a transaction. And the moment we can have that inside the metaverse and it's widely publicized, that's when we start to get enterprise and other businesses and organizations flocking toward the metaverse because they have no fear of blockchain.
So, and I guess that's, to tie into your previous comments there, it's about that ease of use and adoption and showing businesses and brands and people in general that, yes, crypto, NFTs, blockchains are part of where everything sort of moves towards, but it's certainly not an absolute requirement to begin with, right? Okay. Before you dropped off, we did sort of go to this question that I wanted to ask everybody, and Kazim, I asked you first if you could, in your sort of view, what are the challenges that the Web3 and the metaverse need to overcome in order to gain some level of mass adoption?
Thank you, Brian. So I think first of all is the challenge of and the challenge of getting access to hardware, making it affordable enough for masses to buy and use it. What is the value? What is the real value they get as opposed to a phone? Why is metaverse needed? Why do you need a 3D immersive world to be able to experience things a lot better, be it e-commerce, be it education, be it entertainment, etc. What is the difference it gives you, and what is the value add? I think so. First of all, is the access part of and affordable access is important, especially in India, where you have so many hundreds of millions of users. But now that mobile phone when it comes to the AI, we are nowhere close.
Sorry, Kazim, I just lost you right at the end there. I'm just keeping an eye on the time as well. You'll see me darting everywhere at the moment. So thank you, Kazim, for that. Lokesh, your sort of thoughts on the same question? What do you think it needs to sort of overcome to hit mass adoption? I think you're on mute, Lokesh.
Sorry. So so when enterprises would start coming, so it's pretty normal, like they are the ones with whom the first class of people who work in a process, they start coming and following along with them to follow any new technology, and especially this is a technology for immersive collaboration. So that's the first step which has to go, wherein these enterprises have to start adopting this. Number two, today every metaverse, they are more focusing on selling land parcels. So I think that should not be the first case, but the first case is what exactly problem, like what Dale has said and Kazim was mentioning, that it has to solve a niche problem, and you have to understand specific business related processes and things. Then only you can develop an ecosystem wherein they can thrive. Like for example, I'm just taking like when I started building up something on metaverse with Trace Network Labs, the first thing I realized that there are so many metaverses, and each of these metaverses, they are focusing on everything. Right now they are trying to sell their lands, they are trying to bring different type of businesses onto it, but how exactly these businesses would work, the understanding was not there. So when the people from the businesses itself would start coming and giving their knowledge about like how does it work and how it should be to operate those businesses over there in the metaverse, that's when the real solution would come out. Like for example, in a fashion business, selling digital wearables is not that hypey thing, but when you start connecting the virtual world and the real world, you connect with a bridge, that's when it start making more sense. Like our habits of shopping and going in on e-commerce website, if the same thing I'm able to do using a metaverse, wherein I'm going there, I'm entering into a experience store of a brand, I'm able to try on the cloth on my body, and then I'm buying it, which eventually is getting shipped to me. That makes a lot of sense because that's our regular habit. We go for shopping, we find a place where we do it. So that's where now the next thing is, wherein instead of a 2D screen to see e-commerce website, people would be more excited to go and have an experience of shopping. Maybe they are going for shopping with a friend who's maybe sitting in a different geography, coming together, they are in a showroom, they chit chatting. So that experience has to come along, and the whole commerce related infrastructure has to be there, and that's where the more and more adoption and repetitive use would come in place.
Yeah, yeah.
So right, so like we are like, I have fashion DNA. Like I cannot think beyond fashion, because right now that's the most easiest thing for me, because I relate things so well related to fashion industry. I relate with their problems, their challenges, and that's where my focus is on. Entirely like the entire trace is building the infrastructure and metaverse technology only for fashion and lifestyle businesses. That has to come, like everyone has to focus on a specific niche, wherein their understanding about that particular business is good enough to create a solution for their existing problem.
Yeah, solves, and I think that's the key thing, right? What we talk about here is not people coming up with solutions, or creating solutions and then trying to find a problem to solve. The general rule of thumb in creating a successful startup business is actually finding a problem first and then building a solution for it. So yeah, I totally agree there. And Dale, just quickly your take on that in about a minute, if we can.
Definitely. So I definitely agree with Kazim. Access to these environments is key. And I think we all need to remember it's not just about virtual reality. So at Infinity Metaverse, it doesn't matter if it's virtual reality, we're concentrating on people being able to access from their phones. We know a huge population over the world have smartphones. That is our key path into adoption. I think the second thing is, which is another thing that everybody's pointed out on this call, there seems to be hundreds of metaverses out there. This is, to some degree, a problem that needs to be solved. Interoperability is key. You must, as we said with the NFTs, be able to take your assets, be able to take your personal information, share it or not share it, and be able to walk through these worlds in a Web3 environment. So currently, we're having these metaverses. They are Web3, but I'm having to go through Web2 and back again to access them. So I can be in somebody's metaverse. I need to come back onto the Web2 onto the internet, search for them through the internet, click into their URL, potentially download their metaverse and enter their metaverse. That is not, we need a one-click process. You need to be able to click and go straight into another metaverse, straight into another portal. All of this going back to Web2 is still our transition phase, but that's something that Infinity Metaverse, definitely. If you're into metaverse, you're building your own metaspace, connect with us, because that's what we're all about, the open metaverse.
All right. So yeah, thanks for that, Dale. I wanted to thank the panelists that are on here today, Mr. Kazim Rizvi, Mr. Lokesh Rao, Mr. Dale Perkins McCook. I always find it fascinating to speak with other people and to try and understand their sort of perceptions and their ideas, and to learn from every source possible. And I think that, for me, is one of perhaps the biggest attributes of Web3 and Metaverse, is the willingness of people to come together and share knowledge, just as we're seeing today in this wonderful conference. I wanted to take the opportunity of course, to thank everyone involved with the CWC conference, in particular AJ, Aman, Alicia, for involving myself and putting all of this together. And on a personal note, many of you will know that by now that I have a deep involvement and wanting to see the success of the metaverse in India. And so we are just really, really honored and proud to be part of this conversation in India. And I invite everyone to connect with me on LinkedIn, share your ideas with me, become part of this conversation. And of course, we are very much looking forward to joining everyone in person at next year's event in India as well. So, yep, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and gratitude for our moderator, Mr. Williams, and the league of our extraordinary panelists. Thank you for taking our time and joining us. This has been quite an insightful session, hearing from all of you. We look forward to seeing you again in the next iteration of Crypto World Conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Have a nice evening. All right. This is a special one. Our next keynote speaker is here to talk about central bank digital currencies and what are India's options. And I can say this proudly that you do not want to miss this one. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Preetdeep Singh. Dr. Preetdeep Singh leads the One District, One Product team at Invest India under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He's ranked in the top 10% of all researchers at SSRM. He holds a PhD in finance from IIM Ahmedabad. He teaches a course on blockchain in finance at IIT Kanpur. And apart from his own startup, he has supported state governments in their startup policy as a consultant and has led a Startup India initiative. Dr. Singh, it's an absolute honor to have you with us here today at CWC. We're absolutely looking forward to your address. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Glad to be here, Anurag. Do I just start? Do I get to keep asking you if my screen's visible and everything?
You're visible and we can hear you clearly. So the stage is all yours.
Okay, awesome. Great. So let me just use the present. Just maybe give me a moment. I'll just see if my settings allow. Okay, this should work out. Okay, wait. So there seems to be a bit of an issue in sharing the screen. What I'll do is I'll probably. Can I just join from another link? Anurag, is that fine? Is that going to be okay?
No, I think you will only be able to, because then there will be a bit of an echo because you joining from two places would not be good.
Then
so,
maybe allow me to just rejoin.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We'll request our audiences to wait for another a minute or so.
Okay. Just give me like a moment. I'm rejoining. Okay.
Yes, please. No problem at all. While we wait for Mr. Singh, apologies again for the inconvenience. Dr. Singh, are you able to share your presentation now?
Sorry, am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes. You're visible and we can hear you very clearly. Are you able to present your presentation? Are you facing some sort of a trouble there, Dr. Singh?
Is this better? No. Can you hear me? Not.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. I can see you also.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Yes, yes.
So let me see if I can present from this one. I've actually switched machines. So let me see if I can present from this one.
All right.
Let me know if my
Yes.
screen is visible whenever it
Yes,
is.
it is. It is visible. I think we can get started.
We can get started. Okay, great. Great. So just maybe allow me a moment to sort this and we start here. Okay, great. We talk about technology and we fail in presenting simple slides. I think that tells us a lot about where we are with regard to any sort of technological progress. Are we ready? Are we not? But okay, I'll still take a step. I'm Dr. Preet. I'm the Chief Analytics Officer at Invest India. Blockchain is something that is close to my heart. I understand this a bit. I had a startup. It worked a bit to an extent. I worked with the government on this. So RBI recently came out with a white paper on central bank digital currency. Just to give you folks like a background, central bank digital currency is basically rupees money, simple fiat money, but issued in a digital form, right? So a CBDC is basically digital money. Uh, the toughest part in this entire process is to get your head around the idea that Paytm money and CBDC are not the same. Think of digital money, you're thinking of Paytm money, or you're thinking of using UPI or Beam or Google Pay and then transferring money. You're thinking that's digital money. It is slightly different. It's a more technical difference, and these minor details usually lead to a lot of changes. So what RBI has recently come up with is this digital currency. It is also something that is seen as an alternative to virtual currencies. So virtual currency is essentially Bitcoin, Ripple, any of the other cryptocurrencies that you have. Government of India has defined it broadly as virtual currencies. Uh, some points of difference: it's not encrypted; it's got a password versus an encryption. It does not need to be exchanged for fiat currency. The value of one Bitcoin could be, X dollars. It is considered as a store of value that needs to be exchanged, right? On the other hand, digital currency is not something that needs to be exchanged. It's not a token change. For virtual currencies, you have token change. For when you do Paytm wallet, it is a token change. But this is not a token change, but actual money change. This takes a while to figure out. So all I would request you to do right now is to be with me and assume that okay, they are different, right? Otherwise a lot of the other things fall flat. uh, Bigger things: central bank is the only money that does not have any liquidity or credit risk. A normal bank, I remember sometime in 2021 or 20, when Yes Bank had those restrictions, right? I think Punjab Maharashtra Cooperative Bank also had those restrictions. And what happens is, if any sort of bank undergoes a problem, there would be restrictions. So what you need to figure out is how your money can be the safest, right? Uh, what this means is that the central bank money is never going to have credit risk. It is actually sovereign. So it is equivalent to the 100 rupee note that you have in your hand. Central bank currency will have that sort of value. It will not be volatile. Not just not that volatile, it will just not be volatile, right? These are some other differences that IBEF had shared, Indian Brand Equity Foundation. They do some great work. I follow their page a lot, and it looks at who is the intermediary. In a CBDC, it is going to be the banks or the central bank. In a cryptocurrency, it's somebody else. Uh, who is overseeing this, right? So in a cryptocurrency framework, it is distributed to a large extent. In CBDC, the central bank, the central body is going to do it. You don't need to switch between fiat currency and non-fiat currency. It's going to be very stable. uh, and one is going to use a lot of encryption, and the other is going to use passwords, right? And this is a key difference, if you ask me. uh, Breaking passwords is easier than breaking encryption, but we will revisit that in the course of our discussion. Are we the only ones doing this? Is this happening only in India? Are we the only ones or the first ones to do this? You realize that there are more than 100 countries that are currently uh, looking at central bank digital currencies. More than 100 countries are exploring CBDCs. Uh, there was this one sand dollar in the Bahamas that was 2 years ago that had come up. And after that, all the other countries have picked up. China and South Korea are in pilot stages to the extent that next year, China says a lot of people will be using the Chinese currency, the e-renminbi. Uh, it'll have widespread use, right? So China has been experimenting a fair bit, and they also have a very widespread economy with huge diversity. We've got Project Jasper in Canada, Yubin in Singapore, and there are two more interesting projects that are going on. One is the Bridge project, the other is the Dunbar project. What this allows is for countries like the countries that are part of the Bridge project, the cross border settlement also comes together, right? Many of you would already be aware that one of the bigger things that we think of when we think of Bitcoin or Ripple is cross-border money transactions, right? Now, if instead of these upstarts doing this, upstarts upsetting the status quo, what if the sovereigns started upsetting the status quo, right? So this is an example of that. This is an example of governments innovating, and they're innovating to solve a real need, which is money needs to change hands, money needs to cross borders and boundaries, and they get to know when this is happening. So if you're looking at anti-money laundering, this is a step in that direction. uh, what the RBI paper currently says is there will be minimum or no disruption, right? So one of the bases of this entire CBDC proposal is that it needs to complement existing forms of money. It is not going to replace what we have. It is not even going to replace UPI or NPCI or RTGS or IMPS or Beam or Google Pay, Paytm, wallets, whatever you have. This is going to be an added feature to the entire bouquet that we have. It's a feeling of great pride when you think of us being at the forefront of UPI tech. We accounted for almost 48% of all UPI transactions in the previous financial year, and the next best was at 19. So we are the world leaders. We are helping other countries also with this. This is going to add to our kitty of being at the cutting edge of technology. Um, uh, I'm guessing we'll have questions uh, consolidated at the end. If there's something I need to answer in the middle, just let me know, because I'm looking at the screen, so I wouldn't know that, right? I'm hoping that's a yes. Okay, great. The RBI also understands that there might be high fixed and upfront expenditure, but it will have low marginal cost. And you're thinking कि अरे यार पैसा ही तो छापना है, हमारी अपनी तो machine है, we've got the whole setup. How much does it cost to print money? RBI spent close to 5,000 crore rupees. For the international audience, that's more than $500 million. $500 million were spent just on printing the money that RBI printed last year. $500 million. And this does not take into account any environment, any sustainability, any paper, any recycling costs, and any other ESG costs that you can think of, right? So that's $500 million gone to produce X billion, right? Now, all this comes down drastically with these new features that we're talking about. Digital design is really easy to change. It's a couple of clicks that go in, much better than the physical format that we currently have. The RBI Act has been amended to include digitally issued money, right? So that's like a major step that signals the seriousness with which the government is looking at this proposition. uh, this is a set of uh, what different countries are doing in different places, uh, and whether they have all these features or not, whether they have cross-border payments or not. You can see the last column, a lot of them have cross-border payments, right? um, Now let's look at some of the questions that India is actually looking at. One is, should it be at the wholesale level or should it be at the retail level? So at the wholesale level could be a central bank issued digital currency for bigger players, for let's say qualified institutional buyers, qualified institutional banks, scheduled commercial banks, or cooperative banks, or Payments Corporation of India, or clearing houses, right? So it will be bigger transactions, but fewer transactions. Retail, if it is open to you and I, it's going to be a lot of smaller transactions, but the quantum is going to be very, very high. We have crores of transactions on the UPI app every month, right? So you can assume the sort of numbers that we might see in this, which requires a different infrastructure. For now, it seems that we would be going ahead with both the options. We would be issuing CBDC wholesale and CBDC retail, CBDC being central bank issued digital currency. Uh, should it be direct? When you talk about direct, it means it's RBI issued, it's got low private sector involvement, and it is based on disintermediation. Now, I know all the people present here today would really like to hear this word a lot more about disintermediation, and that's what the direct model is going to be all about. The other option is the indirect model, where it is done through intermediaries who take care of KYC and AML. Right now, when you open a bank account with, let's say, HDFC Bank, the bank does your KYC, know your customer approvals, and your anti-money laundering guidelines. The bank follows these. RBI does not follow these. RBI monitors the banks. RBI does not take your Aadhaar card or your photo ID to check things, right? So the onus is on the intermediaries in this, which could be any sort of payment providers also. Uh, it seems for now that India's options are closely aligned with the indirect model or the hybrid model. The hybrid model being that CBDC wholesale goes to bigger players and CBDC retail goes through the indirect model to everybody else. So RBI issues it to CBDC wholesale, issues CBDC wholesale to bigger players, and the intermediaries thereon issue CBDC retail. Another interesting question is token based or account based, right? So in a token based sort of a system, it'll be like banknotes. It'll be bearer based, which means if I have a token in a wallet or a digital sort of application, it is like a banknote, right? And each note, each token can be numbered. uh, the problem for this is that every time I give that token to somebody else, the other person will have to verify whether this should belong to me or not. The entire ownership chain for that token will be stored in an encrypted form. Folks who are familiar with blockchain definitely understand how this is done. Uh, the token is not fungible. The token is practically like a 10 rupee note or a 100 rupee note or a $100 bill. Anybody who has it can spend it. They don't need to have a bank account. They don't need to ensure anything apart from the fact that the record for that particular token, the ownership, shows you as the rightful owner. And as soon as it is transferred to the next person, the record is updated. It has a unique number. Current bearer notes also have unique numbers. Unique numbers plus ownership record means in case of fraud, these tokens can be recalled or restored, right? And this is a very important factor. If somebody defrauds you, you actually have access to take back all this money. This concept per se is not as new as you might think. If you think of land titles or property titles, right? There is a very clear maxim in law that says nobody can pass on a title better than what he or she has, which means if I buy a piece of land that is tainted, even if I sell it forward, it remains tainted. And tomorrow, if a court orders for this money to be refunded, for this land parcel to be refunded or given back to the original owner, nobody in the entire chain has that ownership, right? So this is then going to be treated like property to that extent, where everything is traceable. Land titles are traceable. For every piece of land in India, you can trace back who was the original owner, who got it from the president, their children, their daughter, their son, their son-in-law, sold to somebody, mortgaged with the bank, auctioned to somebody. The entire land property records are available. It will be similar with these tokens, right? So that is one way of dealing with central bank digital currency. The other way is the account based. Now, this is the one that we are more familiar with. This is the one we are more used to. The downside of this sort of a thing is that every time you make a digital currency transaction, your balance is checked, right? We already have the infra in place for this. Even right now, if you have to go from ICICI to a friend's Axis Bank account, ICICI is going to check whether you have this money or not, right? You need to have the entire KYC procedure when you open the account, and every time this money comes in or goes out, your ledger is updated. There will be no anonymity whatsoever. The token can have theoretical anonymity. In the account-based model, there will be no anonymity whatsoever. It's like a credit card transaction where the merchant knows who you are, the card is in your name, and your account details are with the intermediary. Okay, now comes for the slightly more interesting part. I have taken the liberty to call it the most interesting. I'm sure a number of you are thinking whether this currency would be hosted on an existing blockchain. I had a friend who recently asked, why doesn't the government use the Ethereum blockchain now that the great switch, as they're calling it, has already happened, and it's less energy intensive. So RBI has laid down certain guidelines that they will consider when it comes to choosing the technology. This hasn't been chosen yet. They're still under consideration. The first thing that they've said is scalability, right? And scalability becomes slightly important because currently Visa processes lakhs and lakhs of transactions every second, right? And if you look at even our best cryptocurrencies, the number of transactions that they process every second is hardly 1/100th of the entire bit, right? So I hate to say this, I hate to say it to this audience. It's a great thing that we don't see each other physically, but DLT is not ready yet to take up the onus of a pan-India level digital currency. As simple as that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, but that's what it is. It needs to be stable. Technology needs to be stable. I think everybody agrees with that part. Tamper-proof. Technology has to be tamper-proof. So, in fact, in the RBI consultation paper, they have clearly mentioned that distributed ledger tech improves transparency, but does not does not protect against cyber attacks, does not guarantee cyber security. For those of you who are interested in a slightly more technical angle to this entire thing, the Byzantine fault tolerance for digital currencies that are not issued by central banks, private virtual currencies or cryptocurrencies, is at 50-51%, right? No matter how you want to slice or dice it. 50% is not good enough for a central bank issued currency, because you need it to be tamper proof. You need it to remain stable, right? If you're looking at something like this, one of the main goals in the entire bit is to have cross platform interoperability, which means we want people to build tech on this. The government wants people to create solutions in this. The government wants people to be using this stack and then creating value out of it, right? Configurable workflows, this is very interesting. I remember we were listening to Brutalik, and he said that he the first time he heard about Bitcoin, he tried to create an app on it, right? And it took him more than 2 months. And then he created Ethereum with the sole goal that that entire 2 month period could be crashed to a couple of days, right? So what this means is that technology needs to be configurable and amenable to change whatever workflows you have, allowing people to build on existing technology and add innovation to the entire bit. Data analytics, I'm guessing all of them definitely have it. Even if they don't, you can add a layer. But they have mentioned this as a key consideration for technology. uh, Benefits, they've mentioned the benefits. Settlement is going to be a breeze. All your T+2s and 2 days and 3 days and 1 day and 1 week is going to be like this. Settlement is going to be a breeze. Innovation, you create programmable currency, and the sort of upside is amazing. Cross-border transactions, breeze. Issuance more efficient. I told you, the Central Bank of India spent more than $500 million in issuing money just in 1 year, and this is going to dramatically reduce that money. Uh, this is what I would say a game changer. You know, on one side we're talking about energy guzzling algorithms that require mining. On the other side, we have central bank issued digital currencies that are taking a very serious required view of offline transactions. And it takes you a moment to understand how can something digital be offline, right? And I'll give you an example from my knowledge. Imagine NFC. For NFC, you don't really have to be connected to the internet, right? You have to be connected to the internet to process it. But two devices, even without internet, could get NFC if they have the relevant apps, right? Now, offline transactions, they will change the game. They will uproot every other way of transacting that you can think of, because no matter who you are, where you are, you do not want to be dependent on internet to get something done. Even if you have 80% of the time you have network, and you like to travel the other 20% of the time, you go to far-flung island, you would want something that caters to the entire 100% bit and not just the 80% bit. uh, in India, people vary in terms of connectivity, in terms of being savvy. uh, the Visa came out with a white paper some time back. They had this mention of offline transactions. They lacked one major thing, and that was the double spend prevention. Folks who understand blockchain and cryptocurrency know that double spend is one of the biggest positives in the entire cryptocurrency scenario, right? So RBI has asked for what are the options that we have to ensure that uh, offline transactions can be handled well. My own suggestion is that you can have monetary limits. For example, if I have, while I'm connected, the last balance I have is $100. uh, as I move forward into a offline transaction, it should be limited to, let's say, 50, 60, or 80% of my last online balance. What that does is there is no way that I can overspend what I have, right? So it will always remain within limit. So it is a possibility, but this is a key consideration for what RBI is doing. They've also asked if these should be interest bearing or not. Yeah, go on, Abra.
Dr. Singh, so we are sort of running out of time. We have the next panel waiting for us. So if I can request you to, conclude it,
Cool.
and
I'll
we
just wrap
have.
up. Maybe another 2 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of minutes. Yes.
No. Right. So whether they should be interest bearing or not, so I think they're tending more towards non-interest bearing, because if they're interest bearing, then why would you keep your money in a bank, right? Should it be fixed denomination like a 100 rupee note, or should it be fungible? Uh, okay. If there are three things that you take away, one of them is programmable money. If I want to give subsidy for education, I could transfer $3,000 to your account, and that money can only be spent with an educational institution or a bookseller. You can program this money. Money can be expired. You can say that you need to be spending this money within 1 year, or it gets expired, right? It is not clear what the impact on monetary policy might be. UPI, yes, bank loans. If people start shifting to CBDCs that are issued by the central bank, how are we going to give bank loans? If all the money is going to be this fungible, then there might be runs on the bank. I don't know how many of you remember the Robinhood stonk that they did. A negative interest bearing CBDC is a possibility there. The way forward for this is there will be consultations for tech architecture. You understand the impact. There will be a pilot system, and over time you integrate with other banking systems. Thanks. If there are any questions, I think we could take them now. Great.
So
Or
yes,
I'm good actually. This was it from my end.
we do not have enough time, but thank you so much. And we requested WCF founder partner Abhinav Jain to come on. What he especially requested to be here for a vote of thanks specifically here.
That's very nice.
Jen, all of
Go on.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Preet. I think it was such a illustrative and informative presentation that you gave, and a lot of people have a lot of confusions about CBDC. Though there are hundreds of questions coming, I would just simply tell you is that probably we'll need to host you again, for a detailed conversation about it, and we look forward to speak to you soon on that. But thank you so much for joining, and we'll look forward to learn more. Thank you so much, Dr. Preet.
My pleasure,
Thank you so
Abhinav.
much.
Thank you, Anuvrat. See you.
Thank you,
All right.
thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know this might be dinner time for some of you, but don't go anywhere because we still have a lot more coming up. Our next panel will discuss a very, very pressing subject, that is cybersecurity in metaverse. And moderating this session is ex-Chief Cyber Officer at United Nations, Colonel Inderjeet Singh. Colonel Singh has served in the Indian Armed Forces. He's an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and Symbiosis Institute of Management. He's a doctorate of science in cybersecurity from Lagos International University, Florida. He is an experienced information systems professional with experience of more than 30 plus years across a wide spectrum of areas spanning cybersecurity, operation leadership, and influencing policy level decisions in multiple organizations. Throughout his career, he has parlayed his extensive background in cybersecurity and deep knowledge to help organizations build and implement strategic cybersecurity solutions. Colonel Singh, thank you so much for taking your precious time out and gracing us with your presence today. We welcome you to Crypto World Conference.
Thank you, Anurath, and it's really a pleasure to be here today again. And really wonderful discussions I was seeing, and very inquisitive information which you're all sharing on the platform. I think the people who are there joined, and I was listening. There are 1,000+ people right now, live seeing the presentation. So it's really very interesting today. And thanks everyone for joining and hosting me for this panel discussion. And everybody speaks of the metaverse and the way the metaverse is growing, and we have lots of kind of information about how the metaverse is growing. People talk of a single metaverse, people talk of multiple metaverses, but there's one challenge which is always along. The challenge is of the cybersecurity, right? Because any technology which comes up today, we also have a kind of a challenge. So that's where we're going to discuss, and I have with me a very august panelist who are there going to be talking about the cybersecurity in the metaverse. So I will introduce my panelists. So the first one, can I have the other panelists as well? Yeah. So my panelist is Vanvai. She's my panelist. Second is Shalini Paul, and third is the Yogesh Huja. So thank you for joining the panel, and very interesting. Just to introduce each one of my panelists, and then they can take it on. So Vanvai is the CEO and co-founder of Ikai Guide Metaverse Collective, IMC. As a top media education consulting and co-creation collective, she works to bridge the knowledge and resource gaps in the Asian metaverse industry. So really wonderful. And as a IMC counts, NYSE listed Nutanix, Philips, Hitachi, DBS, Crypto.com, and not-profit alliance companies. And she is one of the founding team members of DWeb South Asia Mode and Metaverse for All, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity Movement. So really wonderful. Thanks for joining, Vanvai. The other panelist I have is Shalini Paul. She's the founder and CEO of the Caliber Consultant, a blockchain metaverse 3.0 and emerging technologies consulting firm. And she extends her expertise globally to drive digital solutions using various emerging technologies. Her current special focus is on helping companies and the people to explore and navigate the metaverse safety and use it effectively for their business, entertainment, and education. Since April 2022, she holds an additional position of National President, Emerging Technologies Council at Women India Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where her endeavor is to form the robust nationwide and international network of women in emerging technologies for mutual support, growth, and knowledge sharing. And my third panelist is Yogesh, and Yogesh is the MD of Sorensoft, and he's a technology entrepreneur and author with 20 plus years of work. And under his leadership, Sorensoft has worked for enterprise-grade customers like Honda, Konica, GE, Saudi Aramco, Panasonic, Domino's, and many other top giants of industry for their digital transformation. And he's a keen innovator and mentoring lots of startups, ventures, and has been instrumental in founding startups named TravelX Connect UK, Facebook Apps.in, Nucleus Research, a big data product company. And really wonderful to have you all, three of you, and to take the discussions further. We've been talking of the metaverse, and I would like to listen each one of you as to what does the metaverse really is for you, and how do you see the challenges, right? And so that's this is the one question which I like to circulate, and you can say hello to all the listeners as well, and we take the discussions further. Over to you, Vanvai.
Okay, thank you so much for having me today. Very excited to be here. So the metaverse fundamentally has to be immersive, social, and interactive. So as long as these three conditions are present in any virtual world, we can consider it as a metaverse. So some of the key challenges is that a lot of capital is actually pouring into the metaverse space. We see like reports from JP Morgan saying that, okay, it's going to be a 1 trillion industry, US dollar every year. So as the more capital flows into the industry, the more criminal attention it will attract. And that is why we have been seeing a lot of deep fakes, a lot of ransomware, a lot of hacks on NFT projects, so that criminals can actually use and hijack the process to get cryptocurrency for themselves, be it in Ether or in Solana tokens. So I guess as we see, I mean, criminals go where the money goes, and I think it's very human to do that. So these are the areas that we can all be careful of.
Yeah, great, wonderful. And how about you, Shalini? What are your views on metaverse and the challenges? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Colonel Indrajit and CWC for having me here today. Good evening, and to all the audience. So metaverse for me is actually both very exciting, full of opportunities and possibilities, but with tremendous challenges of obviously cybersecurity. For me, I would say metaverse can be divided, as far as cybersecurity is concerned, into three major distinguishes of concern. First, of course, is the platform, how secure it is, and what protocols it is using, how is it saving your data, how is it using your data, and what where it is storing your data, and is it and when how can you approach it, is it a good moderator, is it a good protector of your information. So all those things matter. And then of course is the hardware which you're using, like the AR machines, the VR headsets. Can they, if they are hacked, then they can really control your identities, they can just take over your life and you will not be able to do anything about it. And at that time, how important, the importance of the platform comes in. So the platform needs to be, trusted. And does it keep you safe? If you also know about things of safety of women and even other people, there's been so many incidents in the metaverse where people feel violated even without wearing those haptic suits. And of course the biggest is the identity verification of a person. Are you really you when you're entering the metaverse? So that is something that we can discuss today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think as an opening remark, it's really wonderful as to what are the challenges which are associated with it. So over to you, Yogesh.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel Singh. And it was really nice to understand the subject of trust is very crucial when we talk about cybersecurity. And what I feel, I've been working with a lot of enterprise-grade customers. Forget about metaverse, think about normal cybersecurity. The subject is always the same. We are always living in a world where we have to think about a zero trust policy. That means like you cannot trust anything and you have to validate everything. So that means the framework has to come in a manner that the system, the users, the end user starts participating in the game. Because the problem in the metaverse is that you have right now the traction is missing. People are coining the idea, they are creating the experiences, and when they're creating the experiences, they're waiting for the end users to come and be part of this thing. I've seen a lot of players, banks playing a lot of crucial roles, telling that I heard Dr. Preet. So it's really great to have these kind of dialogues happening, because these are the stepping stones towards our actual goal, where when people are predicting that 2030 metaverse will be so much $1 trillion industry, it will happen only when we have the right frameworks in place, right basis behind it. So that's something that I would like to open with.
Yeah, of course, like we are already being seeing that Walmart joining the metaverse, and then Disney wants to build a metaverse, Nike building up a NFT and metaverse company. The products are being sold in the metaverse, and then the Microsoft itself building up its own metaverse. And very interestingly, we have seen the Interpol now launching a own global metaverse police, right? So it's a kind of a situation where we're seeing the metaverse really catching the eyes from the law enforcement side also, but at the same time there's so much of criminals which are there, and we already seen one of the rapes which happened in the metaverse, which is a real point of concern. So why you feel that the security is so important, and why there is a need right now? And most of you have already brought up the problem of the identity, which is important. If you can highlight the identity aspect of it, and if you can highlight on the data aspect of it, I would like to listen to your view. So we'll go one by one, starting from one.
Okay, thank you so much. I actually very, very agree with Yogesh's point of view about the zero trust model, like always trust. No, sorry, never trust and always verify. I think that's important. And to his point, that I really agree with also is the point that when people start to fear the metaverse, then no matter how much money is poured into it, it will definitely affect the mass adoption of the metaverse. So I think this is why cybersecurity is important. It has to go in tandem with the capital inflow into the metaverse industry. If not, it won't make sense if like big tech companies or our decentralized open metaverses pour in so much money developing the tech side and ignoring the social side, and people get so scared and afraid, and in the end, all the money will go into waste. So I guess this is why cybersecurity is important, to protect our users, because people and community are fundamentally at the core of the metaverse. And secondly, really what we do want as industry practitioners is to have the mass adoption of the metaverse together. Yeah.
Because even the interoperability part will become a major challenge when we are going to be talking of different metaverses which are going to come up when we are saying that it's not be a single metaverse anymore. So yeah, over to you, Shalini.
Yeah, and what I really feel that for cybersecurity, there are two aspects to it. One, of course, is that how prepared are you to enter the metaverse? Are you aware about the risks? Do the platforms provide some kind of a training to people to understand? See, like for example, in the metaverse, AI plays a big part, right? And especially it is gathering a lot of our data. Do we know how much data we are giving away? So if you're giving away data, so what is the happening with the data? So we have to be prepared. And then of course there are companies, what the social media, the way social media tries to use our data for furthering their maybe companies advertisement aims or maybe political aims. Like in human beings are, we are subconscious human beings first and then conscious human beings. So what happens is that if there is a flash of, like suppose I like a rose and I do not like a lotus, and then when I see a rose in a metaverse, the AI captures that, oh, she likes a rose, and then she doesn't like a lotus. And then when some event is going on and they want me to like some product or some person, or they have some aim, then they will flash fleetingly a rose because they know I like it, right? And if they don't want me to buy something, they'll just flash a lotus. That is subconscious influencing, which is going to now enter the metaverse. So that is a challenge. If people are trained for that, then they can learn to avoid it. So that's why we also feel that there should be some kind of, especially for children who can be influenced very easily, if they have some kind of a training, every platform should actually provide some kind of a training in which they can keep themselves safe. What is how then to be how they can block advertisements, how they can stop being spammed and influenced, then I think that would really help.
Yeah, of course, training is very important to get into metaverse, because if you're going untrained, you can land up into a lot of trouble altogether. Yeah, over to you, Yogesh, for your views on that.
In fact, what Shalini said, that AI and ML is playing a lot of good role, because yes, we need to process a lot of data, and starting from voice prints to face prints to because we're talking about digital identity, and this is not the real world. This is a virtual world where you need to be, so data can only predict the right thing. And moving towards the next layer, which is experience layer. What are you going to experience in metaverse? So are you going to experience a retail shopping experience? Are you going to experience a healthcare? So probably a lot of things are having. Now all of these things require a high bandwidth, so we need to depend on a telecom player. So 5G plays a good role. Hardware framework plays a good role. And then we talk about the transaction layer. So all of these things, the ecosystem comprises of so many checks and balances, where every player has to play the role in ensuring the security in the ecosystem. And what we feel is that today, when we talk about AR VR, experts, which are building amazing 3D experiences. uh, so I would like to just quote that I've invested into two startups. One is Malls of Globe, which is into retail sales of land and metaverse. So I can tell you with my experiences that what goes when we talk to an investor, and when the investor says that are you sure you're selling a land to me? Are you sure you're selling a Dubai mall space to me? And then second one is a crypto audit firm, which is where we are auditing the crypto coins. All of these things we are talking about, ensuring that there is a business case in front, because then the regulatory will come and sit on top of it. RERA also didn't came in India, until the builders made a lot of goof ups. But I
Right.
think in crypto world, it will be reversed. The regulatory will, I think, will come first, and the experiences will follow. This is my gut feel.
No, you're right, because we need to have a regulatory framework, and that's what we are already. People are talking of meta corps and meta laws, and before even the metaverse is realized. So because of the challenges which are already there of the Web 2, which we are seeing, and at the same time, I like to change the gears to the privacy issue, which is recent live with Web 2 itself, where all the companies like Meta and Twitter and all other social media platforms are actually taking your data away, and there are privacy issues, right? And these kind of privacy issues will also remain in the metaverse, because it's some company which is going to provide you the data, or the platform, and they're really going to take away your data and use it for monetizing purpose. So I would like to again go back to one of you, each one of you, and listen to your views on privacy issue and privacy related challenges in the metaverse. So anyone can take it on here.
I guess I can go first. Really quick one, because I
Yeah,
feel really strongly about this privacy thing, right? It's important to differentiate between privacy and secretive. So basically, private means that I can choose to make my data and information available to anyone I wish. But when something is secret, it means that nobody will know about it. So I think education-wise, it is important for people to distinguish between the two: what is private and what is secret. So in privacy, I have a choice as a user. In secretive, I basically have full rights of my data if it's secret, if I choose to keep it fully secret. Meaning any protocol, any metaverse, as long as it is some way centralized, your data is never secret. Yeah, so this is very important. So back to the point on privacy, I think most end users do not know the extent of to which how our data and information is being used, which is to me scarier than what actually our options are. This is the point I want to make. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a problem. Privacy is going to be a major problem. So over to you, Shalini.
Yeah. I mean, it's an excellent point, brought out by Benway. It's really nice. Privacy versus secrecy. That is exactly the differentiation which people really should understand. And the challenge between centralization and decentralization also lies here, because in one side we want decentralization, which is wants to be anonymous, and but then how do you provide security and like privacy without any kind of identification. So this challenge is going to be there, which is going to keep on playing, and that's why I feel sometimes we might settle somewhere between a decentralized centralized system, wherein the centralization will be more transparent, and we will be knowing where our data is being used, and we will be having the option of whether sharing it, and like as when I said, being completely secret. An excellent point.
Yeah. And over to you, Yogesh.
Thanks. I would agree that privacy has to be defined in the boundaries, whether it's going to help me out or whether it's not going to help me out. I'll quote a nation, Estonia, which is 99.9% on blockchain. Only country which is the first country in the world, and Dubai has copied it, and copied in the sense means like taking inputs from that thing. But they do their elections, they do everything. Now in that environment, I've seen those scenarios where when you walk out from a doctor's hospital, after consultation, the chemist has a medicine ready for you. So that's a health data, and they're very compliant that your health data must only reach to the point where it is required, nothing more than that. So GDPR, all of these things, what we are, because these are the mature systems which takes care of the privacy. And privacy, you need to define that where my data is going in, and I should have all the time control. I can stop the tap wherever I want. It should not be free flowing water that today Alexa or a Google, okay Google is listening me out and presenting me some ads. So we need to be guarded in the metaverse, because when we land up into some 3D experiences or something, and incidents which are really not appropriate in the real world, same, we cannot have those kind of things. I cannot expect my kids to go into metaverse any day if that's not safe. So I need to know where the data is flowing in and how we can safeguard it and use it for the benefit. So my take on privacy is that.
And what another challenge is the AR VR devices which are there. Now they bring in their own kind of challenges of the VR taking away your all the facial components and all the artifacts which are there, AR stealing the data. So how do you really, throw light on the AR VR challenges? Because this is again a major kind of cyber threats which is going to emanate for the data privacy and the data stealing or the data breach. So over to you, Ed.
I guess for the it's a very good question because for like your VR headsets, there might be I mean big tech companies they are still manufacturing those physical headsets, right? And there's a big difference when we allow people or allow as users allow the big tech companies to use our data by default. So there's an option saying that okay by using the headset we allow let's say a certain big tech company to use my data by default versus we do not allow by default. So I wish more end users can be educated about what we are consenting to when we are using the VR headset, because just by our iris data alone, there's a lot of health data that can be retrieved from just our iris. And really, we do not know what the headsets are collecting of our personal data every moment. And it's only a matter of consent, right? That's why the checkbox is important, like what we are consenting to. I mean, even as a practitioner myself, I do not know what I'm consenting to currently because at this point in time, I'm just experimenting. But as we move into a more serious stage of mass adoption, maybe certain terms and conditions will change because after all, big tech companies are centralized entities. So I think we have to be more cautious and aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah, over to you, Shalini.
Yeah, so I read an article, very interesting article on the cybersecurity threats to VR headsets and as and the AR glasses. Now it's slightly different for both. For VR, like suppose these are programs, like, and you are in this immersive world, right? You are in your avatar. What if a hacker hacks into your headset? It hacks into you. It hacks into your avatar, takes over your avatar, takes over everything, takes over your identity. Then how are you going to prove? It's a very big risk. And this is and again, this is one part of the risk. The second part of the risk again is the same thing, that if you got enough protocols ready, have you downloaded enough those apps which can stop the spamming, so keep your headset absolutely safe from any kind of hacking, because headset hacking can be very, very dangerous. So that is something which is very important. And what happens in AR is like, if AR is like, it is an overlay into a real world. Suppose the information is hacked, and if you're using an AR for as a map, to go somewhere, and if that is hacked and you send somewhere else, the location is so it is like you going somewhere, you need to go somewhere else and you go somewhere else. So all these challenges are there, and where exactly, then that's why we need very, very strong protocols, so to protect these hardware, hardware products as well as the software inside them, so that we can be completely safe. But obviously it's challenging. It's never perfect. We're always following the perpetrators in this regard, but then obviously that is the only way to go. So this is what my say is then.
Yeah, over to you, Yogesh, please.
Yeah. So, Colonel Singh, I would like to say that whenever we import any hardware into any country, so there is a regulatory. But the game here is that this is not a hardware. This is a hardware bundled with a software. So that means the moment it reaches to the end user, wherever it is going to be, the information can change. I experienced wonderful, a suit in the GITEX conference last week, which was like you wear that suit, and then there's a program that runs in. It will make you like Muhammad Ali or a super boxer, and when you punch somebody, it will actually punch with that intensity what the boxer is going to hit actually. So this is I'm not doing that. It's somebody else doing that. So there is a suit which is a hardware, there's a program which is a software. I'm just a body inside. So whether it's a AR, VR, anything, what is happening is that we need to see it has to be a responsible role play of everybody. Like starting from OEM or the manufacturers or the visionary people. You should not be data greedy. You can be hungry for the data to processes with rules, but this has to be structured and laid down in a very, very appropriate manner, and then only people will be feeling more comfortable, more trustworthy to participate into the real game of metaverse.
because we're already seeing the threats which are there, which you all have listed out, and we are seeing the present day crimes of like cyberbullying, cyber stalking, rapes happening, frauds happening, NFT thefts happening. So they're all there while we are getting to the metaverse. So there's nothing changing on that side. So before we close, so what's your take on the keeping the crime out of metaverse? How do you perceive it? What's your thought process on that? If you can throw light on that particular aspect, because it's a huge topic, but we like to kind of restrict within the
Sure.
time and have the discussions close in time. Yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Over to
you
you,
want
Vance. We can start
We
one by
go with
one.
Van first.
That's idea.
Okay, sure. I'll start it first then. I think if there's a one takeaway, I think everyone has to remember that don't fight the metaverse, because just on the sheer amount of capital that's entering the market, it is already a very big force to reckon with. So I think as individuals, let's have the view that it is going to be inevitable. It's a little bit pessimistic if you really hate the metaverse and you don't want your, for example, kids or nephews to be have their eyes glued to hardware devices the whole day, like your mobile phone and your laptop, playing games and things like that. With that in mind, then we can start to build consciousness and awareness to our children and our nephews or nieces, because there's also a very dark side to the metaverse, like your dark verse, where criminal activities abound, and you don't want people to use like the voice chat function of a metaverse to attack emotionally and psychologically on your kids when you can't even see the actual harm, because physical harm you can see bruises, but emotional trauma is invisible, right? So there are already such incidents happening and widely reported. So the main point here is let's be aware that things like that are probably going to happen, and as parents or adults, how can we equip ourselves and our children with the necessary skill set to be street smart also in the metaverse, not just in real life. Yeah.
Yeah. And over to
excellent.
you. Yeah, Shani.
Yeah, excellent points. So my points are also similar. There are just two aspects to it. First of all, understanding the risks and how to navigate safely inside the metaverse. What to like to almost have like a license to drive around the metaverse, to be aware so much that what are the risks involved, where to go in case if you are in trouble, which platforms are safe, how to gauge the safety of a platform, and how to like basically protect yourself. That is the first part. Second part, of course, is the importance of APIs and other protocols. We have to have some understanding of these software and how they are, if they are good enough in the platform or not. So all those things I think are very important.
Yeah. No, it's a well said point. Yeah. Over to you, Yogesh.
Yeah. So I would like to give a perspective that today we manage a lot of corporate website, e-commerce website for our customers, and there's a lot of cyber attacks that happens every day. So on my email, there is a regular dossier that comes that these many attacks have happened today, and these includes various sets of, and I have a absolutely right framework, because we cannot let our customers go down. So we need to have a cyber policing definitely in metaverse. It's a key role to be played by a certain set of maybe industry players who will ensure that whoever enters the metaverse, their digital identity is checked, whoever is playing in that metaverse is being fenced. When you go and transact, somebody is going to make sure that your transactions are being verified through that channel. So those things will definitely make it very easier, and it is not very difficult because we have lived the world of internet last 20 years. So it will be much easier. The only thing is that we're building for this thing for kids coming 10 years behind. So whatever we're building, keep that in mind, and I think we'll be doing a really fantastic job.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been already been talking of a digital citizenship kind of thing, where we want to give knowledge to the kids, know about their rights, know about their rules, and that's the way forward, I feel. And thank you so much, each one of you. And for sure, metaverse is going to transform the society over the next 10 years, for sure. That's what we are seeing. People are telescoping it to another 5 years, So that's how it is going to be. But the data security, your identity thefts, the problems which are there today are going to be similar or even worse than what is going to be there today, what we see on the social media. And very rightly, you brought in that now is the time to think about the meta laws, the regulation, the governance, and how to be in the metaverse and be a safe metaverse citizens. So thank you very much, and over to you, Anurad. And I think we
Thank you.
bang on time, of 30
Yes.
minutes. Thank you very much
Yes,
for
yes,
the
yes,
wonderful
yes.
replies,
Thank
each one
you.
of you.
Thank you. A big, big thank you to Karan Singh and all our panelists. I think one of the most insightful sessions of the Crypto World Conference, and I'm hoping that our audience has truly enjoyed it. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again in the next iteration of Crypto World Conference.
So, so thank you. Have a great day. Bye bye.
Thanks a lot.
Yes. So that was Karan Singh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel discussion with our next moderator. Uh, Please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Saugat Chatterjee. Mr. Chatterjee is a mentor at Niti Ayog, co-founder of Away Ventures and ex-CEO of Apollo Hospitals Preventive Health. Mr. Chatterjee is also a C-suite leader, startup mentor, academic advisor, keynote speaker, and a humanitarian. For over 2 decades and counting, strategy have been driving profitability, top line growth, and revitalizing businesses across healthcare, FMCG, OTC, pharma, telecom, and FMCD. Mr. Chatterjee will be moderating the panel on the topic of future of healthcare through metaverse. Mr. Chatterjee, we welcome you to Crypto World Conference and look forward to this special discussion.
Thank you, Anubhav. Thanks for the warm welcome. Uh, Good evening to all, and I welcome all of you to this first edition of Crypto World Conference 2022 by World Crypto Forum, and it's been brought to you by Almond Solutions and hosted on the Almond's Vortex platform. So, we had some very engaging and very exciting discussions through the past few hours on various topics and subjects. But then now we have come to a very interesting portion of this conference. And this is a session where we are going to talk about actually our existential future. Yes, we all can see the tomorrow happily, only will we are living our today healthily. So, as we've been rightly put across, let's start our session on the future of healthcare through metaverse. But then, before I proceed, I would like to include and introduce my fellow panelists, my co-panelists for this interesting session. And these panelists have been also chosen very carefully, keeping in mind the 360-degree view of the pillars of the future of healthcare, for example, research, design, and delivery. And that's how the sequencing is. So, firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Saravanan Vivekanandan. Mr.
Hi
Saravanan
guys.
Vivekanandan is the co-founder and CEO of Idea RX. He has about 20 plus years of experience across different geographies, both in India and abroad, in Asia, Europe, US. He's a great source of inspiration to his company and to all his fellow colleagues whom he has been influencing to do wonders in the world of entrepreneurship. He has been working in various domains such as healthcare, supply chain, automobile, manufacturing, and product designing, strategy, advising, and operations. And I am Ahmedabad alumnus. Selvan has a solid foundation in management and technology, which are very well polished during his stints in various companies in the past, like Tech Mahindra, Volvo, and the likes. He has launched multiple startups, led them from the front, raised funds from them, and also gave them very successful M&A exits. As an individual, he never gets bored to emphasize that the ethical business is the best business practice. The way to win a deal is to design it as a win-win deal, and every prospect has the potential to be your customer for the next 50 years, and no need to look for short-term gains. A firm believer of sharing is multiplying, and is always open to be the best man for the business. So, welcome, Sarvanan. Welcome on the show.
Thank you, Shaugat. Thank you.
Uh, with the second round of applause, I would also like to welcome Dr. Archiman Mohapatra, somebody whom I have known personally also. He is an epidemiologist and a public health speaker. Dr. Mohapatra expertises in designing and conducting multi-state epidemiological and public health research projects using multi-partner networks. He has a extensive, rich experience of working in the focus research and policy translations, for example, in drafting of the government's COVID-19 SOPs and PSABIN guidelines. He's also working on the National Research Priority Setting Exercise. Dr. Mohapatra has been a part of the esteemed organizations like International Clinical Epidemiology Network, Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, Save the Children, and he's a much awarded and rewarded research and academic assignments when he was there in India and abroad. And also, he's a philanthropic engagements with NGOs for his community services, and have been at the help of experience of training students from health, management, social, and science disciplines. And he completed his management MBBS from the SCB Medical College, and also from his MD in from Benares Indian University, and he also has done his management from IIM. So welcome, Dr. Mahapatra, and good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me.
And with this, from the delivery point, I would now like to welcome Mr. Satyajit Mitra. Satyajit, he is brings with himself a loads of years of experience, 25, 28 years in preventive health, pharmaceutical, and healthcare operations across sales, management, and both global and Indian companies like Eli Lilly, Baxter, Alcon, and presently he's heading the operations in Apollo. He has expertise in hospital operations, marketing, sales, management, business strategies, and new product launches. Satyajit has successfully led a three-member team even from behest of Apollo to China for a detailed study on the preventive healthcare market much before it was actually the thing in India. So he has been studying the market very closely, and and he has been a multi-awarded winner and rewarded person also during his career stint. He also was instrumental in making Apollo win the India's Best Health and Wellness Summit Award in the preventive health category in 2018. With a mind of a mentor and a motivating leader and a deep understanding of mental well-being. So we welcome Satyajit also on this panel. So
Thank you
thank
so
you
much,
all
Mr. Saurabh.
for your time, gentlemen. Uh, you see, the idea of metaverse, it means an ever-growing share of our lives, labor, leisure, time, wealth, happiness, relationships, and that will be spent inside virtual worlds rather than just aided through digital devices. It will be a parallel plane for the existence that, sits on the top of our digital and physical emotions, and unites both in a way. Now, by adopting the above, what we foresee that the metaverse holds tremendous potential to unilaterally transform healthcare by combining these emerging technologies of AI, AR, VR, and cloud and edge. You know, and some of the ways in which the metaverse could revolutionize healthcare, at least the way I see it, is in terms of skill development, education and training, health and nutrition, mental health, teleconsultations, remote patient management, collaborative surgeries, and much more, and much more. So, so let's kind of open up the discussions, and I would like to start by asking Sarvanan probably, if you can help us throw some light on this, So, Sarvan, from your perspective point of view, at that you have been using technology as a key force in your businesses, and you always emphasize the use of technology in healthcare. So, what technology trends do you see will increase the adoption of metaverse in healthcare?
Okay, so that's an interesting aspect, Shaugat, that we need to understand. What started a couple of years as a wishful thinking, or the side projects in different companies, the metaverse is at the verge of a mass adoption, and primarily I see a couple of trends or facts which is pushing it ahead, right? So apart from the COVID pandemic induced necessity for mm, digital delivery of healthcare, on the technology front, a couple of things are happening. So if you look at any technology, the moment of inflection comes when three or four factors start working out positively. So obviously the first factor is going to be the cost and the availability of the technology for the end user.
Absolutely.
It can be in terms of the hardware, software, or the connectivity, etc. And then what kind of user experience and business value proposition it provides. So the moment it reaches a significant value for the end user or the business, definitely there is going to be an uptick of the level of interest in terms of investment, in terms of what is going to happen. And also this has to be ably surrounded by, supported by the development in terms of what kind of infrastructure requirements is needed and how much it is available. And now with different heterogeneous systems available in terms of hardware and software, the interoperability of that particular technology also has to get into at least a hygiene level so that it can go for massive adoption. And as far as metaverse is concerned, some of the key trends which I see in the last couple of years is very, very encouraging. So to start with, if you look at the clarity and the depth of user experience, there is a very positive development both in terms of the hardware efficiency as well as the software. For example, Google now has introduced the geospatial feature so that no more a person or the user doesn't even need to have to check into specific locations to consume the service. Now even the developers are going out with providing a 5 cents based user experience, right from touch to feel to seeing to hearing. To suppose, for example, Apple AR has come up with a spatial studio which enables to utilize sound sources from multiple sources. So that is giving a very great in-depth experience for the end user. And apart from that, if you look at hardware developments, we are getting advanced lens filters, etc. All these things put together, there is a very good user experience. Okay. And then if you look at the cost of it, apart from the reduction in cost, so in terms of the hardware, right? So typically the medical IoT devices are going to play a very vital role in that. Say for example, wearable blood pressure monitors, ECG monitors, etc. The cost has significantly come down in the past couple of years. And apart from that, even we see nowadays, like many companies who provide the blockchain as a service facility itself, because usually that used to take a big chunk of the development cost involved in developing and deploying AR environment. So those kind of supporting infrastructure is also coming up now. And again, if you look at web AR, it has completely eliminated even the need for any kind of mobile devices itself. And if you look at interoperability, we have now cross-platform ARs, etc. It is supporting interoperability as well as it's also bringing down the cost of development of that. So now when we look at a combination of the cost of development from the software aspect as well as the cost of hardware which is needed has come down significantly, and that definitely is going to have a good impact on the user adoption. Okay. So yeah, so this is definitely going to be a bigger impact in terms of availability and accessibility of the healthcare.
Totally agree with you, Sabadat. In fact, to the various strata and the informations which you have shared, not only this stand at a stage of which I would say revolutionary, but at the same point of time, the adaptability is also a very key point. And that actually leads me to the next phase. And nobody better than Dr. Mahapatra to kind of give a deep dive into that, because based on your deep research and research-based healthcare expertise, uh, once we have done one stake has solved the purpose, how do you think would a patient-doctor relationship in real terms evolve around in healthcare?
That's a complicated question. I would not say complex. It's a complicated question actually, because patient-doctor relationship has been a hot topic. We see that there has been displeasures around it. In fact, medical litigations, they have gone up. Uh, at the same time, I must say that practice of medicine is a social dimension. So it's a altogether new civilization coming up on the metaverse, and where increased globalization will be experienced. People will be able to access, perhaps may be able to access uh, hitherto not available services. So their expectations may be retitled, recalibrated. Uh, and also the digital footprinting that would happen around it, and building your own databases, and a call for decentralization with Web 3.0 coming up. patient would ask for further access to that data and interoperability. So interesting times coming up there. At the same time, I'm also a bit concerned because whenever technology comes up, we always see that technology is an equalizer. And the practice of medicine and healthcare is all about inequities and vulnerabilities. Could it also mean that if technology is readily available, a particular segment of the society is able to access the technology, while the vulnerable segment is still left behind? People who are able to access, and that's what we see usually whenever you improve. Suppose we look at government hospitals, you improve the services there, then the most powerful segment ends up availing care there. So there is a shift of the elite or the rich from the private sector to the now well-functioning government sector. It's very difficult to get a bed in a good government hospital in a developing world country. So those sudden improvements actually lead to an accentuation of inequities before things settle down. And metaverse and healthcare within metaverse is a new concept that is coming up. I foresee that in the immediate times, there will be a lot of irritation or rather displeasure because things are forming up. More litigations may come up, data privacy issues may come up, but that will gradually, like anything, starts with a chaos, with a bang. So things will settle down in due course. I'm a bit also concerned that we call for sustainable development goals, eradication of elimination of extreme poverty, survival of pregnant women, children. When we are talking of those kind of vulnerabilities, will the metaverse actually serve or solve real world problems? Or they're just like giving better services to someone who already has access to good services? So those are debatable topics. I think we'll explore more of these aspects as we discuss.
I'm sure. I mean, what you said, is normally why you said it's a complicated question, but then kind of you really have simplified that. That's one, and two, you left with a very hard hitting social impact, a question which actually we need to address during the later course of our discussions. So now, as so we have touched two sides. With Saravanan, we have touched upon the design part, one of the key elements of healthcare. With you, we have touched upon the research part, which leads to the design. And now I come to Satyajit and to understand the delivery part, because that's where the action is happening, right? So, so Satyajit, you being at the helm of operations of Apollo, and you have seen this industry up close and personal, and from the delivery and the interaction level of the patient along with the hospital and the healthcare entities. So, how accessible do you think, as Dr. Mahapatra just spoke about the poverty levels, the below poverty level, the social impact, the reach, and as Saravanan spoke about how dynamic and how the cost impact of it could happen. So that's both are actually interconnected, the reach and the cost. So how, from your point of view, do you think accessible metaverse will be for the patients, and how cost effective it will be?
Yeah,
I mean, keeping the cost as an X, we don't know what the cost would be. So just kind of hypothetically speaking. Yeah.
thank you, Sagat, for bringing that up. And I think it's a very pertinent question, particularly when we are in a country like India. The first thing that comes for implementation of any technology, anything that we want to do, the first question comes is how much accessible it is and how cost effective it is. And this is what we have to deal with. And let me say, I think going a little back, 2 years back, and it's all fresh in our memories how COVID came up and how India fought COVID in a very effective way, much probably better than most developed countries who had all sort of money and technology. But India has its own way of coming up with cost-effective solutions, and that's how we dealt with COVID, and we have all seen it. And we can very proudly say that we were the one of the countries who were the largest supplier of vaccines across the world that saved so many lives. So coming back to
And needless
metaverse,
to say, we started developing at the last.
absolutely. So coming to metaverse, again, I see our country as one of those who are at the leading front in terms of technology, in terms of software development, and we are the leaders when it comes to companies which are leading worldwide. I don't want to name one or two companies. There are a huge number of companies. India is also now becoming a startup hub. There are so many startups working on it. So the point which Mr. Saravanan and Dr. Archiswal were highlighting is that the same thing is that how accessible it will be to the common man. What Dr. Archiswal was saying, that to the government hospital. So as of now, if you ask me, metaverse is a little distant, because VR is not so cheap as compared to headsets. When it comes to virtual reality, augmented reality, the service provider, whether it is the hospitals or the government, has to invest a lot of money, and then this technology will be available. In the beginning, in the initial stage, it will be at more of an experimental pilot stage with major cities or major hospitals. But if you ask me today what will happen to the tier 2 or tier 3 cities, it's much far away. It's not going to be so easily accessible. And I'm telling you, some of the ground realities, what we look at it all looks good. But yes, with the ground reality, we are still a bit far away. But the positive side of it is that we as a country have a lot of technology advancement happening, and I'm sure we will come up with some cost effective solutions, some much lower versions, or lower cost effective models to drive the technology that is currently available. And we are also at Apollo hospitals, we are the leaders, if I may say, in telemedicine. So already a lot of robotic surgeries, a lot of distant consultations are already happening. So yes, we are there, but if you ask at the larger scale, we are still much away.
Very true, Satyajit. And those are something which is like thought provoking. And you know, but one thing for sure, I mean, as a country, India with a 1.4 billion population, not only we, anybody globally also looks to us as a consumer market. The strength of the any foreign entity being able to grow in this country is just because of the hugeness of our consumer, and that's how the translation happens. And then the same applies here also as well. And I would like to kind of keep uh, leading this discussion a bit more, stretching this a bit more, because one thing for sure, unless just like Albert Einstein said once, of a different note, that unless you have been able to explain simply, you have not understood it well enough, right? So similarly, in such cases, unless you have been able to make a solution socially impactful for the underprivileged, right, then you have not made a solution. Actually, it's just kind of a, just like Satyajit said, it stays in some kind of healthcare chain blocks and it never moves out, and only the privileged ones could get the access to it. But then that does not improve the country or the denominator as such. So with this, Sarvanan, let me come back to you and kind of put up this question in a slightly different way. Uh, how do you think that metaverse can positively impact the accessibility of healthcare to the underprivileged?
That's an interesting aspect, and I also completely agree with the view of Satyajit, who said that metaverse is definitely the way to go in future. But are we ready now? Is a question. But I definitely feel that this is going to have a big impact in terms of inclusion of the rural population and the fringe, community under the coverage of effective healthcare. And already the positive impact has started happening. So how I see this is like, if you look at it, so the first aspect is availability of a particular healthcare service, right? It can be a specialist or access to doctor, etc. And a good metric to see is the population versus specialist ratio. For example, in Kenya, the availability of a doctor to a population is 1 is to 17,000 people. While if you consider the same ratio in India, we are blessed with doctor for every 854 people, and this is for just the doctors. And if you look at specialists like surgeons or diagnostics specialists, it's going to become far more poor, right? And the next aspect, which is going to have a big impact, is accessibility of the available specialist. So this usually, is influenced by the geo spread of specialists versus a patient spread. For example, in India, we have like around 70% of our population is rural population, while this 70% of the population being served by just 34% of the country's doctors. So you can clearly see that the uh, density of the doctors versus patient is very concentrated on the urban areas, while it's going to have an impact on the population of the rural areas. And the third aspect is always there, which is the cost effectiveness. Okay, because the more we talk about the rural population or the underprivileged, the cost is going to become a very big issue here. And I definitely see that the first two factors can be positively influenced by effective adoption of metaverse, and it doesn't need to happen on at one go. Okay, the simpler version of metaverse can be adopted at every stage, and it can give a good impact. Say, for example, upskilling of doctors and surgeons and even paramedical staff can have very big impact in terms of availability. Okay, so
True.
we worked on a project in Kenya where the mission was to have zero mortality for pregnant women. As a part of it, the major activity which gave us a lot of result is more than anything was upskilling the paramedical staff who are spread across the different counties which are on the outskirts of the capital. So definitely, even if the infrastructure is a little bit costly at this stage, the government was in a position to adopt telemedicine, this kind of training exercise using metaverse. It can be done for training people so that you will have more number of specialists who are available in a country or in a rural area to treat the patient. So this is going to have a positive impact. And the next aspect what we talk about is accessibility. Okay, so even though governments have been trying to ensure that the patient the overall population is spread across by creating infrastructure in the rural and all, it's going to take a long time. It's easier said than done. In this case, how a metaverse, I see a big role for metaverses to integrate it in different phases or in different capacities with the existing telemedicine infrastructure. Okay. Because, say, for example, Global, which is the number one telemedicine infrastructure provider, they are incorporating different aspects of the metaverse. The holistic metaverse is taken into different ways and is being integrated with that. And that is going to help to take the services of these specialists towards the rural area. Okay. And when we talk about the cost effectiveness, even the first two aspects, like the availability of more number of treating specialists towards the population, as well as the possibility of incorporating and providing these services through telemedicine facility, is going to have good impact on the affordability of such services to the by the population.
True, Saravanan. In fact, both these dimensions are actually interlinked to each other, and as you rightly mentioned, the cost and training, and they both hold the equal importance. I mean, just primarily bringing down cost, compromising the training is also a challenge, and vice versa. And I think metaverse can actually, or probably the healthcare intervention using metaverse probably can actually play a large balancing route. And in particular, if upskillment is actually done in the rural areas or in the tier 2 or the tier 3, that will significantly impact upon the cost part also, which will drastically come down, just purely just because of the accessibility part, and then the same can be explored at the given position. So, uh, you know, uh, but then Dr. Mahapatro, given that as we have spoken so far, that we're talking about such a huge population of our country like India of 1.4 billion, right? And we definitely need more skilled manpower. No two ways about it. We agree, solemnly agree, and we know how significant a role metaverse can play in that, as everyone has said. So, and that brings me to understand from you your views on how metaverse can actually help healthcare services provide training, and how do we adapt our learnings of public health and healthcare systems to this metaverse?
Right. So, yeah, as Mr. Sarvanan has already pointed out, it can help in rapid scaling up of training interventions. Uh, that levels up the ground a bit. But what I see is it is also an empowering tool from the patient side. So it's not just one side of training that needs to go in. It's also about educating the patient and generating demand. I see that metaverse has a bigger role to play there. A bit of regulation also to happen in terms of data protection and privacy, and but should also enable people to have second consultations, third consultations, or share their reports across geographical boundaries, consult remotely. Those aspects are trainable skills. Skill transfer. See, in a country like India, you will never be able to match up the healthcare demand by upskilling your HR or by recruiting more and more HR. It has to, like, skill has to be transferred to the people. People must learn how to take care of their general needs, not to fall sick. And if they fall sick, what could be the primary level of intervention that could work where there is no doctor, right? So that kind of training, that kind of standardization could happen with metaverse intervention. I'll stop there. I think we are running bit late of time. Over to you.
No, I mean, you just stopped at that juncture. Incidentally, that's where probably Satyajit needs to pick up and give a final view. So Satyajit, just talking from the preventive health, that's where Dr. Mahapatra stopped of taking care of yourself. So, from a preventive health perspective, what do you see the future of the metaverse? I mean, is preventive health an impactful part of the metaverse?
Yeah, so I think it's first of all, it is very important that we are able to bring some amount of consciousness. And again, the sad reality is that in the last 2 years, people became a little more conscious about uh, prevention rather than treatment, because and also they got scared, so they said that okay, let me go and get my health checkup done, because if I am not at a good health status, probably I may end up with a higher risk of getting the COVID and not getting treated. So that awareness came, thankfully. But how do we leverage metaverse in the preventive health segment? Yes, in that, just look at it. If we can explain to a patient or to a customer how his heart really looks like when there is a blockage, so that 3D vision, that augmented reality, the virtual reality, how does it gut function? If all is a person is able to see, we are able to increase the awareness level to a very different level. So if the future could be, and that is how metaverse and augmented reality, etc., AI started with gaming, and that is where we have to gamify the healthcare. We have to gamify things and make it interesting, uh, not only for the people who are in their middle age, but also for the younger generation. So because younger generation, we have to look forward. When it comes to prevention, we have to save the future. So we have to look forward to really save our kids and make them more healthy. So for that, they will just fall for it when it comes as a VR, as a gamified mode. And there, a lot of what already Dr. Mohapatra and Mr. Savanan said, that we have to really make people aware how the
Right.
things has to be, and to make it very, very interesting for people to become aware. And that is, awareness is the only thing probably which we need to do. And through VR, through AR, through AI, we can make all this happen in a virtual world, and that
Certainly.
people can really take it up.
Certainly,
So
certainly,
that's what I
certainly.
feel.
Thank you so much, Satyajit, for this, for your views. And in fact, it was quite indeed an engaging discussion, and I thank you all for your time and your knowledge shared in this forum. Though, given a situation, we could have gone for the entire day, probably on the next forum, because this dimension is of such. But I sincerely wish and I hope that we actually all join hands together and we make a significant impact on healthcare through metaverse, and then we use this forum and not leave our thoughts only at the thought level, but we collectively come together and address the situation. And I think this forum can do wonders in helping put across our thoughts and plans into action in many ways and one. So thank you so all very much, and I wish you all the very best of health and happiness. And over to you, Anubrat. Thanks for
Thank
having me.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yadaji. Thank you to all our panelists. It would be fair to say that we are witnessing a gathering of an elite group of Web 3.0 thought leaders today, and we will all take back something important. This has been a truly insightful conversation that I have also myself enjoyed listening to. So thank you once again to all of you, and you have a great rest of the evening. We hope to see you again in the next version of next iteration of CWC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Has been interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of today's proceedings. For our last panel discussion, we'll be focusing on how smart contracts can be used in Metaverse. So please welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Alek Johari, founder Animoy Solutions. He's also the creator of the podcast show, The Future of Web, where he talks about everything Web3 to enable its understanding and wider adoption. Mr. Johari, welcome to CWC. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much, Anuvrat. Can you hear me okay? Can you see me
Yes,
okay?
absolutely. We can see you and we can hear you.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you
you
so
now
much.
to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anuvrat. All right. All right, everybody. How is the day going? So, last session of the day for all the ones, who joined in early when it started till now must have been quite entertaining and, like insightful. Like I was just part of the, listening from backstage the earlier session. It was amazing. There's so many opportunities and possibilities what metaverse can bring for a lot of people. It was simply amazing. So once you get the recording, please go and check, different sessions. All right, cool. So let's move on. My name is Alek, as you can see, and as Anubhav explained, I'm a founder of Animo Solutions. So what we do quickly do is we provide product and services for creating metaverses and NFT marketplaces and applications and blockchain, and we do a whole lot of stuff. I also run a design studio where we do, do cool stuff in motion graphics and 3D animation. Help a lot of people in marketing and stuff. So today I'll be moderating the session on the topic metaverses and how smart contracts can be used in metaverses. All right, so without further ado, let us get on with it and start with an introduction of our panelists today. So first up is Ume Mary Jade. She's popularly known as her, for her contagious energy as the energetic crypto Iron Lady. What a name! She's a
Hello.
blockchain and crypto. Hi, Ume. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, I can perfectly.
Fantastic. I'm just going to, just tell the viewers a little bit more about you. So you are a crypto and a content creator and a marketing strategist, right? Educator and a fierce public speaker. We'll talk about that as well. Who has spoken in standard Web3 events with a major number of enthusiasts in attendance with a lot of people. She has, been asked and interviewed to discuss crypto adoption by top brands and communities like CoinDesk TV and few others. She's also a brand strategist for Women in DeFi, a leading organization led by women of substance and capacity in the niche. And they've trained over 500 students and empowered them with the right knowledge to become financially independent and utilize opportunities which are there in blockchain space. Fantastic, Ume. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm great. I'm awesome. It's an honor to be here.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure to have you here. Let me quickly get on the next guest. He is Rakesh. He's a co-founder of Metafi Labs. Can we have Rakesh up here, please?
Hello. Hi,
Fantastic.
Alak.
Hello,
Hey,
Rakesh.
Mary.
How are
Hey.
you?
Hey, I'm
Pleasure.
good. How are you?
Good. Fantastic. So I'm just going to quickly, tell a little bit more about you to the audience. So you're a co-founder and CEO of Metafi Labs, which is a part of the Jet Synthesis Group, right? So you've been innovating in the gaming and digital product space for quite some time now. One of the most popular cricket games in India called Real Cricket and Sachin Saga belongs to Jet, like which you are a part of. And now you are focusing on building metaverse ecosystems for Indian brands and government organizations. So fantastic. Let's give him a round of applause to Rakesh as well.
Thank you, Alak. Thank
Nice.
you.
Thank you. Now let's get. We have two more panelists, so it's going to be a full house. Stay tuned. We have some awesome discussions going to happen, during this session. So let's welcome Himanshu Sachin, who is a mentor, trainer, and a marketing expert. All right. So Himanshu is here. Welcome, Himanshu. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, you are loud and clear. Right. So you work. You have 2 years experience in crypto space. You work with multiple companies again in crypto space as marketing executive, growth manager, and chief marketing officer. Interesting, growth you've had. You also founder and a co-founder at FinCrypt Zero and Eternal Bots. So that's again a product of Zelysium Multiverse. Go Google search if you want to know more about that. Uh, Important point is, Himanshu has trained more than 10,000 students in the crypto finance space and mentored multiple companies. He's currently working as a manager of community operations and marketing lead at Wow Talkies. Fantastic. Welcome, Himanshu. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. All right, last but not the least, let us welcome Amit Singh. Can we have him on stage, please? Hello, Amit. So good to see you here. He's a managing director of Head Start, as well as he runs a metaverse building platform called Socialite, that's in Web3 space. And each Socialite metaverse comes with configurable built-in Web3 constructs like social tokens, NFTs, DeFi, private ledgers, and DEX. Oh my God, that's too much. What do you want others to do? It's interesting. So majority of the interest that obviously you're getting is from Web2 to get into this space, and their product is built on substrate and use Polkadots, XCMP, and bridges for transfer of identity, assets, and data across chains. I want to talk about interoperability, with this. And you also run a company which builds Web3 space. Fantastic team of panelists we have today. Let's welcome all by a round of applause at our respective places. Thank you very much. How are you all doing? Let's have a quick question on that. End of the day, how are you feeling? Yeah?
I'm fine. I'm great.
Nice. Cool. So I'll, without wasting much more time, I'll just shoot my first question to Rakesh, and then we'll, invite other esteemed panelists. So Rakesh, again, remind the viewers the topic for today is metaverse and how smart contracts can be used in metaverses. All right. So before we go to smart contracts, let's understand what metaverses are. So Rakesh, in your opinion, how do you see metaverses impacting the daily interaction in professional and personal spaces? Let's start with you.
Yeah, so we are already in a version of a metaverse, right? Like the whole network around us and the internet, it has already pulled us into a certain metrics. And today, the lines between reality, between physical and digital, it is almost blurring. So now, with the new definition of metaverse, right, we are trying to connect all these experiences into a single network and to create a cohesive system out of it. So starting from data ingestions into multiple systems, having omni-channel capabilities, then insights from multiple angles moving into certain systems and then diverging into the personalized experiences, right? So it has already begun to touch us. But within this ecosystem, right, somewhere we have lost some of our privacy, some of our certain concept that we shouldn't have. So the new iteration of metaverse is going to be focused on creating that individual spaces while maintaining that connectivity. And how do we create that interoperability standards, that data privacy standards and stuff? That is going to define the metaverse space.
Oh yeah, so it's interesting. You brought up, we're talking about Web3 decentralization, and you brought up the point of giving up freedom and not having too much private spaces, right? So that is quite oxymoronic, like opposites to each other, right? So Amit, I would take your opinion here. Like, how do you see this bringing up? Because we're talking about decentralization, because that's what the core of Web3 is, right? And now we're talking about metaverses, and then there's going to be talk about the data that now people can catch through the wearable devices, like eye scans and stuff. So how do you relate to that?
So again, it's
it's something to be cautious about. One's identity, now when hundreds of millions, maybe billions of people are going to spend a lot of time on the metaverse and they want to share a lot of their data on the metaverse, it is easy for it to potentially get hacked. And that's why we need, some strong mechanisms for data protection, user privacy, overall safety of users, because your identity getting compromised on the metaverse could be extremely chaotic and very, very troublesome for an individual. So I see it with an area that needs a good amount of collaboration, cooperation between different standards bodies to be able to define this stuff, and for people to implement stuff that generally is in the user's best interest.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ume, what are you? What do you like? You come from a very different background, like content creation and helping students. So, how do you teach, your students about metaverses and these spaces? Can't hear
I
you.
was
You're on.
muted. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was muted. Like I'm back up. All right. Metaverse for me, I think understanding metaverse as a concept gives you a wider reach of how you explain it. So most times I feel if you can't explain anything, it means you don't understand it. All right. You explaining something comes from a bet, comes from a place of you understanding the concept. So from my place, and basically for me being a teacher and me being a content writer, our metaverse is very easy to explain. All right, it's more like our spiritual world where we feel that whenever we die, all right, there's this spiritual body we take over there. So that spiritual body in the metaverse is more like our virtual reality. Then at that point, I think
Yeah.
most times we believe in spirituality that there's this kind of feeling that whenever something bad is happening to you in the spiritual realm, you can feel it. So that's where the augmented reality comes in. So most times I feel that if you are really knowledgeable in metaverse, you can break it in any terms. You can relate that other things to relate things to. Because if you're knowledgeable in that part, for me to understand metaverse, I can look at different aspects of life to be able to bring it downstream, all right? To be able to make people understand it. I think for now that I explained it with spiritual terms, you could actually relate because everybody understands spirituality, everybody understands your spiritual body being the virtual reality, your virtual form on the metaverse, then the augmented reality, you having a connection with the spiritual world. So something can just happen and you're like, I feel somebody's calling me somewhere. I feel there's something
Yeah.
going on. You get me?
Okay.
So that augmented
So
reality
yeah.
now helps you.
Yeah. So you're
So
saying that you can have your out of body experience, and you can also have some experience that you're not really having it in your physical self, right? Like that's what I see. You say. So yeah. So Himanshu, like let's get you in here. You are also a part of different projects in Web3 space, and again you're also coming from an education background. You've taught so many people. So how would you see this metaverse space developing right now?
See, I guess first of all, like I've been working on a lot of metaverses project. So one of the product that we are building, it is also a concept based, a multiverse ecosystem that we are trying to build. And we at Watokis, we are also working on the same mechanism of the metaverse building in the later point of time. So the main goal over here is like we are a fan engagement platform, okay, and we wanted to provide a platform where people can come and they can join the live shows that are happening. So it's like new things that are going to happen, okay. So now you need not to be physically present on those live shows. You can directly come to the metaverse and you can participate on those metaverse
Mm-hmm.
things. So that is something that is quite growing, okay. So you see a
Yeah.
lot of things that will be happening in the metaverse space.
Cool. So what I understand, like from this discussion so far, is the metaverse can be, privacy challenging. It can be an out of experience, right? And then obviously it becomes a little new medium for experiencing some things that you've not experienced so far. So these are two, three things. So let's come, like to the point, like how do you regulate it? So we see that smart contracts becoming one of the ways of doing it, right? Like we have smart contracts which is supposed to do some form of automatic responses and calculations. So my question to all of you is like, why do we need smart contract in metaverses? So like whoever wants to take it up first, maybe you can go with Umed this time. You're muted. You're muted. 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 Can't hear you.
okay, I think I'm back. Okay, first of all, we understand that metaverse is meant to be a decentralized form, right? A decentralized reality. And we are trying as much as possible to cut off any middleman, all right, any form of centralization, any form of governing body, central governing body. And that's where smart contract comes in. And if you look at the difference between DeFi and centralized finance, the basic form is the smart contract, making sure it does all the work. So what smart contract does, it's basically transact or make a transaction successful when a predetermined let's say criteria is already done. So if what you do not, let's say for example, and smart contract says do this transaction, execute this transaction when Mary Jane does this, and don't execute this transaction when Mary Jane doesn't do this. So it actually help away with different middlemen, third middle parties, and also centralized bodies. So smart contract is very, very, very functional. It's a dominant factor for the metaverse because it helps us run things cohesively, make sure run things interoperably, makes us run things scalably. So that is why smart contracts will run a very, very, very dominant role, since we are trying to make sure the virtual reality and augmented reality is very decentralized, and that is where
Sure.
smart contracts play a role.
Absolutely. So Amit, you made Rakesh, you made that point about like privacy. So can smart contracts, like the way Ume explained, come into the picture of helping us, give that privacy that we actually need while being
Exactly.
decentralized?
So yes, so this is where what the point that I said comes into play, right? The very nature of anything that is on blockchain allows smart contracts to be programmable, open, transfer, and to be verifiable, right? That is the major USP, having smart contracts deployed. So suppose you are building a financial system within a metaverse that has already happened. You see that success factors in Sandbox and Decentraland, and one of the successes, why they were very big successes, is that the decentralization of this contract operation, right? They were programmed and they were very non-custodial in nature. So they became very easily traceable, and the trustworthiness built, like the doxing became kind of in the inbuilt, right? So this is where regulation came in like pretty fast. Like otherwise, you would have to engage third-party regulators to come and audit your code, audit your financial systems and stuff. Now, smart contracts will be able to do that of its own, but maintaining that non-custodialness or maintaining that traceableness, right? So this itself removes a lot of risk elements and adds a lot of strength to it. And we can see the success factors going into like Third Verb is developing a low-code smart contract builders. Alchemy is doing its own thing. So you see that people are also recognizing just having a metaverse, right? It is not going to be sufficient. You have to have controlling mechanisms so that the users have their freedom to do what they want, but they don't get abused in certain ways,
Yeah.
especially in financial and regulatory stance.
Absolutely.
That's
So that absolutely, so I totally agree with that, because what happens is most of the, some of the hacks that we've seen has happened because of certain issues with the smart contracts themselves.
Yeah.
So Amit, like you building that platform where, it's going to be available, and you have like this plethora of, NFTs and text, everything available. So how are you, seeing usage of smart contracts in the platform that you're building?
Sure. There are multiple things that we guys are doing where smart contracts become relevant. Now, for example, we are creating, every user will be able to have a home of their own, which is their gateway to the metaverse. So they will be able to land into their own little virtual world, and then they use a portal to be able to teleport to any other metaverse. Now, behind the scenes, how this really happens, how the network gets switched, etc., is some of the work that we guys are doing on the interoperability aspect. Now, a metaverse by itself, a Web3 metaverse by itself, is a golden opportunity for the social token game to come into effect. Now, social tokens were historically touted as the next big thing.
Yeah.
People calling it like a potentially $100 billion industry, but they never took off. They never took off because we started giving people social tokens and asked them to utilize tokens to do things that they were already used to doing for free. Right? The platform doesn't change, but on the metaverse, your engagement model completely changes because it's a new economy. It's a new world altogether. So this social token could end up being the currency, the native currency of that particular world, and you define new rules over there, which we have reason to believe people will do. Now, the moment individuals, start spending a lot of time on the metaverse, they have their new currency. Obviously, they start engaging and interacting, towards building an economy. Many aspects of this economy can then be automated. For example, you could use this whole teleporting capability and lease it out to other people, and this could be done by a smart contract. That, hey, every time you do it, this amount of token gets transferred from your wallet onto the smart contract wallet owned by the teleporting provider. People are doing renting, staking of their land or whatever they're building over there. All of these things are definitely created using smart contracts. A lot of DeFi, just like any other investment, people would want their money to keep growing on the metaverse as well. There was
absolutely.
And all of that are implemented via smart contracts. But another very important place where smart contracts come into play, and this touches upon the privacy point, is potentially a lot of these high throughput, high scale transactions could be happening on L2s, maybe leveraging zero knowledge proofs. Now, how these proofs get settled on a base layer, etc., they also require smart contracts, and these things might have a very big role to play in privacy protection and, of course, scalability.
Yeah, absolutely. And scalability, and while doing that, they have to think from a negative point of view, that how they can prevent hacks through their code. What happens is, when you try and build one on top of the other, we think, okay, so this function is going to work, and it's going to give us what we need. But how we're going to provide within that function, think from the hacker's perspective, because tons and tons of money has been lost because of some small
100%.
glitches, and so that's a very, very important point, smart contract. So Imanshu, I would want to understand from your point of view, so smart contracts obviously play a pivotal role, not only in metaverses, on blockchain itself, from the point when Ethereum launched. So how are you seeing usage of smart contracts? So what I would say is, how do you say that smart contracts can govern transactions in metaverses?
Yeah, so if you look at this small contract thing, so if you look at the metaverse was there in the market for a very long period of time, okay, but this new metaverse where we have Web3 implemented with the metaverse, it gives you a lot of other benefits. Okay, so if you look at, there's a new way of doing auctions. Okay, so you have been going to the auctions houses previously, where you go and participate in auction houses, but now you can do the same thing over the metaverse. It's like you're becoming a quite popular thing. Okay, where you can go and participate in the auction houses. Okay, and this is all these things are done through the smart contracts. Okay, you need not to do things like manually. Okay, you can go directly there and you can participate on the auction houses, place your bids, and you get things done on the metaverse as well. Okay, so smart contracts playing a huge role of building the things in and making them automatic. Okay, so you need not to do things. Okay, and also it's secure your money as well. Okay, so like privacy is there, you get things that is done automatically, and then you can be the part of the ecosystem as well, and you can also enjoy things that you can't do while going physically. Okay, so if you wanted to attend the auction house that is happening in London, you can do it from home as well. So that is something that's provided.
Absolutely. So like basically automating everything, just creating a micro out of it and then create. So like one question is, how would you define an ideal metaverse? Let's start with Himanshu. Like you're talking so passionately about it. So what is ideal metaverse for you?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing which can define an ideal metaverse, because if you look at the current metaverse ecosystem, this is still a developing concept. Okay, and I see whenever somebody talks about metaverse, they say that it is going to be $1 billion economy. But see, if you look at the current aspect, it is still a more developing things. And if you look at for a longer vision, it can become a like big platforms. But if you look at the current scenario, it is still in a development phase. Okay, and if you are looking for ideal metaverse, it can be like, see what we are trying to build. So if somebody asks me like what kind of metaverse you are trying to build, so we are trying to build a metaverse where you can go and come like where you can go and do some house parties kind of concepts. You can create your own personal spaces, You can bring your friends, you can go and participate in the auction houses that we are going to do. Then you can also play games within the metaverse ecosystems. So whatever you wanted to do in real life, you can also do in the metaverse as well. Also, if
Okay,
you
cool.
wanted to build your own dream house, that can also be
Mhm.
done. So we'll provide you the assets. You just need to fix these
Okay.
things up and you are done.
Okay, so from your perspective, I see it as more of entertainment and aspirational, right? Like, you said go to picnic and do a lot of aspirational stuff, and okay. So Rakesh, how do you see as an ideal metaverse? What do you think about it? Or
It's
is
a
it possible? Like, is it something that we should even think about, or it's just like
has
a
there ever
figment of
been
imagination?
something? Yeah. So has there ever been anything ideal until now? Right. There has nothing been. Everything has its own up and downs. Right.
Yeah.
So one thing that I really fixate on is that anything that brings a sense of togetherness, right? That is going to be one of the strong ideals of metaverse, right? Giving us the connected experiences and allowing
Connected
us to move
experience.
from one ecosystems to other without having to lose our train of units.
Oh
So
yes,
yeah,
interoperability. It's something that I would want to do. So I want to take the assets. What I would really want to see is that we take the assets, the avatars, and the followers with maintaining security and privacy and decentralization. I don't know if that is possible or not, but that's you getting towards the idea and take all of
like
that and move from one,
like we said
say,
in the
blockchain to
start,
the
right?
other. Yeah, Star Trek. Yes, that's one
Like we
example.
said in the start, right? Anything that we do in metaverse is oxymoronic, but we have to do it because
Yes,
it's always a
absolutely.
pursuit.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Ume, what do you think about it? What is the ideal metaverse for you? You're muted, can't hear you. Can't hear you, can't hear you. Can you say something? No, can't hear you. No, can't hear.
You might have to change your audio settings.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
So, Amit, can we just, we're just
Hey
going to have
man,
a good discussion.
for me the ideal metaverse is interoperable. Like the internet today is very seamless. We are able to use it. We don't say that we are using HTTP, we are using TCP/IP, we are using SMTP to send email, right?
Yeah.
But these are the building blocks that it took for the email for the internet of today to actually become as seamless as it is. Now doing that for the
Yeah.
metaverse is a far cry right now. All of these building blocks need to be created. So to me, that ideal metaverse would just be seamlessly interoperable, and that's a long way. Like Gartner says, it's only in 2028, 29 that we'd start seeing interoperability happening.
Yeah.
The early efforts on these aspects have already started. A long way to go.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, three have said interoperable, one has said about more entertainment and other things. Ume, what's your take on this? Ideal metaverse.
An ever evolving and improving metaverse, the same way we are having blockchain and crypto space ever evolving. All right. So for me, it's
Yeah.
more interoperability where people could interact with different things without limitation. And two, scalability, all right, where and three, and I feel we like say security. Because the thing is, every single human being, every single person wants a side of them to be secured, a part of them to be secured. And that's why we are on the blockchain, where your identity cannot be vouched out, where your identity cannot be compromised. So I can do anything I want to do on the metaverse and still believe that my physical identity cannot be compromised. All right. So number one, interoperability, two, scalability, then three, security. Yeah, and more
Security.
improved on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting take. So I think we just have 3-4 minutes now. So I'll just have an open, again, a very, very, like a generic question. So in all the experiences that you've had discussing with others within the industry about metaverses, so how do you think is the general public view around metaverses? So we'll go with Amit on this. Oh, we have Abhinav as well. So Abhinav, we'll take you at the end then.
Sure. So of course, everybody is pretty excited. McKinsey says $5 trillion economy. I'm forgetting the name of the bank, but people it goes from 5 billion, 8 billion, 11 billion, 13. Sorry, 11 trillion, 13 trillion. right? So all big brands are very excited about it. Everybody seems to have metaverse in their roadmap. All the research reports that I've been, reading, industry overall is pretty bullish on it. I think mid to long term winner is gonna be like the centralized Web2 metaverses. A lot of money being spent from there. That's where all the users are, and people will kind of eventually get to a place where they want to own and control, their data, their stuff. Kind of just protect themselves. That's where blockchains will come into being, and
Yeah.
that's when
It,
Web3 comes in and kind of becomes mainstream.
absolutely. I just have one quick, so it's a good thing, owning everything. But my question, to that day, which we obviously can't take that fully right now, is: are people ready for it? Are they ready to own their data, their personalities? And that's a bigger question.
Sure.
I see more of
Maybe when
people
there's
saying
a
yes.
cyber war at a global scale, and that's how the wars of the future are gonna be, people will start caring. Like right now, they don't.
Yeah, I know. Cool. So Himanshu, let's what's your take on this? What's people's
Uh,
view according to you about metaverses?
I guess everyone is bullish these days. So like if you look at Flipkart launched Flipverse recently, and then Meta coming up. So like everyone is bullish about it, and we are also building the same thing. The other countries, other companies are also building the metaverse ecosystem. So I guess metaverse is something that is going to be a one like $1 billion economy. So let's see.
Yeah, everybody wants a pie of that, right?
Yeah.
Rakesh, your take on that?
Yeah, so it's the same question that was asked to JFK, right? Are we ready to go to the moon? So
Yes.
only when we land it, we'll know. It's the same concept. But the general perception, right? Metaverse is not something brands want to miss out. So the large influx of money that you see come is always brand led, and it is typically a Web2 derivative that they want to build. One sentiment that we have noticed in the users is that they don't care what it is until or unless that as long as it is good and immersive and it gives them that freedom, they're ready to come. It doesn't mean it's Web 2, Web 3, or whichever gives them the best experience, they will onboard. So that is why we focus a lot on creating that better user experiences so that onboarding onto Web 3 platforms is as easy as possible. So we'll
Oh,
continue to
that's
build on it.
absolutely, and that is one of the biggest challenges. If you're solving, and everybody building in the Web3 space should solve is onboarding. Like I'll give a quick example. Creating a MetaMask wallet versus logging into Facebook. Just see the number of steps that you have to take, and that's a huge brainer. So it's fantastic, and I
You
applaud
should
all
have
the companies doing it.
you should have seen how difficult it was to buy crypto before 2012. So you have come so far now. Now it's really easy. So it has its own
Yeah.
evolutionary time, and we'll get there for sure.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, and that will define which goes a little further, and which kind of stays somewhere in the middle. Fantastic. Ume, your take.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
First thing first. First thing first, I think I actually have this question every time. Is metaverse only about entertainment and just for Balenciaga, Nike, Forbes, and just this luxury lifestyles? Because we are not seeing proper use of the metaverse yet. Because metaverse is actually beyond the lifestyle, the entertainment, the luxuries, the way we are seeing a lot of luxury company trying to like have lands in the metaverse, but we are not yet seeing schools. Yeah, we are not yet seeing work bases apart from I think Binance and KuCoin. We're not seeing work entity actually owning lands and actually say, okay, well, apart from the parties, apart from the games, apart from the marriages, let's move remote, all right? Let's move on site and begin to work on the metaverse. Let's leave on site and begin to like school on the metaverse. I think it will go a long way with a lot of adoption, innovation, the same way we are seeing them soul-bound tokens. So for you to actually graduate from schools on the metaverse, right? There's this particular thing that gives you an identity that you actually went to this school. So that is where the entire let's say concept of soul-bound tokens begin to like come into full actualization, because things we are seeing is based on, will I say, we are still improving. All right, the same way we are still seeing Web3 isn't here yet. So, but most times you see a lot of companies putting on their white paper that they are solving their actually Web3 utilities. And we have not seen
Yeah.
Web3 yet because Web3 is simply onboarding every single sector on the blockchain technology. I've not seen every single sector. The only sector we have seen is just the financial sector, which is only the cryptocurrency. We haven't seen health yet on the Web3. We haven't seen education on Web3 yet. We
That
haven't
will
seen
happen.
military aid. We haven't seen entertainment.
Yeah. No, I
So
agree. What you're saying is there's a lot of challenges that we need to solve in metaverse. The question was, like how people are perceiving the way it is right now. The session before this, before our session, they were talking about metaverses in healthcare industry. So so it's a long way to go. I understand what your question is. There's a lot of possibilities. So Abhinav, now to you, how has your experience been when you talk about metaverses to people? And after that, we wrap
I
up.
always use a word called anekantvad. This term has come from Prakrit language, which is the mother tongue of
Yeah.
Sanskrit, if I would call it.
Yeah.
And anekantvad means multi-perspective. And when
Yeah.
you add purpose to the perspectiveness, this is where we are heading to, and that's exactly what defines metaverse. Everyone has
Absolutely.
found some perspective and a purpose behind it, and they are creating metaverse in their own way, which is what I see. I just joined this panel because this was the last panel before we go for the concluding speech. And I know Rakesh pretty well. I know Alec, you very well, and I know about Wow Talkies. I've been collecting NFTs out there, and of course, good to meet you, Amit and Ume. I've been following you on LinkedIn for a long, long time. So it's all fantastic, and we are already living the metaverse, right? I mean, why do we only need to look at the 3D experience of it? Well, even the digital
Yeah.
experience is metaverse. And
Yeah.
probably today we are talking on video boxes. Tomorrow we will have our own avatars, and next day we will have our own meta human brands that are going along and connecting with each other.
Absolutely. I was thinking, we should have a next CWC in the metaverse itself. With avatars and all.
We
You never know.
Thank you so much. And we are actually going to get there. And I will share some more insights in the concluding session. So thank you so much for joining, Alok. You have been an amazing moderator. I'm sure that all of us would agree to that. And
Thank you so much. Thank you
as
so
we speak
much.
about Rakesh's company is building a platform that can allow people to build metaverses in like matter of minutes, which is fantastic, phenomenal. And I see that there
Yeah.
is a lot more potential that the forum can drive, and we will continue to seek your advice, guidance, and putting these kind of events together to bring it to the ecosystem that we all can curate. In the recent report that McKinsey said, they said that India is going to be the Web3 spine of the world, and I don't see a
Yeah.
reason why we cannot. And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah, I'm coming to you, May. I'm coming to you. I know that you would come because I saw your post a couple of weeks ago on that. Uh, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that it is not about who's doing what, it is about how what all can be achieved together.
Yeah.
And that's where we
Yeah.
all should be heading to. So our host Anuradh is here. That means we all are going
Yes.
to get kicked out very soon. So over to you, Anuradh.
Over to you,
No, if
Anurag.
it was
Thank you
for
so much,
me, we would be
everyone.
talking all night. If it was for me, we would be talking all night. But again, we have some limitations. So I want to thank Alec first of all for moderating a absolutely wonderful panel. I think
Thank you.
the last one was almost a cherry on the cake. This cake has been the most delicious cake I think a lot of our viewers would have eaten today. Thank you to all our panelists. Some of you have joined from all over the world. Thank you everyone, and we hope to see you again next year in the next iteration of Crypto World Conference. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you
you
for
so much,
having
Thank you,
us.
everybody.
everyone. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
Right.
day.
Audience.
So,
Bye-bye. Take care.
ladies and gentlemen, we are now here on the closure of CWC 2022. I would like to invite Mr. Abhinav Jain once again on the screen. Mr. Jain, who has been a guiding light and a true force in making CWC happen. Mr. Jain, any parting thoughts, and would you like to share any updates on the next edition of CWC?
So first of all, Anuvrat, you and Dr. Upasna, both of you have been an amazing host for the show. And as someone posted on one of our common WhatsApp groups, that not just CWC or World Crypto Forum, even other similar institutions are looking for you to have hosts like you. So thank you so much for making it such a pleasurable experience. And with your cute smile and happy face, with a yellow, vibrant background, I think it was a perfect match. So thank you so much, Anuvrat.
Thank you.
This Crypto World Conference was a dream come true for us. I mean, you know about it from the long, long time since we had the first vision a couple of probably years ago now, I would say, when we registered this entity and everything. But today I want to share a story. And story is that I'm sure that many of you might have read a book called The Alchemist. And it talks about that while the person is looking for the gold is just where he stands, right? Where he was living. And that's exactly why we started Crypto World Conference. And this is the reason why World Crypto Forum exists today. because I personally and this entire fraternity of advisors and guidance and meta humans, as I call them, they have been constantly saying that everything is around us and we just need to probably curate a community of like-minded individuals who believes in sharing knowledge and cares for everyone around us while building the community and building their businesses. Today's event has become a milestone. As I'm constantly getting messages, LinkedIn is flooded. We were trending first and second on Twitter for probably more than an hour.
Yes, we
We
were.
launched
Yes,
the
we
event.
were.
It's a big thing, right? And we have been constantly getting a lot of supportive messages and a lot of collaboration requests from here and there and from everywhere. So it's been a pleasure, and let's see. I mean, what and how next we could take it to. Let's see if we have some other panelists joining with us, Anurag.
No, I think we are done. We are done for the day. But I have one last question. Where do you think we are going to happen? Where do you think, what's the location of our next CWC? If you can give us
Well,
a little bit on that.
there are many. Okay, today about 34,000 people have registered for event. Our peak viewing
Wow.
rate was about 6,000 people, and 11,800 plus people have logged in into the system. Considering that, we have only two options: either we host a global event in
Right.
the summer edition, probably in India or in international territories, and we will go for crypto pro countries if that's possible, countries which are inviting blockchain, web3, and all those ecosystems openly. And along with that, we are also announcing a larger event around the green web3, which is the real kicker here, where we see opportunities in terms of participation coming from various governments, political entities, as well as industries all together, and corporations. So edition is coming very soon. We will be announcing the location very soon, and also before that we will have the green web3 conference that we have been planning. And even before that, we are planning for something very quick, very short, and we are going to call it Meta Mixer, which will be a physical event happening in various cities about collaborating with communities out there, with local people and like-minded community managers. So this is about us. And once again, thank you so much, Anurat, and thank you everyone who have joined us
Yes.
today. This entire team, which has been working tirelessly, and I want to particularly highlight the team Aman Vertex, under the leadership of course, you, Anurat, you are part of it, Kunal, and the team under Kunal, Ashish, Ritvik, Palak, and everyone. The design team from Nishant and Vikas and everyone, Rupesh, Yatinder, Shelvi, Shefali. And then on the execution side, as I said, Aman and Alisha, both of you have been phenomenal, humans, not just incredibly well done execution, but also the way how it was coordinated, fantastic. And our darling Vikul, she was always here, for social media. Yogi, I don't know his official name, Yogendra, he was there. Mr. Seth, Sunil Seth, he was there in the back. I don't know, whether he's visible or not. Apurv, who is while on the flight was catching up and quickly
Right.
sharing the tweets that we were doing, and all the advisors. How can I forget, right? Mr. Saugat Chatterjee, Mr. Raj Kapoor, Indrajit, Colonel Indrajit, Mr. Sunil Seth, Naveen Seth, Dr. Swati, Mr. Sunil Seth from KPMG, Dr. Manoj Agarwal, Varun
Right.
Kapoor, Apoor, definitely he was there. So I think this wouldn't have been possible by just saying that we are hosting an event. This was
Right.
like a marriage in the family, and everyone was trying to find out the best that they can do in making sure that this function goes amazing. And that's what we have shown. I mean, Anuradh, in your span of 20 years of career, tell me how many 34,000 attendees events you have hosted in planning of less than 2 months. And that's what we have done today. So a big round of applause for this team who have been doing everything, making sure that what all we can do and how we can make it happen. But finally we did it. And that's all. And I think God's grace has been on us from the day we planned to make it happen. And it has clearly shown up today. So thank you so much,
Yes.
everyone.
Yes.
And I look forward to the next one very soon.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Abhinav Jain. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. It's late, I know, but we hope you liked and learned from all the curated sessions and panel discussions. We took a lot of time curating and finding the right kind of speakers for you. On behalf of World Crypto Forum and CWC, have great rest of the week ahead. I know there's festivity in the air, and we hope you have an amazing festive season. See you again soon in person. This is your host, Anurag Pansali, signing off. Thank you.